Okay, so as the title suggests, after the absolute shit show of me dying to a chrome pyramid, I'm going to basically just instead of playing the game properly. Well, I'll play the game properly until I get high enough level to just get proselytization and then just make his slime do everything for me. Um, like, give me a second. I'm just trying to find the mutations that basically are gonna make my life easier. It doesn't really matter now that I think about it. I'm just gonna take regeneration so I don't have to worry too much. Except it does make my life a lot easier. There we go. I'll start in Java just because I like I like the thing, even though I'm pretty sure it's not going to be the case, that Argive's dialogue might change at the end of the game, and I don't know. Though if I was really trying to, you know what, I'll just convince myself. If I'm really just trying to get back to where I was, I really should just start into Assault Village. That is like the best way to accelerate myself back to where I was. Okay, I don't know. I think the Ishikari Raiders. You're just pilgrim. I was gonna say, hopefully I can get enough experience to level up, but that's not gonna happen off of that. I don't know. I think I can beat you, yeah. Yeah, just run around and murder a bunch of poor innocent people just to level up. This is how I would live my life if. Holy shit, that is loud. Holy. Now my dog comes in and spooks me as well. How's it going? Fucking raided. Yeah, that appears to be what's happening. Thank you very much. Where was I? At the Battle of Shirvak Den, Urashid fought to subjugate unchilled reptiles. How goes it? Pretty good. I just got done eating some pizza. My dog doesn't know if he's coming or going. Yeah. This guy's also a vet. Are you talking about me? Yeah, I've been playing for hundreds of hours. Where was I? Subjugate unchilled reptiles. He wielded a freezing pistol with such dexterity that became forever known as Freezing a Kiss, the plight of unchilled reptiles. That might be a pretty decent weapon depending on what it spawns with. Yeah. It's not even that I'm rusty. Hope you're cube, a cube, if you will. I'd pass on the goodness. Yeah. It's not even that I'm that rusty. Is this brain? Please speak. It's just that where I'm streaming, I don't want to play as slow as I normally play. Like you see it, like especially when I was fighting the Slugsnats from a few streams ago, where like normally I would take like minutes at a time if I was playing on my own to make plays, or I'd so yeah. But like if I really wanted to, which is what I'm gonna do this stream at least. The inverse is you have to play way slower on stream. Ah, I see. It's funny because I'll like explain like everything I'm doing, but that even if I spend all the time explaining between plays, I'll still be fat or I'll still be slower if I was alone. We'll get lost and just bail. Yeah, it's true. But like normally, like if I was playing on my own, like I would use all of the abusive shit. Like, oh my god, I actually had like I grinded because I was like, oh, I really hate that I was like just about to get the golem and then I died to a chrome pyramid because I forgot how to play. Well, actually, the main thing is like once I did like a run on my own, I was like, holy shit, I was underpowered. I had bad mutations. I had bad equipment. On that run that I did on my own, I was like I just built a mono sludge to like level me up to level 40. I had helping hands from I had two in the Palladium Reef. I had two different historical sites that had Dromad merchants. So, oh my god, it took so long. Like half of it was fighting the saltbacks with like 900 HP per. Like even with the sludge was basically like grinding them slowly. You had to Jesus. Oh, that would be perfect for like a chimera using long swords. Just literally have like a sword in each fucking hand. Sense of presence. Yeah. I mean, honestly, the like most important thing is really learning like bare minimums. Like what's the first area that you need like a bare minimum to go to? Like actually, the first thing you should do is to learn to just skip the first like 5 levels and just go to just ask the zealot for the quest. Go to the 6 day still, get to your first like extra mutation or like 5 points to play around with, 4 or 5 points to play around with. Because honestly, like going to Red Rock, like I have spawned like when I was super new at the game, I spawned in at Red Rock, 3 baboons. First step I took, 3 baboons threw a rock at me and I died instantly. You know that merchant you attacked? Fight several at once. Oh, you're fighting a self back with that through like domination or something, considering it's Dragonfly. Yeah, like it was so bad. Like, oh my god, I was using axes. The only way I'd ever kill them is either like hundreds and hundreds of attacks, or just decapitating them, one or the other. Yeah. But like when I'm on stream, I'll just go to like especially early on, I would just go to Red Rock. Or, like the first thing I do is go to the Rust Whales and just get the same amount of experience just on Kudzu. Because the Rust Whales, I've had helping hands at the bottom of it. Rust Whales super dangerous, by the way. Don't even touch the like. Honestly, fuck Joppa. Start in a randomly generated village and never have to deal with the Rust Whales, because the Rust Whales sometimes like they can ruin your gear. They can spawn shit that's not supposed to be there. They can spawn slumberlings that if you walk past, just insta-give you. Non-cut enjoyer gets stoned to death at Red Rock. Oh, fuck, it's so fun. It's an achievement, too. Like the achievements of the Hazeners. I was saying that without even looking at your comment. Yeah, that's true. The Legendary Merchant. Oh, yeah, that's true. Like, also, one of the best ways to get experience, assuming that you know what you're doing, a little bit of what you're doing, with how like how the first move works on a map. Like if I were to like say step on a different map, go down, nothing knows that I exist on the first turn I enter the screen. Now, assuming nothing's close enough, you just press the go to the world map button, and nothing's close enough, you just go up to the world map. Otherwise, you walk down. Nothing on this screen. Perfectly safe. Walk around. But this is basically how I learned how to get to the stilt. Is worst comes to worst, you get lost, you just map up. You just do what I'm doing right now. Legendary that I can go water ritual with. You just do this. If you want, you could peep the other side. You know, whichever side's safer, you just go up. There's a Dawn Glider. He doesn't know I exist yet. Go to the other screen, walk up, and do this again. See these guys? They don't know I exist. They don't chase me? Yep, that is literally, honestly, the most best tip is to understand like how to abuse like stepping in and off screen. Another one, if you take, I don't have the mutation, so I can't show it. Recoilers, if you can manage to find one super early, like doing like Argive's questline. Skip Argive. The Wire is so much harder than anything else you could possibly do at like a randomly generated quest, in my opinion, in a random village. But get a recoiler. You force field, that counts as you being safe. You force field, like get a force bracelet, get the mutation if you don't know how to get one easily. I know how to get one easily. And then just recoil. You never have to fight anything. Oh yeah, definitely encourages breaking the system. Like, again, what I'm going to do in like probably like half an hour to an hour is get to the Rainbow Wood, create a super powerful creature, and literally have it play the game for me, because I just want to like speed through the early game. You've been called a legend. Yeah, like this is definitely a game where the devs are trying to fuck you over as much as possible. And at the other hand, the devs have created tools for you to fuck them over as much as possible, or fuck the game over as much as possible. At least that's my view of the game. Here's the resolution was to lean into my ego, so I won't argue with it like normal. But the reasoning. Yeah, Cut definitely wants to be broken. Like, honestly, I like playing the game fair just because I find it like when you play the game fair, the game feels so like scary, but also like everything is like you can have like so many builds that like aren't broken, that are like, you know, you have all these answers and all this room to experiment, like without being like super overpowered. I can get stuff that is like quote unquote fair, like force bracelets and recoilers. Like that's technically like extremely fair. It's not like I'm killing anything with it. I'm just using it to never have to you know, lose a fight. Like precognition, it's like the fair version of precognition without me like being like, oh yeah, I could just cook up whatever I want to, or like have like an entire like 10-minute experience, and then if I don't like the outcome, I just go back. Which, I mean, to be fair, it's the same as save load. But yeah, I should probably actually play the game though. Yeah. I mean, I like getting my adrenaline pumping with this game. Like it's like it's fun because it does both. This can be like a game like if you ever played like Stone Shard or Dark Days Ahead, or like any of those games where it's like, holy shit, combat's scary. This game can be the same way, like especially when you don't like you have like a resolution to yourself to like never retreat, where you're like, oh, if I'm on a screen with an enemy that isn't just completely bullshit, like something that's gonna like space-time vortex me out of existence, like 20 layers underground, like yeah, I'll fight it. At least that's usually how I like to stream, at least when I'm, you know, up to where I was previously, because I do actually want to make progress and not just fuck around. God, I'm a subordinate. Yeah, all Morrowind's great. Like, if you know how to abuse the spell making system, you can literally give, like, in the starting, the first town you get that has a spell maker, you just join the Mages Guild and you create, like, a spell that, like, gives plus 100 to all of your stats. Yeah. I mean, the best part about CUD is that if you're not the strongest guy in the room, I mean, you know, dominate, you just become him. It's like, if I really wanted to, I could get like a ganglion on a teleprojector and become a chrome pyramid. At least I think, unless they have mental shielding. I don't think they do. At least not the ganglion on a teleprojector. But that's the best part about CUD. What's your plan? Oh, it's so good. I was actually thinking of starting the game as a You're about to be. Yeah, it's true. That's the caves of domination, or the domination of COD, whichever way you want to put it. Um, I was actually thinking of being a mono sludge. The only reason I don't want to play a mono sludge is because if I ever step, yeah, like level like 40, assuming that it's to just have a chance, like a precognition level 40ish. That should be roughly enough. Oh, give me a second. Sorry, someone was just asking me a question. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The problem with mono sludges is yeah, Wormstead. It just turned them into something else. That's gonna be fun once I get a bunch of that. Oh yeah, the problem with mono sludges is that there's two types of liquid that completely make the game unplayable. There's there's algae. If I step on algae, I start burgeoning every time I swing. And then the second one is lava. If I get lava and I don't have a certain piece of equipment that could set my temperature high enough that I don't instantly die, I instantly die. Like I just basically have a timer put on me. If I step out of lava, I'm fucked. So those are the two reasons why I'm not playing the sludge right now. Cloning trot. Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. That's also a thing. I actually remembered that I can literally just go to the Yid. Well, I did remember that. I just didn't use it. But yeah. I went to the Yid. I took the cloning drought mixed with convalescence, and literally, like I redid the Grit Gate. I literally had just like 20 versions of me waiting. Yeah, one of the best things is, like I said, if you could survive the trip, if you know how to abuse moving around and like get like wings and wayfaring. The wayfaring skill makes it so you don't get lost as often, which getting lost for players that don't know what they're doing is how you get killed. But that's so many cuddlings. The homogenized convalescent street. Yeah, I'm I love it so much. But just be careful when you do it, because if you have something where are my... There they are. If you have, like, the wrong mutation set up, you can, like, completely screw yourself. Yeah. Yeah, I do have limits to how much I like to abuse the system, just purely due to the fact that, you know, at some point, I'm too powerful and I stop having fun. Like there's gotta be something that could kill me. Like if I don't have like some semblance of fear when I see a Chrome Pyramid, like why the hell am I playing? Like at some point I stop dying to game mechanics and I start or not. I said the reverse. I stop dying to enemies and I start dying to game mechanics. This is another thing I like to abuse just super early, is just going to the or just starting a different village to just kill the enemies there, because these give way more experience than water vine farmers. Yeah, it's always funny when there's just something slightly wrong that you can somehow kill yourself with, or like you get killed because you precognition, like you're just cooking up infinite armor value, and you're just like accidentally say, no, I'd like to stay in the universe where I die. Also, this is not somebody I want to be fighting. Just be very careful, because sometimes things you don't expect to be there spawn. Like, I've had worlds where the Salt Krakens are the dominant members of the village I started in, and I'm just like, well, I can't just fight them. I just walked off. I need to escape from this guy. Oh, yeah, there we go. Right, let me auto explore. My character's afraid to take 1 damage. Lost the run-up assist. Yeah, I mean, I unironically lost. The first run I was doing, I was practicing the sludges, or practicing with the sludges. They just started cloning the sludge, so I had like a 20 fluid sludge, with like 3 clones of it, killing it, and I'm just like, oh. Cacti won't stick to you anymore. Wait, you can walk over Fractus. If Fractus love you, it won't deal damage. That's funny. If that's what you're talking about. Inside a colossal pinch of salt. Like the grains of salt are massive. I don't understand how that's even possible. It's either the grains are massive or whoever's pinching the salt is massive. You should cemented her friendship with arachnids by mirroring I tried to say that properly, but as too many conflicting mouth sounds for me to say. This can be building size, but how are you pinching it? How are you pinching the building? Well, that's what I said when the grain of salt could be massive, but it's just like, how are you pinching it then, anyways? But twixt what hands is it being pinched? Like, is it like an industrial pinching machine? Yeah, but gigantic. I mean, to be fair, salt krakens are supposed to be like if they were designed to scale, they would take up like half the fucking screen. Like the 6 Day Stilt, like the center building in 6 Day Stilt is supposed to be gigantic. Or it's supposed to be a salt kraken. Sorry, it's supposed to be a gigantic salt kraken. That's what was supposed to come out of my mouth. What a gift. Whitaker Arachnid Tower. That could be a usable item. It was so funny. I found one of the extinction items that if you use it, it kills everything of a certain species type. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, genocide. That's exactly what I call them too, genocide cubes, or extinction cubes, or whatever. But it was in a reliquary, like in the Tomb of the Eaters, so I couldn't, like, I would have to like take everything else too to like go anywhere with it. I'm just like, it's with like the shittiest face I've ever seen. So I was like, I just popped it. Just because I could. But like, it's funny because you can also read books out of those. Which, like, who would ever knowing what happens if it triggers would ever test that? Like, aside from like someone with like psychometric, but usually you just take it like individually. You wouldn't be like, can I read this without taking it out? But then there's assholes like me who are like, you know what? I've read things out of chests before. You have a plot for stealing all the reliquaries. Oh, that's interesting. In 6180 BR, you should pinch in platinum, made of. Fuck, it's the same name. Aw, you don't want somebody to do it first. That'd be funny. Steal your idea. Made of Pithecisus. Good names. I should name, if I ever have a kid, I'm naming him this. Yeah. Yatara Woe died of natural causes. She was 95 years old. But yeah, since you're still here, by the way, if you have like a lucky generation with your village, you can actually have situations. Not you. Well, it's not a good example. I can't get in their inventory. I've had situations where all of them 8 armed, true hand, wielding, really course. Warriors of light. Imagine you just pick it. That's the solution. You just take the whole fucking reliquary. But yeah, I've had generations of villages that all spawn with like a super rare. I've literally had them with like the end game of end game cybernetic, which is literally just a like 40k throne that flies. Means phylactery. Oh yeah. It's so funny. After killing all the dromads, like, because it was like 7 levels of killing dromads. I had multiple reliquaries. And the best part is I had a visage on. It's an item that automatically identifies things in your inventory. So I was wearing the visage, and I was looking around, and I'm like, when the fuck did I find a phylactery? But because they could sell them. I already knew they could sell them. It's just funny that I was like sitting on multiple of them. Like, imagine not knowing what that is for the first time, finding it off of a merchant, and being like, how do I use it? And you just start fucking around with it, and then it spawns an enemy to kill you. One of you nerds don't need to talk to. Famon and Zeus. I hate these names. Chotin. Konkulisk. I know that's not how you, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be like Chinese, I'd want to say. I wanted to pronounce it properly. I'd have to look up the phonetic Chinese pronunciations. Yeah, like, I remember the first time I ran into those guys, because I'm like, what the hell am I fighting? Why can't I kill you? What are you? And it's funny, because somebody would chat knew what I was fighting and didn't tell me shit. And I almost died like several times. Yeah, alright, name, I was supposed to be reading that, whoops. I've just deprived myself from reading more ridiculous dialogue. You. Nomad, have you heard of the shrine to Ishid the First, the mate of... Yeah, okay, gibberish. Gibberish I can't pronounce. At Ika Gamor? Is an angelic relic to us. Often we make pilgrimage to pray at it and contemplate cannibals. I was gonna say cannibalism. I mean, basically the same thing. It would honor us if you were doers. All right, let me go think long and hard about the kinds of people that eat their fellow man or fellow creature. Okay, so you want me to travel to the Snapchat fort and sit on the Cannibalian throne. Oh god. Alright. And go to Eka Gamor. Here's the Snapchat fort, and here's Eka Gamor. Oh, it's another village. Okay, you actually gotta be careful about when a village sends you to another village and it asks you to like drink something, or take something, or manipulate. Like, that's a Chrome Pyramid. What can happen is you can they can get mad at you. So just, you know, prepare to run after you interact with it. But this is one of the reasons I really do like randomly generated villages, especially to start, because they can tell you about things that would be useful to know. I've had them give me the locations of artifacts. I've had them give me the location of other villages, like right here. I've had them tell me like ridiculous shit. Like I think one time I got lucky and they told me the location of a fucking water weep. Like not just a regular water weep, a giant water weep that has like hundreds of drams of water around it. Like a pretty. Also, by the way, because I was in a village that spawned with pilgrims, all of them have water in their inventory, so my character now has 300 drams. Especially, like, it's irrelevant at this point, like, because of what I'm going to do, but, like, for an early game player, holy shit, that is a crazy amount of money to be playing around with. 61... Did I finish explaining? Yeah, basically, I finished explaining. Or no, I interrupted myself because of the water. Yeah, they sent me to a fucking giant water weep. And it didn't just have, like, a water weep, it had a vine weep. Taking notes. Yeah. Yeah, with the amount of shit that I say, like, if the roles were reversed, if I wanted to recall any of the information, I would need to write it down, because, like, holy shit, there's so much. It's one of the reasons, like, whenever I stream, I do, like, I hate my VODs. Like, I've rewatched some of my VODs, and I'm just like, holy shit, if anybody wanted to watch these, like, on their own, it's just like, why the fuck would you do that? It's mostly just for my own sake that I just don't want to catalog shit that I do, that I upload them to YouTube, but it's just like, holy fuck. It's literally just mind-numbingly me repeating information to people over and over. Which, I mean, that's the type of game this is. I like to play roguelikes. And like a lot of roguelikes, people want to learn how to play the roguelikes. That's why they watch people stream them. But it's like, holy shit. I would hate being a viewer myself. But yeah, I'm gonna read this so I can start playing the game again. This is what I hate when I'm explaining shit when I'm like stuck in a dialogue box I don't want to read. I know it's useful, but like for me personally, I would hate the amount that I repeat information because I have OCD, and repetition is one of my like things that really fuck with my brain. Yeah, no problem. No, it's fine. I mean, you just got done streaming. Like I have no expect. I wouldn't expect anybody to stay like longer than like 5 minutes if they just finished stream. Yeah, especially over in the UK. The only reason I say like 5 minutes is because it'd be really weird to be like, "Hey, I'm rating you," and then I'm gonna, without saying a word, disappear, because that would be just, I don't know. It's just my idea of, or my personal opinion. God, I'm burned out on talking already, and it's only been like 20 to 30 minutes. In 6197 BR, Ishid won a decisive victory against the combined forces of the mirror-worshipping quarter of Uttara at the bloody battle of Azolatep. Though she lost her prized wedding... How many of these are going to be wedding items? Arachnid's dower. During the course of the conflict, as a result of the battle, Azolep was so evaporated of all moisture that it was renamed the Salt-Spangled Baron. Yeah, no problem. So let's say I'll be here all week. Not all week, but most of the time. Now that I'm finally back to it. While traveling through the Sultan-worshipping quarter of Ekashir. Yeah, I hope this run doesn't go to shit. So thank you for that. See you around. Traveling through the Sultan-worshipping quarter of Ekarashir, Urashid stopped at a tavern in... It's funny, because all of these, like, made-up, like, words next to regular words fuck with my head. Stopped at a tavern in Kapad. There he lost his prized Freezingicus, the blight of unshelled reptiles. In a foolhardy bet, he cursed the yeah, it's always a tavern. If this was real life or a 3D game, you would just immediately go to a ruin site or a historical site, and you just immediately try to find where the tavern used to be to find these items. God, it is so horrifying to know that you're here. Like, this would be a situation that, like, if this... Oh, not this. Like, this is what I was supposed to interact with. If this was a quest item I had to interact with, and people would get hostile if I interacted with it, it would be just a dead-end quest, which is one of the risks of starting in a village like this. Or, yeah, starting in a randomly generated village, is sometimes the quests can kill you. Just be absolutely impossible to complete. Or, like... I've never seen it get too bad, but it's like, bring back an item that's, like, 80 pounds. Which isn't impossible. I've never seen something that I was told to bring back that was, like, legitimately impossible. I am going to precognition, because... Sorry, I shit myself a little. That immediately procced the, distortion field effect. Or, the ripple effect. I don't know what it's supposed to be. I assume... I can pray without getting murdered. All of these are stuff I don't want. Burgeoning can be funny, though. I've had burgeoning to the level where it starts spawning creatures that can actually move, like living creepers, and they'll actually, like, chase you. As long as they're friendly, but burgeoning, it just creates a mess. Space-time vortex, though, can be really useful if you have recoilers. Let's take advancement to my carapace. Please tell me you're not. Okay. I have had, like, times where I'm supposed to, like, take an item out of a chest and everybody gets pissed off, but, I mean, that's taking shit out of a chest. I expect to have people mad about that. Okay. I need to make a mental note that this. Let me check to see where it's on the map. Right next to the canyons. It's this guy. If a merchant spawns with crysteel or herb berries, it's a pretty good sign. Like, what one is a sign that they can do the other. Like, if you're looking for herb berries, if a merchant sells crysteel daggers, they're about the same level. Additionally, either of those are a good sign that this guy can sell metamorphic polygel. I mean, I don't really need a merchant that could sell metamorphic polygel at this stage in the run, but it is good to make note of it, because I might want to steal this guy if I'm having trouble finding cloning draw. Little hazardous if I somehow aggro him. Obvious reasons, but mental note to take. God. Early game scares the shit out of me. These guys, by the way, anybody who doesn't know, who's never been to the 6 Days Tilt, these can be mechanimist converts, which is basically just people who are living at the 6 Days Tilt, among other things, among things that can just kill you. Like, you can have mind layers that you just walk over one of their minds and you just die instantly, and you don't know why. They're crazy stuff. Like, I've had so many streams where my 6 Days Tilt is so cursed that I just restart. That I go, like, I could have a run like this where I'm like, oh, you know, interesting Dromad. 6 Days Tilt just blows itself up, and I'm just like, nah, I don't want to live in the seed anymore. It's not as bad as it used to be. Nowadays, it's there's only one place that I'm just like, oh, this area is fucked, I gotta leave. Like, leave the seed or do something else. Is the center of it. The center of it somehow fucked, I'm just like, I'm out. Drifter, have you heard of the marble statue of an ogre ape at Nuru Mukas Hearth? It's a sacred shrine to us. Often we make pilgrimages to pray at it and contemplate the abolition of hierarchy. It would honor us if you would do the same. What do you say? It will reward your labor. Plant seeds in arable land and reap the abolition of hierarchy. Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's head back and hand in. I can't remember who gave me which quest. Okay, I guessed right. I forgot to see his dialogue for thanking me. It's definitely the 2 chem cells. Yeah. The acid cell's nice because it's both a way to store acid and also a battery at the same time. I have a canteen though. If I get the water out of the canteen, like finding an empty water skin that I've just left strewn around, or killing one of these pilgrims. I've actually had it where I've come and done this exact same thing, and I just wasn't paying attention. I just died. Like, I've gone to a screen, bought a pilgrim or whatever was around, and then I was like, oh, there's a fucking kraken stood next to me, watching me do this, and it's about to walk over me and kill me. And then they kill me, because I queued up too many actions. Okay, that... Actually, I am going to set this up. It's pretty... I've actually learned which liquids... Oops, wrong one. I actually learned which liquids I need and which ones I don't. I don't think acid, for the purposes of... Right now, I need acid. I know I need blood at some point. So actually... Oh! For anybody coming from a stream where somebody's been struggling to find fresh water, or like a surplus of fresh water, it's probably seeing that and going like, what the fuck? That's like me just setting money on fire. But like, I mean, I have 400 grams. Like, it is such a meaningless amount of money at this stage that we're at the skill level that I'm at. Despite the fact that I will. I'm actually so glad I played off stream, because I reached the point where I finally remembered that I do not need to be holding more than like 100 or 200. Like, the only reason I need more than 100 grams of water is if I'm going underground. Because I might run into thirst thistles. I might run into shit that otherwise drains my water. I might be down there for, you know, long enough that I can't find water. Right now, this is literally just waste of inventory space to what I'm doing. He says he picks up more. But I'm going to seal these for other purposes. And just let the water just like naturally go, See, like this screen. This is a screen where I have not internalized that there's a salt kraken on the screen and started fighting. The fortunate thing is, you don't really have to worry about salt krakens as villagers too much, because they don't normally move. The game devs are forgiving enough to make it so the salt krakens don't move. Inside of villages, at least the ones that are spawned as villagers. There have been like situations where they're perfectly friendly to me, love me to pieces, but they're out there in the natural world just walking around, minding their own business, and they walk over me, I die instantly. I've had that happen. I've had salt krakens that didn't know were there walk onto me. I'm just laughing at myself. But walk onto me off screen from where I stepped. So I'd like, let's say one was like right here. I step here, they step onto me, and I die. That's why I am very careful to never go underground in the salt dunes. So I am not dealing with that. Also, I'm just gonna pop a whip. Fucking tongue twist myself. I'm just gonna pop a whip bark just so I can kill this guy more easily. I'm mainly doing this just for the water skins. Yeah, that's probably enough. Do the other one. Oh, secluded workshop. I'm just thinking, oh, that's convenient. That replaces torches. Part of me just thought, No, I don't have the recoil yet. I was thinking of just popping down the space-time vortex and seeing if I can have it suck you up, but the unfortunate thing is I don't have a gun yet. The really lucky thing, or not lucky, but unlucky, is that I didn't spawn with like Ishikari Raiders as the primary villagers. Because normally that can get you a gun super early. Now I've got to do something that I've done many times, is run away from a dawn glider. Okay, luckily, it no longer sees me. Okay, I'm gonna risk auto exploring in this area. Off screen again. Okay, here's some Ishikari. Oh, I should not be fighting this close to the rest of them. Not allied? No. Yeah, 2 of them should be fine. I'm gonna chase after you to murder you for experience. Okay, none of them have a gun. Oh, it's a hostile to me. I really should have checked to see if any of them had a gun before I started wasting my time fighting. You know what? Where is... Oh, no, wrong village. I'll try to see if I can luck my way into getting a gun off view. Just to accelerate. I could also buy this. Not really, actually. I have 500 grams of water weighing me down, but I don't have 900. I'll buy like an herbrary. I pronounced that really weird. Uttering is probably a battery. These are probably grenades. For the same type of grenade, though? Unlikely. I'll actually buy it. It's... do a lot of things, actually. Yeah, no, I should have guessed missiles. I don't normally have missiles as the one thing that I don't know what they are. So that makes sense. So I do like making a game out of guessing what things are. Where was I? Oh, I had the Glovers. Sorry, fat fingered and then walked off screen. Got myself lost. That's honestly the thing that kills me more than anything. It's just me having like tiny brain farts that cause me to do stupid shit. Now, the problem is, I have like no good way of killing you. Can I throw you? You know what? I've never tried this before. Your HE missile hits the dawn glider. It does 2 damage and didn't explode. I almost knew that was going to happen. Like, I was like, this isn't a grenade. It'd be funny if it did. It kind of feels like a missed opportunity to not be able to just chuck them. Okay, I'm genuinely just, yeah. That's the good thing about space-time vortexes is you can genuinely, like, if you know what you're doing, you can have, like, a 1 in 6 chance to just kill anything. Problem is, early game, super... the HE missile didn't explode. I didn't even think... I didn't even think, because I thought it was like, oh, well, I'll throw it away and it'll explode. I didn't even think to pick it back up. I should just go wait a bit. And then do this again. Can I just drop this on top of you? No. Yeah, that's one thing I should have remembered. Is that it usually moves. Like, it doesn't drop perfectly on the spot that you aim it. That's stained in water. Alright, the problem is... I'm so not used to flying creatures being dangerous to me is the problem. Like, I'm so used to fighting underground or having a gun. I'm fighting around... That's what I'm talking about. I haven't fought a dawn glider without, like, good equipment in, like, forever. I'm just gonna scream. Just run away. I'm just gonna come back with a gun. I don't. I genuinely have no idea what I'm doing. Trying to fight this. Okay, this is an area I can actually just... I like how I said I was gonna accelerate into the late game, but like I keep seeing interesting shit that I wanna grab first. Because what I should really do is like reveal these things on the map, run to the stilt, and with the obscene amount of money I have, I should be able to just buy a gun. Excuse me. Oh, I should have gone to Joppa first so I can get an extra secret for this guy. Always remember to pick up the Baylock quest. And that's a jeweler. It's actually probably a pretty smart thing to... Goddamn Mirthworm scared me a little, actually. Give me all that. I should trade away the copper nuggets just to make sure I'm not running out of water if I forget. Okay. I know I can't. Actually, if there was a drop of nectar, drop of nectar is just a super valuable food item. That if I saw it, I would grab it. I'd probably just kill them for it, honestly. I'm not too desperate. Or I'd either, if I couldn't find a way to buy it, I would kill them over it. God, I'm so glad I don't live in the world of Caves of Cud, because I'd either be somebody getting murdered by somebody who thinks like I do, or I'd be doing shit like this. Call for the Coiled Clam and Villagers of Memu. Another tip. If you have a village and a Schrodinger's page that has a village chapter, or even if you have like a what's it called? There's a Schrodinger's page that unspecified. An unspecified Schrodinger's page can go to anybody. If you cannot, for the life of you, find a village and you really want to find villages for whatever reason, just Schrodinger's page. Just villages. Just do all the villages if you want to find them all. I believe unspecified pages worth of villages. I don't know why they wouldn't. But yeah, it retroactively makes it so you had been there. And of course, if you were there, you obviously know how to get back there, don't you? It's one of the reasons I love this. Just like the devs think of everything. I don't want to. I'm like, do I want to murder this guy over it? And I'm just like, actually, no. I have a better answer. There's a very scummy, and this is basically going to be a very scummy stream. There's a very cheap way to fix this problem. Actually, they actually nerfed this. Let me actually go to the screen that I'm talking about. It's over to the right. The auto explore just to map it out so it's easier to see visually. Near the location of New Eka Bish, Ushid II was captured by bandits. She languished in captivity for 8 years, eventually escaping to Kagamrod. For reasons. I like to have better voice just to make it faster, that I can see everything just to interact with it. But see this gut monitor? Oh god. Fuck. So what I was gonna say is, if I really wanted to gain the ability to mind control merchants, which they have nerfed, they've made it so all the merchants have a higher level, I believe level, stats, and maybe even mental armor. Just to prevent assholes like me, because before you used to be able to come here at like level 1, and if you had like domination or beguile or proselytization, like it's like with the experience that you get from leveling, or the level ups you get from the just coming here if you have the quest, was enough to do whatever you wanted with all of the merchants. None of them could resist. It was great. And they nerfed the shit out of it. Like, I'm level 8, and this guy's considered tough to me. So I went from doing that. Like if I level up, like if I'm like level like 20, same thing, basically the same thing happens anyways. So I eventually get to mind control everybody, and money stops being a real issue and just becomes a time sink. But normally what I would do if I didn't have Beguiling or Dominate is that I would kill a Gutsmonger, take his inventory, and throw it down the well. And it would give me enough rep, usually give me enough rep to get proselytization if I didn't already have it. Problem. Disciple of the Sightless Way and Hired Guard. I cannot kill that at this level. I don't have the resources to kill that instantly. But I do have more tricks up my sleeve. They're just going to stand there. As long as I have precognition, I can't fuck this up. This is one of the things that are extremely powerful about Space on Vortex. Is that non-hostile enemies, if for whatever reason you're an asshole like me or a complete psycho like me and want to take away the guards, like if you're fighting a Dromad, or, well, want to kill a Dromad and steal all the shit, just space-time vortex the bastards, shit. Now, assuming it doesn't suck. I think that worked, yeah. Now all that's left is Xylos Crab. Now all I'm gonna do is, you know what? Equip the Bear Jerky as a throwing weapon. Actually, I should scan the. Make sure there's no Dawn Gliders right next to me. See if I can't pull it on the screen and have. I was hoping that the Dawn Glider would aggro. That'd be a funny way to die. I've died like that before. Fucking Dawn Glider. Like, nobody's reacting to it. But yeah, what I should have done is grab a gun. This map isn't safe. Like how I say that, I know the Dawn Glider was there and it still came back. Alright, what I'm gonna do is grab a gun so I can clean... Someone... Never mind. I was hoping that somebody was fighting that by now. Yeah, like, obviously this is a pretty, like, low level strat that I shouldn't even be wasting my time on. I just thought I'd do it for shits and giggles, just to show that I could do it. On the anniversary of a great battle, a babe was found swaddled with a copper-plated oscilloscope in each hand by a group of Battles in Ugazor. They took her into their fold and fostered her, and she became known as Yahim Electric Kin of Battles. But yeah, obviously at this point, like I would just level up to like supersede me needing to do this, because it is a little tedious. At the Battle of Tamish, Irashid fought to subjugate pariahs. He wielded a desiccated pistol with such artistry that it became forever known as the Desiccated Brother, the Bane of Pariahs. But like honestly, like you could also have a situation where you just kill all of the people at the assuming it's safe to do so. You just kill all the merchants at the still. The Mechabus converts, which is like most of the creatures here, aren't friendly to the chef. Sorry, not chefs, merchants. It's one of the reasons they all have hired guards, despite the fact that you would think that they wouldn't need them because they're at the still. Another tip: cat herders sell glow spheres, both varieties that for some reason you value at this stage of the game. You're floating your buy slot over your hand slot. You could also get a handheld one if you felt desperate. But the only problem is, cat herders aren't guaranteed. The only merchants that are guaranteed are the ones that spawn on this screen. This screen is always... It's always apothecary, chef... Or not this screen, I'm a fucking idiot. I should have. It's funny because I didn't even see anything wrong with it until like after I didn't see the Ichor Merchant. It's always apothecary, gutsmonger, Ichor Merchant, and some variety of chef. It's always the same for a minimum. Everything else is random. You could really have a situation where, oh, that's the other screen. Sometimes that happens with particle effects. Is something will happen off screen and it'll appear on the new screen that you're on. Yeah. Speaking of which, I will try to kill the cat herder. I believe it's cats will try to kill me. I'm not entirely sure how strong a cat herder is. I want to start from the beginning because I don't like how that fight was going. Yeah, I need to level up before I start doing stupid shit like this. I really don't want to have wasted my time. Oh, here's a gun. Smith. One of these is probably a semi-auto. Actually, I've never had, like, unironically, never had a situation where I've ever done this with precognition. I've never bought something under precognition. Ooh. Just to see what it was. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly the one that I wanted. I've never done that before. It's kind of funny that I've never done that. I think by the time that I really started using precognition, also just... It's also the reason I've never done that is because usually if I'm that desperate for an item, there are ways around. Like, I'm just laughing at myself. There's usually a way around it. Like, again, he's now sold me a gun. His fish guard is not too much of a threat. If I was feeling reckless, I could just kill him after getting the gun. Usually with gunsmiths, they usually have a gun equipped, so don't... He actually doesn't have any equipped. Sometimes they have them equipped. But any enemy with a gun, assuming you're in melee with it, usually they feel less inclined to use their weapon. Or their gun, specifically. Yeah, if you're careful, most, aside from the other merchants will come running. So as long as there's nothing, like, too crazy in, like, the other guard setup, well, because it's just merchants. Yeah, there weren't even any other people with guards on the screen. But yeah, like, the guy didn't even have a, like, the dude was rocking, like dagger, like, shitty little daggers. I could have easily come here, killed him, taken all of his shit, then went around killing everybody else. It's genuinely something I used to do on stream when I was feeling, like, really annoyed about how the last run went. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna start killing people to get like the bare minimum of shit back, which is kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm really just doing this for example. Yeah, one of the reasons you never back away from people, they feel a lot more inclined to use their usually more dangerous ranged weapons. Yeah, another reason why it's so nice to, if you feel so inclined to abuse merchants, like half HP, they just run away. Like, you don't have to worry too much about, like, how strong they are. Like, outside of guards, which can sometimes be fish, waterbound fish. Like, you really just kill them all. Aside from the ones that are, like, really valuable. Like, the chefs, unless I was desperate and was just like, oh, they have a thing that I want for, like, I only need one of this, and then I'm basically good. Like, I have one had a cloning draw, and I wanted it super early just to say, like, I never have to worry about finding this ever again. Or a neutron flux. Or drop of nectar. Any of those things, I would be willing to kill it a chef, or if I was never going to see the chef ever again. Like, it was, why did I do that without checking to see if this map was safe? Something I... Sometimes I talk, and I just have, like, an intrusive thought, like, oh, I could steal this. And then I just go on with it. Yeah, I will try not to murder any... I'm not going to murder any important NPCs, but I would recommend don't kill any schematics drafters. Those are crazy important. But there's one thing. I actually have never, I don't have any experience really using reverse engineer for anything. Reverse engineer. Learned this yesterday. You can, I've read the description. I've just never used it like this. If the item was modded, you have a chance to learn the mods. I've never made use of that feature. But when I had so many dromads, as I did, I've reached the point where I was picking apart everything. Like, basically every meaningful item in the game, I was ripping apart dozens of them. Like, I was ripping apart Psychodyne helmets. I was ripping apart handrails, Engen rifles, Engen pistols. I was ripping apart antimatter cells. I was ripping apart nuclear cells because I had so many of them. I was ripping apart visages. Leyline puppeteer. I found a leyline puppeteer, and then a second one, and I was like, I'm into the furnace. I literally had so much shit that, like, I ended up on that run. Which, by the way, you wanna know how that run ended? That run ended because I got distracted. I did this. I pressed up, clicked abandon character. I was like talking to someone, like, oh yeah, because we were having curtains installed. Obviously, these weren't there before. Some of you can see them over my chair. So I did that, pressed enter, and it was just like, oh yeah, to do this you need to type abandon confirm. My brain completely zoned out that this was here. I literally killed myself to the abandon mechanic. The abandon feature. That's how that run died. That's a level 40 character dying to that with everything. To be fair, I was feeling really bad about off-screen. Like, I genuinely, like, outside of like when I'm already at the stage where I'm like, yeah, I have all these merchants, I can just walk to them, I can teleport to them over and over again. I don't really feel the need to show that on screen. But, like, that character went from level 1 to level 40 with no proof that I did that legitimately. And I was like, oh, this feels like shit. And, like, the best part is, I would have really liked to show it on stream that I had that many fucking dromads going on. Like, and not me just being like, it's like, look what I've done. I didn't really want to do, like, an after action report, if anybody knows what those are. It's like a really old internet thing. I think people still do them, though. Right. But yeah, the reason I went on that tirade is just to talk about schematic drafters. Very, very good source of item mods. Like, yes, you can reverse engineer, but these are way more reliable. And obviously when you combine the two, like, it's very easy to get, like, everything you need. Because I did have a situation where I just, like, because I was picking apart everything, like, just mashing buttons. I got, like, beam splitter. I actually had a setup to get an achievement, and I was like, I'll just wait for this on stream. In between me going, like, oh, do I really want to have this set up for an achievement that I did all the work off screen for? Which is funny. When I had abandoned that character, I was like, oh, that's probably good. I was gonna feel stupid having that run been done completely off stream. But it is still super fucking embarrassing that had happened. Oh yeah, all of this was prompted by me wanting those two Schrodinger's pages. All of it, not a single thing that was just done was for anything other than that one thing I wanted to do. Where's the... yeah. be a little bit careful. I'll probably like overheal just so I can. Oops. It's probably fine. Usually, if you can, luckily the game, what I'm targeting right now for anybody who doesn't know how confusion works, whatever tile, you can see what tile you're on, and you can see what tile you're targeting. These are the two things you know for sure. So yeah, the Dawn Glider, regardless of where they look like they were always going to be right here. They were still the exact same position they were. Though that can be weird. Sometimes enemies will move when you are confused, which is confusing. Because the only certainty you have is that you know where they were. You know how they can move. If you have an enemy that teleports, and you are confused for long periods of time somehow, like say it's an enemy that can confuse you, so it's the constant source of you getting confused, you have no fucking idea where that's going to be. Also, I am very confused as to why I am overburdened, which I shouldn't be, considering how much shit I picked up. Right, I need to get disassemble. I don't have the 25 for that. I do actually, because of how much I made use of that on that one-off stream run. I definitely want to take reverse engineer because I'm gonna. You know what? Now that I think about it, I have precognition. If I get a mod, it's one of the powerful things of precognition. If you get an item that you want to be able to make more of, and you can't find the schematic for it, and for whatever reason, you don't know how to use psychometry, it's something I'll go into later in the stream. You can get reverse engineer. And then pick the same precognition over and over and pick apart the same object over and over. You can get whatever mod you want. You can get whatever item you want. Usually it's not really relevant unless you're like super late game. Like there's never a situation in the early game where you have 25 intelligence to even be getting the skill in the first place. But it is information. It is a possibility. I'll just save the rest of the skill points. I don't. Actually, I should be picking up things that I know I'm going to want. I don't know, a fasting way, because that's just going to save me water running around. I want acrobatics, because a +5 to dodge being shot, it's going to be something I want. And I'm going to want to pump up Carapace as much as I can. Right, the entire reason I opened my inventory was to inventory manage my way under the weight limit. God, I hate how sometimes I get distracted. Oh, that's what happens when you talk. The more you talk, the more you get distracted. I should have just set those to be dismantled and use those to buy the thing, which I'm still going to do, because I still have some left over. High capacity solar cell, that's useful. I will use the auto scrap. I don't use rocket launchers. Just never. Well, one of the things is I don't like to use explosives unless I need to, and I prefer grenades. I mean, rocket launchers have just damage, when you can really get a lot more out of your grenades than that. But the reason I don't like to use explosives is because they damage objects on the ground. I am a loot. Absolute horror. I don't like my things being damaged. Also, I have OCD. And so, like, let's say, for example, I have an object. Let me drop this to the ground. Or, well, let me use the recycling suit as an example. Okay, I've dealt 2 damage to this. It now has this when I look at it. If I look at it, it now says it's fine instead of perfect. And it now, if I had the repair skill, can I give myself the repair skill just to show how like meaningless this actually is? No, because I don't have these. But yeah, it would have like a little option here to press press capital R to repair, and it makes me mad. Also, I will set this to auto scrap as well because I don't need them. I'm never going to need them. The only equipment that I wouldn't auto scrap that I won't personally be using is something that I would give to like an NPC, but I have carapace, and the only armors that I really want to give can't be scrapped anyway, so it's not an issue. Sorry, I'm just like flashing back to like just the hell of shit that I had on that one character. Like it was like like it made me so internally conflicted to have to give up some of the stuff I was having to leave behind or dismantle. Like, I was at a point where I had dozens of nuclear cells. I was to the point where just by accident, I had amassed like 10 what are they called? Radio powered regular cells, which are like perfect for like low level equipment that just rarely gets used, like tools that you do want to be constantly filling, but you don't really care if they're not like things you can use like in rapid succession. But yeah, like I had a pretty decent setup with that. Actually, let me do this. There we go, that's better. All of that talking, all of that yapping just to do this. On the 7th of Tumut, I became admired by the villagers of Memu for pouring asphalt on one of their enemies. I don't pour asphalt on people. That is a very inefficient way to murder them. So I couldn't help but laugh considering how psychotic the fallout that was. There's no reason to keep this around. But I mean, there is one reason to do it, but it's not really worth it. Right, I've obviously not learned anything more about Reshef. I do want to get favored by these guys and then learn Physic. That's just 3 points. Or free skill, rather. It's only 3 points if I intend to get anything past it, which... where is Physic? There it is. I actually have made some good use out of Amputate Limb, because you can amputate your face. If you have a high enough ego, your face becomes a very good way to give yourself more ego. You can chop your own face off. I had on the other one, I had a situation where I had 2 helmets that were both two-faced. I had two-faced helmets, and all I needed was to be 2-headed, and I could have a scenario where I was wearing 4 of my own face to give myself more ego. Never came to pass, but it was something that I had access to because of Amputate Limb. Because otherwise, you'd have to like find an enemy that can dismantle or not dismantle, but dismember, or axe yourself. One of the two. But this is a very convenient way to not have to feed myself to mad pulse, which I have done before they added Amputate Limb. That is how I used to do it. I used to set myself up with some healing items and just throw myself at mad pulls until I got every part of myself that I needed, which was my faces, which is hilarious. But yeah, get the axe starting skill. So much talking. I've made myself dizzy. This is unfortunate because I like to mind control the book merchant. Like I like to use them as like a storage of wealth, like a bank, like a book bank, which is what a library is, effectively speaking. But them being a psychic, a member of the Sightless, what it means they're naturally psychic. They have a psionic full tree battle axe. Mind controlling them is going to be a bitch. Yeah, I don't have anything to throw that in here. Right, because I haven't... I was like, oh yeah, the natural progression is now to throw things down this well. Got ahead of myself. I've got ahead of myself in so many so many ways. Right. Just flooding through my memories, or going back through my memories of all the things that I was trying to do. I don't want to engage 3 of these at once. Oh, there we go. Because they can set me on fire more than I can heal. This is normally how my experiences with Dom Gliders go. Is just me running out of ammo and then regretting my life choices. Oops. So what we have space-time vortex for. Oh, it's actually really short range right now. Neat. Please get closer to me. I need to be very careful I don't end up killing. Luckily, the other one killed itself. Okay. That's one less of you I have to deal with. Alright. I don't know why I went back on the screen without... Why because I think I went and tried to wait till morning. Okay. Please just walk into the... Oops. I'm being very stupid right now. That's what happens when I do things that I really don't have much experience in. Like, I've never really played with space-time vortex in this way. The most I do on my own, I'm trying to abuse it into walking into it. I don't know if the Dawn Glider will walk into it on its own. I don't think it will. I think what needs to happen is that it needs to... obviously the space-time vortex moves. I think the space-time vortex needs to move onto the Dawn Glider. But now I don't have to worry about it. I'm just going to... Finally going to do the thing that I've been spending the last, like, 10-20 minutes leading myself towards. A little bit problematic that the chef is coming. But I'm just going to break that mission, and I think I'll die. I can maybe fight one of you. Yeah, I'll go back in time to before things got as bad as they did. What I don't want to happen, though, is I don't want to... That's Rush Shroud. Another distraction. What I don't want to have happen is I don't want the chef to get lost. So I'm just going to Penny Elfane run away from the chef. Who just killed the cat? Which one of you psychopaths murdered the cat? Oh my god, they're still chasing you. Some enemies will, like, stop chasing you after a certain point. Honestly, chefs, like, unironically, chefs I've found will chase me for the longest. The absolute longest I've ever seen chase me is, like, they're just merchants for some reason. Alright, I just need them for me, please. Where right? No, I just have really low strength. I'm like, why aren't you dead yet? I have like 5th level carapace and regeneration. Like, I should not be struggling like this to kill one guy. It'll be fine. I will try like a few more times to get this. There we go. Yeah, once it reaches the phase where they start running away like cowards, assuming you're not starving, it's basically like GG for whatever merchant you're fighting. So that's why you don't rely on auto combat to fight fleeing enemies. I knew it wasn't. I genuinely knew it wasn't gonna work. I just wanted to see it. Oh, the problem is I'm fucking punching him. I literally flashed back. I just like was like, didn't I take my weapon and put it on the ground just to show off? The fact that weapons or items can be damaged by like explosives. Because I realized, I was like, there's no way I'm doing this little damage with what I got equipped. god. Like, this is probably people who've recently gotten into the game. You don't really gotta worry about your skill level, like, or how much you played or how much you haven't, because you're gonna see people like me who have several hundred hours in the game and still doing stupid shit like this. Except most of the stupid shit that I do is mostly shit that isn't dangerous. Except when it is. Oh, this is actually a pretty bad roll. Yeah, I know, it's all really bad shit. But like, I've had situations where I've gone, had all these, threw them down the well, and just immediately off of that had enough reputation to water ritual and get what I wanted. I am going to throw it down now. That actually might be enough. Yeah, because I just need to share one secret and then I proselytize. So that's 2 things off my checklist. Oh, my dog's moving around. There's 2 things off my checklist. First is... Actually, I got multiple things that I got done. That I really need to do just to like, accelerate. Bone and Glow Sphere, definitely a requirement at this stage of the game. That's off my checklist. Proselytize off my checklist. I found a high-level merchant. I have a jeweler. I have access to a jeweler. That's super important. Where is the jeweler? Now that I've had so many distractions that I have to refine the jeweler. So much time has passed with me fucking around. The bookbinder has a different inventory. I believe I'm way too low level. If I was like level 15, I'd try proselytizing some of these merchants that I felt inclined to. I'm gonna check their inventory one more time. At least until I have like 1 dram of floating draught, 1 dram of neutron flux, then I'll stop worrying about this sort of shit. Though there is a guaranteed way to get a lot of that. Like all the liquids. Like if I'm that concerned about finding the first dram of anything, I just need to seek out the whatchamacallit, the alchemist. That's one of the... I'm so glad the alchemist exists. Because it is... Like, if you have 1 dram of the fluid, all you need is metamorphic polygel and you have infinite of that fluid. Hey, remember how I said that chefs and other merchants are the most likely to chase you to the ends of the earth? It's been days. It's been at least a day. Usually, like at most, they'll take like 2 to 3 days to stop being hostile. Like I'm actually just going to, because I have. That's the way I can risk what I'm about to do. I will do this until... Wow, that's super convenient. Check that later. I'll go until... Please stop. Please stop giving me stuff that I have to check later. Yeah, I'll go to the 25th. If that is... if that fucking... same chef is still hostile to me, I'm gonna ship bricks. It's still hostile to me. I've never had that happen. With anything other than chefs and other merchants, I've never seen somebody that pissed at me that didn't have... oh, you're actually on the screen. Outside of chefs and other merchants, I have literally never seen somebody that wasn't like outright hostile to me stay hostile for that long. That's a chrome mantle. This is one of the reasons, not this item specifically, but jewelers, firstly, can spawn with items that are way more valuable than they have any right to be. Like this is in the still. Chrome mantles do not spawn normally in these merchants' inventories, so that'll happen. And secondly, the trade value. Like this is only weighing like 3 pounds. I can see right here. I needed somebody to point that out to me because I never noticed it. See, this is 3 pounds and 3,500 grams of value. These jewel encrusted lightweight items are way more efficient than any fucking sapphire topaz gemstones I could ever find. Speaking of which, let me trade goods for trade goods. Just to lighten my inventory a little. Actually, I can. No, that's better. Oh no, not 2 of you, just 1 of you. I'll get myself some water back. But if I felt so inclined, I could level up to the point that I can steal from them. And these are truly the merchants that once you can find one and rob them, then money becomes no issue. Then money actually becomes no issue. Because you can find equipment that is way more efficiently weighted and priced than anything else. That's really how you fix the money problem. Or, another way you can do it is have like a absolute stacked inventory of like specific waters that are way more valuable than anything else, and something that can clone them. It's kind of a waste of resources, in my opinion, to be using it like that. But like a metamorphic polygel times like a full thing of cloning drought can buy basically everything in the game by itself. In my experience, anything that would need to be bought, because once you reach the point where you're mind controlling people, only very specific people are strong enough to not be mind controlled. I'm thinking I'm probably killing that chef, because I don't want a creature that's hostile to me. It's 2 items here that I really want. Not items, data discs. Night sight interpolators. For anybody that doesn't know, it's also a reason why you don't want to get rid of schematic disruptors. Because you could chance into items that give you all these bits, all these 4 bits. I believe one of them is photonics. Oh, no, photonics are yellow. Let me check my bit locker. Oh, AI microcontroller. That's what that is. But it's pretty conceivable that like you could be at the stage where you have the level of tinkering to make these, but can't find them. One of the reasons that I like to have these. I am going to try a few hits of where's the proselytize? Oh, I bound it to 2 at some point just to make my life easier. But yeah, there's a way to make this have a slightly higher chances to cook, but I don't have the patience for that. But I could also kill him. I'm not going to do that. I don't like to kill the schematic strafters, because there's even more valuable shit that I could want. And the night sight interpolators are powerful. What night sight interpolators do, for those who don't know, is they're night vision goggles. So they make it so you can see the whole map as if it was day. Multiplied by the fact that they allow you to see through fucking walls. Not fully. Like, they don't completely delete walls. I believe what happens is that you'll have a wall, and then you'll be able to see 2 tiles away, or 2 tiles through the wall, which is crazy. I'm just waiting for the chef to come chase me. Please come chase me, because I don't want them to aggro more people. I don't want to have to kill more than just this one merchant. I'm gonna go slightly farther away. There we go. Actually, oh, you're really gonna steal my head. Makes sense. And yeah, my problem right now is I only have 1 piece of armor on, which is the Carapace. I mean, Carapace is crazy armor, I think. From my memory, outside of modifying armor, the best armor in the game, that you can actually like physically hold in your hand that isn't just Carapace, is 8. It's Zetachrome Loom, which is like 8 armor value, and then like I think a slight malice to your dodge value, like a meaningless dodge value malice or some shit. I can't remember at the top of my head, but yeah, this is like by the time you max it to level 10, Like, just 6 points into it is 6 armor value. So, Carapace is really strong. The only unfortunate thing, I've actually looked up, since last time I played, I actually looked up what all the armors are, just so I could, like, look out for anything I might want to pick up. Genuinely, there is not enough interesting armors in the game to warrant not just taking Carapace. Like, I'm genuinely serious when I say that I have not, like, even with, somebody just made a dog bark. There's genuinely no competition to Carapace in the game. Like, there's competition to horns. Helmets are crazy. Like, you can make them 2-face, so they give you an extra face slot, and faces can be crazy. So anything that takes away those 2 slots, have competition. Well, I think the only thing that takes your face slot away is like defect or some shit. But like, yeah. So horns has competition. What else is competition? It takes away a slot. I actually can't remember. There's defects. I usually don't talk about defects. I don't take them because I'm at the stage where I don't want them filling up my screen and being like, oh, this is something that I'm permanently stuck with that I want to get rid of. What am I thinking? I guess fungal infections aren't really a choice, but yeah, so it's like hands, obviously the single most important body part in my opinion. Then the head mixed with the face, it's like the second most important in my opinion. Then it's feet. Again, my opinion. Then it goes like back. A back floating nearby and worn on hands are roughly equal, in my opinion. Yeah. I wish, that's all I'm trying to say is I wish there was better body armors. I've walked past the gunsmith twice and still haven't bought ammo for this gun. You know what? I'll be right back. I'm pretty sure the gunsmith. Oh, because the gunsmith's on the screen with the same character. Yeah, no wonder I haven't picked up the ammo to actually kill this character. We were just fist fighting each other, you fucking asshole. That's. I'm fucking crying. That's what made you give up? I was over here being like, yeah, I'm just gonna grab a gun to kill you with. Are you not gonna? Yeah, I'm just gonna, keep walking. Sorry, I'm like actually fucking crying laughing. That, that character was mad with me for an entire in-game week. And then I went to go get ammo for my gun. And that's what triggered them to leave me alone. That's one reason that I usually don't mess around with the stuff, just so I can not have to worry about shit like that. Where I'm like having merchants I care about fight me. Yeah, that's basically, aside from checking the... Who's aggro to me now? Oh, the Acronaut. Is it just the Acronaut or is the Ichor Merchant as well? Yes, the Ichor Merchant as well. Maybe I should look up the aggro mechanics. I'm actually unsure what's going on right now. It might be due to the fact that their aggro hasn't been like checked for it to go away because I've been too close to them. I might just kill the Ichor Merchant. Like, I'm genuinely like considering it. because I don't want to come back and have a scenario where I'm having to fight them. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kill their guard. I'm just going to murder their guards. And then basically they're not going to be a real issue. Like on their own, like come on, it's just an okay merchant. Okay, I just want them to leave me alone. I don't need you to stop trying to kill me. I just need you to go do it somewhere else, or wanting to kill me. Did you just? Oh no, I think they just lost sight of me because. Points of interest will include merchants. Will not include merchants that are currently hostile to you. So the fact that I cannot see the Wicker merchant, despite the fact that I literally just saw them, means that they're still hostile to me. Oh yeah. I'm so glad or not glad, but surprised I managed to remember about the Rush Shrouded. Rusty can be next to Rush Shrouded, can be next to Rustbog. Rustbogs don't scale the equipment they give you, but they do give you pretty crazy equipment. Like, what's a good example? They give you night vision goggles, great equipment. Basically, like, assuming that you don't have anything on your face slot. Like, I don't have anything on my face slot that mattered. Like the goggles. The goggles do make it so you don't have like flashbangs don't affect you. But yeah, assuming that you're using torches still, night vision goggles, assuming you can tank the battery hit, are a good way to no longer need them. But also Tari can be next to tar pools that can be next to tar pits, which are similar to rustbogs. I can't remember. All I know is that any of these sorts of like effects, like Tari, Salt Desert, Slime Bog, Salt Desert, or not Salt Slime Bog, but it basically goes first tier, second tier, third tier, and the third tier. Let me explain this better. Okay, no, I'll explain this. The third tier can only be next to the second tier. The second tier can only be next to the first tier. I was gonna do it the other way around, but either way. At tier 3, each of the tier 3s, Flaming Tar Pit, great example, can have very good loot on them. The slime version, though, instead of having like rust bogs and tar pits, I said it right, sorry, my brain, have like basically chests. The tar pits have bodies, but chests basically. Slime bogs, or their equivalent, or whatever they're called, have a single fluid unit of cloning draught, which, assuming that you don't already have cloning draught, is incredible. Or if you don't know how to get more of a liquid you already have. Ooh, wouldn't it be funny if I died here? You know what, let me try to proselytize you. There we go. It's one of the really powerful things about proselytizes. It effectively murders things that can't resist. Okay. Okay, slimy. God, you know, the funny thing is, when I was not streaming, I was purely focused. I did not get distracted by anything. I was like, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And everything in between, I was just like, I'm not even going to like down to ruins to get them put on my map. And here I am just like completely getting sidetracked for no reason. Though it is actually, again, another tip for new time players. Ruins, you might say like, oh, ruins are like a source of books, or they're a source of random chests, or a source of whatever you may think they're a source of. The main thing that you need to remember as to why you should always, and I mean always, assuming this is not going to kill you. I'm not, asking you to kill yourself on like chain gun turrets that somehow spawn in random ruins. You always check them, no matter what, within reason. I keep trying to speak and then I correct myself. Is that they can spawn random artifacts with like special abilities, and some of those special abilities really do change the game, which is why you always want to try to see if you can't find them. A great example is some of them give electrical generation, some of them give light manipulation, among other things. Obviously, my favorite is light manipulation, because it's both a source of... It's basically a gun that if you don't put any points into it, is a guaranteed hit. Like, assuming you don't have ego either. Like, assuming you don't get ranks into it. Is just a gun that can't miss. Light manipulation, that is. Assuming the line that you're shooting... Like, let's say this blood was a wall. This blood was a wall. I could aim like this, and the blood is no longer in the way of what I'm trying to do. So with light manipulation, this will always hit this tile that I'm pointing right at. But if I were to say shoot here, it would hit the blood every time. If the blood was a wall. But yeah, try not to get too distracted, because I am trying to... It's kind of funny that I'm like, I want to end the stream like roughly where I was when I was last streaming, which is gonna be L at this rate. Oh yeah, I need to identify some of this shit. Part of me wants to like see what value it is to throw it down first and use that to base it on, but nah. Get my folding chairs. I think metal folding chairs do have a use. I think if you sit in a metal folding chair, it increases your intelligence. That might be something else. Not vision goggles, just gonna equip those. Tattoo gun. That is useful. Oh, liquid mag hammer. If you're using hammers. This cell slot... Oh, no. I'm thinking of a different item. Actually, don't remember what you do. Juice the magnets. I actually don't remember. This might take... latches onto metal objects. I think that might make it so... It either steals the item, or it makes you stuck to... Or it makes the target not be able to run away from you. I genuinely have never used mag hammers. I thought it was a siphon baton for a second there, and my brain fried. But like I said, I don't use them. I'm going to treat future mag hammers as scrap, like I always do. Because I plan to skip the early end mid game. I'm going to scrap all. I'm going to set any tier 1 or tier 2 grenades also scrap, because eventually I'm going to reach the point where I'm fighting enemies that actually have equipment. And there's, especially if it's like a historical site, I'm going to be fighting dozens of damn bastards, and I don't need hundreds of them to go through. I don't grapple with you guys. I'll have way more time to get the rep I need. Yeah, I'm actually going to check these now. Do something for once. 6244 BR. You should challenge the legitimacy of the Sultan of Qud over the sanctioned persecution of cooks. She won and seized the crown. She was 31 years old. I think I've seen somebody as young as like 20 something become Sultan. And in a world where people can live to be like 130, it's pretty crazy for them to be becoming basically king of the world, or the emperor of the world, or whatever you want to call it, at like 20. I mean, that shit used to always happen in real life too, but like around those times. And around those times, you'd also like die, like you'd also be dead by 30, so it wasn't like holy shit. Like holy shit, we could have like so much better. Set up a oil skin. Oh yeah, nice tip. Anybody that's ever been fucked over by these goddamn mushrooms. I'm trying to figure out like the name of them. The brooding. Are they all called brooding? I think they're all called the same thing because they're all from the same area. Yeah, brooding. The brooding mushrooms. Let me walk through this until I get itchy skin. Okay, watch this. Your regenerative metabolism cures you of itchy skin. Despite how expensive it is to start with it, if you really don't want to deal with the mechanics of mushrooms, like especially, I hate it. It was funny. By the time I learned that I didn't want to have my limbs cut off, I had already learned. I had already absolutely despised and learned how to play around these stupid bastards. So somebody actually had to tell me that itchy skin can be cured by regeneration, because I had never, aside from few little accidents, ever got close to these. And I already knew, again, the way to cure it is just to cook up a meal that does basically the same thing, removes the minor and major debuffs from the character. So again, it's so funny that I learned, sometimes when you play for long enough, you learn things out of order. Like once you learn that, you're like, once you have like a veil of safety, slime fungus patches stop becoming like these really scary things and start being crazy, like crazy sources of wealth, like you just saw, like that water skin is, without even saying anything, went over the words. I've had situations where I've had giant water weeps, or giant weeps in general, have hundreds of grams of liquid surrounding them. So if you say have one of water, that's... I've had a situation where I've had so many water weeps in the same location, or such a massive water weep, that what I had was basically more water than I can ever carry at one time. So what I would do is I would pick it up. I would pick up the water, several hundred grams of, run to the stilt, buy everything I wanted, run back to the water weep, and just go back and forth. And of course, I learned how to cut out the middleman by just stealing from the merchants. Very glad I did that. Let me, because I do remember how to do this, don't I? Go to journal. Go over to notes and press insert to add. Yeah, I like to go around the map and like remind myself of legendaries that I don't want to ritual with, but they're currently hostile to me, so I need to fix my rep. Or ones that are like this, where it's purely beneficial. Outside of apes, there are apes I want to be passive to. I will ritual with the other apes though. Okay, let me just continue to run around. Yeah, usually I'll avoid like fungal patches like the plague. Just not even because I'm afraid of them, but because I've played in the Rainbow Wood. I associate shrooms with the Rainbow Wood at this point more than I associate them with getting infections. Let me actually go down to Joppa before I forget. So you start, when you start out of Joppa, you need to go there to get the... if you don't want to do the quest, you have two choices. Or, well, no, you only have one choice if you don't want to do the quest. If you start in a village that isn't Joppa, to get the main story quest going, you either do the village quest that gives you the data disk, or whatever it's called. Somehow I've completely forgotten about it. Whatchamacallit? What's it called? Yeah, oh no, it is a data disk. But yeah, basically, Argive's dead here, and you can pick up the data disk and the droid scrambled. And obviously, the other one is the quest. Okay. Yeah, the main reason I came here, aside from that, is just to get the secret of a chef here for experience, and the secret here to get a historical site to go to. While traveling through the quill-worshipping quarter of Azad, Yushid III stopped at a market in Kapar, not an obscure shop. She purchased a boundless bracelet and named it Boundlingicus, Ushid's friend. And she went to a tavern and lost it, of course she did. And she cursed it like they always do. Level 9. I think I need to be like level 15 or something before I go to the Rainbow Wood. I could try it now. Well, let me... Because I can do this once and then never have to do it again. All I'm going to do is... Yeah, no. Definitely demise if I stayed. Let me start sprinting and then take these bastards away. Like, individually, like, none of them are really a threat, aside from the fact that my equipment's still trash. That is something I need to fix. If I... Of course, I haven't leveled up yet. I love how I've done nothing and then, like, XP, please. Here's my experience from doing the jack all except for talking. There we go. Okay. In 6006 BR, Ushid II challenged the Sultan of Qud to a duel over an ordinance prohibiting the practice of setting a jewel onto a ring. Or into a ring. She won and proclaimed herself Sultan. She was 60 years old. I should not be auto-combating. That's, like... There's only one reason to auto-combat is that if you're literally immune to, like, all forms of damage. And honestly, just never auto-combat, honestly. Like, if you really know what you're getting yourself into, auto-combat is just, like, a bad habit that you need to break. Because most of my sorts of forms of dying is literally just doing that. Between auto-explode putting me too close to an enemy that I need to stay away from, and auto-combat literally just killing me because I held down the button until I died. Deep in Ekar Kamur, Yershid discovered a pad. There befriended Ragnas and painted pictures of beasts and monsters with flaming suns. Did I actually pick that up, or... Yeah, I did. I was like, are you just gonna walk away from it? Set a scrap. Love injector, keep it. Actually, I will... I'll save these to sell, but I will remove the cells out of them. Oh, I'm lost. That's one thing, is that I should probably make sure I get all the wayfaring. Well, not all the wayfaring. One of them I don't take for reasons I'll explain later. Okay. Damn it. That's one thing I should do. If I go to Gritgate, which, by the way, Gritgate can very much kill you. Like, don't go to Gritgate if you don't understand what Gritgate's like. You're not high enough. Like, don't go to Gritgate as if it's the Stilt. The Stilt you can go to at level 1, and it's about as likely to kill you as it's ever going to be. Like, you being at level 1, going to the Stilt, just as likely to kill you if your Stilt's dangerous as it being level fucking 60. Because I have had situations where I have skipped the Stilt for whatever reason, and came back to it to realize that it's literally untenable. It's just completely not salvageable in my opinion. Also, I shouldn't be too reckless. Oh no. Shouldn't be too reckless running around. There actually is a reason for me to collect all the liquids. This is one of them. Uh, I don't need too much of it though. There is still a chance because I only have regeneration 1. There's like several hundred terms for itchy skin, maybe in thousands. A day's worth of turns before itchy skin turns into a fungal infection for regeneration to kick in. But it is a 1 in 100. So, and as a gambling man, I know for a fact a 1% chance can come up, but it's not really something you can rely on. Like, yeah, it triggered again, but like still, wouldn't recommend relying on that. That's that. I am going to go get lost again. I like how I say oops as if it's my fault I got lost. As if I had any control over that. Well, I do have control over that. I can pick up wayfaring. I'd recommend, my opinion, salt dunes. Because you never know when you're going to get lost in the salt dunes. Or when you might get lost at like a ruins in the salt dunes. So you want salt dunes because the shit into salt dunes. If you're not next to a map edge, which is, if you're walking, like the absolute safest way, like I showed earlier, is start at Jalapa or the Salt Desert and just manually walk to the stilt. If you don't have wayfaring salt dunes, you may as well. Like, in fact, it might actually take longer. Or world traveling or map traveling, which is what I call this. This is map travel or overworld travel, well, whatever you want to call it. You can call it all of it, but yeah, you might actually find it faster to be manually walking there. Yeah, that 10%, it's gonna kill you. Yeah, 15%, especially. Like, if you don't have Wayfarer starting and you've leveled up and you didn't take it, there's something fucking wrong with you. There's something wrong with you if you don't have any Wayfaring. But yeah, Salt Dunes. Then after Salt Dunes, Flower Fields. Flower Fields, despite the name seeming pretty tame, Flower Fields is one of the worst locations in the game. Marshes, like, if you are somehow worried about shit in the marshes getting you killed, I mean, it can be difficult fighting the marshes, but it's usually not a problem. Hills, though, this is where the snapshots start to spawn, like, really obnoxiously. Like, I mean, they can also spawn in the marshes, but hills are where it's really obnoxious, because, especially in hills, like, hills and mountains are just so walled that it's like just a pain in the ass. Like canyons as well. You get rid of these, you're not getting lost in places that literally take forever to navigate through. Jungles, another scenario. You don't want to get lost in the jungles because there's trees everywhere that makes it hard to navigate. And there's shit that has grenades in the jungle. You don't want shit with grenades. That's how you die. So yeah, jungles. Then rivers and lakes. Rivers and lakes, another one that just fucking kills you if you get lost there. Because you have to swim. And the things that want to kill you are in the water. If you get lost and you end up in a lake, you can just die. Another reason to get swimming. Because you still get lost. But I'm not going to be taking rivers and lakes until like an item. There's actually an item that needs you to get lost as a prerequisite. I think it's the only reason you'd ever want to be lost in the game is if you're going for that specific item. And I don't want to be rolling a 1% chance to get lost because I'm not psychotic. And then ruins. I mean, let me just... Ruins, the only point in all of the history of Caves of Cut that you would ever take ruins was when the Deathlands existed. Because the Deathlands was all considered ruins. These are not ruins. And besides, getting lost here is impossible and also redundant even if it wasn't, because you cannot traverse it. It's one of the reasons that if you're afraid of mountains, wayfaring doesn't help you, because you can't get lost in the mountains, because you can't overworld travel in the mountains. So yeah, but now look at what are ruins. If I don't care how new you are to the game, if you cannot control your fingers to the point where you're not walking over ruins if you're afraid to end up in one lost, I cannot help you with that. they are they are visible on the map. You can walk around them. No point in wasting skill points on them, except you travel quicker and doubles the chance of interesting encounters while traveling through the ruins. But, counterpoint, if you wanted to travel and find all the points of interest in a ruin, they're tiny enough that you could just do that manually. Like, why would you ever need to find points of interest in the ruins? The ruins themselves are usually pretty interesting on their own. Like, they usually have chests. They usually like even like just a completely normal ruin style usually has chests. Usually has enemies that you might want to fight for the loot. Like, they're it's completely redundant. This skill has no reason to exist. Sorry, I did want to go into a tirade about that, because every time I open this menu, I've just looked at ruins, and I thought about it, and then I think about it some more, and then think about it some more, and I'm like, why? 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 It's not, like, okay, if you wanted for ruins to be relevant, like, if you just took this area with ruins, and just took out all the jungle, and just had like this, like about the equivalent of the size of the Rainbow Wood, and had all of that be ruins, like back to back to back, then it'd be relevant. But also, there wouldn't be anything there for you to go for. Like, why would you care about getting lost? That literally the only reason at that point would be the points of interest. And again, like I said, the ruins don't, you don't need to be specifically looking for points of interest at the ruin tiles. Okay, I'm gonna calm myself down. Because that actually does legitimately annoy me. Like, there's no real reason to remove it, because it already existed. But why? It's more to say, like, it's a noob trap. It's like one of the few noob traps in the game. I mean, well, another noob trap is like some of the defects. Some of the defects are noob traps. I say that as somebody who like is a chronic, like, lover of starting with a bunch of shit. I no longer do it because I know starting with defects, like, especially like once you reach late game, defects. You can have stuff that rerolls your characters, like changes, like, say, regeneration can become multiple arms. Defects become other defects. So you can end up with like or like psionic migrants or whatever it's called. I haven't looked at the defects in a long time, and they can become evil twin. You don't want evil twin. So like, there's unless you're super new and you're taking something like my personal favorite, tonic allergy. Tonic allergy is the tamest one, and it's actually, in my opinion, it is like a reverse noob trap. It is like a learning experience to have tonic allergy, because what tonic allergy does is it makes you look at what these fucking things do when you overdose, because that's what a tonic allergy just makes it so you overdose even if you don't have anything going on actively. So I honestly can't remember what Honey Hulk does if you OD on it. That's the funny thing, is I genuinely don't know what half of these do when they OD on them. Um, I know what the bad ones do. I know what the bad ones do. I know that what is it, shade? I think it's shade that can cause you to have like basically evil clones of you spawn with your full inventory, or like luminous horse shrooms can freeze you, and I think the blaze tonic literally just sets you on fire and does nothing else when it fails. But like additionally, it makes it so you look at these highly for cooking. So like I was to the point where I was like taking everything but salve injectors, because salve injectors still do their effect even if you trigger tonic allergy. So I would just turn everything, like I'm going to do now, into food. So it basically pushed me to find all of the effects that I wanted the tonics for in food. It's one of the reasons I'm very familiar with the food system and how I know like some of the most powerful effects. Like as a Trukin, if you ever want to move on from mutants, which I assume most new people prefer mutants, to Trukin, you need to use the food system. The food system is the only real way of, at least until you really know what you're doing, mitigating diseases, mitigating limb loss, mitigating fungal shite. Though limb loss, it doesn't so much mitigate limb loss as like gives you so much power that the things that can make you lose limbs stop being a real factor. Because there are very few things that make you lose limbs. Also, another thing I'm gonna do that never do what I'm doing. There's no reason to do it. I'm gonna break this down for one reason. I said I want the way droids to be hostile to me. He says this and he realizes he's so weak that they're actually stronger than him. Going into a dead end. I'm gonna scale myself. But what was I gonna say? Because I just prefer breaking it so that they all come and fight me, because it's just convenient. I'm actually gonna tighten my carapace because I'm confused. I actually die to this. I might die to literally the thing I said not to do. I can't make out what he's saying. I think I might just space time vortex on top of myself. Oh, I'm no longer confused, so I just put that down and kill myself in a different fashion. You know what? Oh, that is so much worse than where I was. That is so bad. Oh my god! Yeah, I do want to point out I have 6 armor value. I shouldn't have been. All I have is carapace and this helmet. I shouldn't have been fighting. I shouldn't have dismantled that. That's why I said don't dismantle it ever. I just like to do it because it's just convenient to kill those things as I'm running through. I didn't even equip boots I had in my inventory. So stupid. Okay, now I'm very carefully going to, because I'm 5 strata down. I cannot travel through this area. This is Lake Hinman. This is like on the overworld map. This is like the second most dangerous location in the game. So my plan is to space-time vortex until I'm back on the surface. Also, something never in all of Caves of Cut, do you ever fuck around when you don't have a recoiler? Like, everything, and I do mean everything that just happened could have been solved by me not being dumb and already having my recoil. Where is the stab shop? Well, the thing is that because I'm so knowledgeable of how I was making mistakes, I immediately, or not, it's that I'm so knowledgeable that this otherwise completely, utterly useless mutation to me was made useful. Because I knew, well, I can space-time vortex over and over again, assuming I don't die. Like, it is probably wasn't necessary. Because if I was smart, before you start using Witchwood, you get self-discipline, and you get Iron Mind. If you get confused, there's a willpower minus 10% chance to shake off the effect, which would have made it infinitely more likely that what just happened didn't happen. This is bad. It's not bad. It's just, I don't want to be stacking up mental mutations over physical ones. Because what you want, if you're a mixed mutant, if you're not like Chimera or Esper, you want to focus on physical mutations until you have the resources to do anything you could ever want. Because then you can just crank whatever you want, and mental mutations are, well, they're extremely powerful. They have glimmer associated with them. But if you're physically strong enough to basically take most things out that could come from the glimmer, you can go apeshit and have, like, clairvoyance 20. You can have Sundermind that can kill anything that doesn't have a mental shield. You can have space-time vortex that just anything you don't like just ceases to be. But yeah. Also, I do want to point out there's another cute thing that happens with space-time vortex. As you saw, there was like walls and shit coming through. There is a chance that things that weren't on the other side of the portal come through. So you can have space-time vortex spit out like armor. Like if you don't actually go through it, you can just spawn them. And like creatures can spawn once they kill you. You be careful with that, especially because it has the spawn right next to you. Creatures can spawn. Items can spawn. You could literally, if you felt so inclined, there are buildings in the game that have them out persistently. You could literally just stand next to them until, like, I think I've had something ridiculous spawn. I think I've had Zetachrome spawn out of one. It was either Zetachrome, because I'm thinking it was something ridiculous that I never thought it could spawn. It was either an item or a creature that I personally saw on stream come out of one. Like, I saw something that I was like, that is like super like, oh no. What I saw was, I think it was a reef hermit or something. It was something that had equipment. And it, so I killed it. And I was like, holy shit. Holy shit, not only did I just have a late game fight spawn right next to me, I was completely fine though. It was a little bit over level for me, or not over level, but like over here. So it was completely fine. That could have been so much worse. What quest am I doing right now? It's like the second one that I have. Sit in the Cannibalian throne. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, so you could camp out next to one and wait for something ridiculous to happen. Though it's just likely to kill you as anything else. Of course, get lost again. Actually, do you want to run up to the gunner and take his stuff? I don't need to. This is the worst thing, is that I'm not even like paying attention to what's going on. I'm like mostly talking, and I should be doing the opposite. I should be mostly focused on trying to progress. This is part of the reason that I wanted to do a lot of grinding off stream, is so I wasn't So I wasn't in a situation like this where I'm like only half trying to pay attention to the game, and most of this is yapping about the stuff that I know. This is not the right character. That's you. It's the one with the vaguely or not Asian, Chinese looking name. I think it's... No, it's definitely not Korean. It's literally like thinking about it. My brain was like, could it be? Hey, could it be like general Asian? But no, no, definitely not. This is why you gotta be careful if you're someone like me. My intrusive thoughts told me to steal from these these fucking bookshelves. That baboon is actually funny. I should ritual with it. Secondly, because of the way baboons behave, until this guy ran out of rocks to throw, boulders specifically, because he's a Hulk. Until he ran out of the boulders, he would actually have some of the lowest damage, assuming you were in a melee range of them. Because again, he'd just be throwing rocks at you. So you could actually have a situation where you could easily kill him, despite the fact that it's impossible to make. I guess I'll point out this. I usually point it out every stream, so I don't know why I'm making a deal of it. The Wardens, Fellowship of the Wardens, give you the locations of villages, which include goat folk villages, which are useless, completely useless, and I believe that's it. I think it's like most of what they do is point out villages. Which one of you the guy I ritual with? Is either the legendary or the whoever's considered the mayor, or has a title. You have a title. Yeah, you're the guy. Bears don't like me, but meh. Oh yeah, I'll point this out as well. See how I can make them join me. Do not, and I repeat, do not do this with somebody you want to murder. Do not water ritual with somebody and then go, oh, I'll recruit them so I can kill them myself. If you want someone's, like, let's say you don't have dominate or anything, and say this person had like incredible equipment on them for whatever reason, you wanted to get it off, and you couldn't find any way to do that normally without killing them. Just get them killed in combat somehow. Or don't ritual with them in the first place. Because if you ritual with them and then you murder them, you will get like a minus 200 mouse with everybody. Which, I don't know if it's 200, it might be more than 200. But all it takes is like 2 of those mistakes, or just one. Actually, 1 of those mistakes gets wardens that want to kill you. Wherever the impossible baboon is. Yeah. So, 1 water ritual mistake, which I have made in the past. I've made it on a daily because I was just so frustrated. Because what happened is I had to... my path to Grit Gate was somehow closed. I don't even remember how it happened, so I had to dig to Grit Gate. And the water ritual companion I had, I don't know how, but he just got in the way. He got on the other side of me somehow. And I murdered him while I was trying to just dig through the wall. Just like spam attack the wall. No idea how it happened, but it did happen. And so I tried to go back to like Joppa to like buy something from Tam. And the fucking warden just walked up to me and murdered me. Which was hilarious. We're on to... Oh yeah, back to considering what I do before Gate or after Grit Gate. You know, I am going to put a single point, extra point into intelligence just to get some skill points to grab. I don't want to get dazed because I believe I didn't mean to do that. Are you the person I want to murder later? Let me check my journal. I hated ape. Is that a different ape? Is that a different ape? I believe I'll be able to see it like should be able to see it on the map somewhere. Actually, that might be it. What? Did I mess up putting that down? Oh, no. That's general notes. I was supposed to do it like this. Locations. Sorry, I completely forgot. Okay. Hated ape. Yeah. I don't normally use that very often. There we go. Now I've added a new location. Hated ape. I was like, I could have sworn that's the same guy. I can murder them. I believe apes can have interesting inventories when they're legendary. Yeah, they like to have a bunch of night vision goggles, apparently. I didn't realize that was something. If the only problem is my gun sucks. If I had a better gun and more ammo for it, which is why I'm going to Grid Gate, so I can basically reach the point where when you reach Grid Gate, because Maffeo, the merchant there, sells way too many bullets. Basically, once you reach there, you buy from him, you leave and come back a few days later, and you basically have more bullets than you will ever reasonably need. Like, genuinely. Like, if you're using thousands of bullets per trip to Grid, because he sells bullets by thousand, roughly speaking. If you use that many bullets, there's something deeply wrong with the fact that you're not just going back to Grid Gate, like I don't know what's wrong with your character that you just don't you can't supply your or use bullets that often. The location of the shrine at Turuk. Chahim was captured by bandits. She languished in captivity for 3 years, eventually escaping to the hamlet of Melet. Like, genuinely, like, if you're using that much range weaponry, you need to one of two things. If you're still using bullets, if you use thousands of bullets, you need to either get psychometry and learn the recipe for lead slugs, so you can make them yourself. Though it's a little bit expensive. I think it takes like scrap metal, which is, for the amount of bullets you're apparently chugging through, it's pretty expensive. Secondly, upgrade your shit to use jacked energy weapons and find yourself electrical generation, because holy shit, that is an unreasonable amount of bullets. This is why I'm very oh, I need to use a second one. that slime, that thing that was coming, is very much too dangerous. That was a I can't remember the exact name of that creature, but it is capable. Yeah, I knew what that was. I don't know why I didn't replace my thing. I just removed it without replacing it, just so I can identify it. But then I was like, I need to leave now. This is a fidget cell. This is so bad. But that's why you need Canyon, because if that was if I got lost in the salt dunes, all I do is just leave. All I do is just leave the map. But in the friggin' canyons, no, in the canyons you just die if you're up against the wall in a hard place. Luckily, it used space-time vortex. If it hadn't used its space-time vortex, I would have had to use mine. If mine had sent me to the same place it did, I would have been in a situation where I had to fight a slime. That's why I need Force Bracelet. Again, I don't know why I haven't. I'll just shut my mouth and do it. This is Baylaw. Let me go right here. This character sells this. Let me use some of my ill-gotten repertoire of currency to buy it. Sorry, I was trying to do like 5 things at once because my brain doesn't like to listen to me. This is a force bracelet. It does this. I explained it earlier, but now I'll explain it again because I did say this earlier. From this position, God could be stood next to me. Like, literally, Jesus and his 12 apostles could be trying to kill my ass. And I could still whip out my recoiler and press activate. Now, normally, if this was not this scenario, or I was like this, normal, and this was God, it would be like, it would say, hostiles nearby. And I would not be able to do that. Okay. Now I'll go on to this quest. Now I could explain this quest to you, but I hate this quest. Well, I'll explain the parts that I'm going over, but basically, you talk to them, you talk to this person. After you exhaust the dialogue, you talk to them again, and it says, follow the road to the direction and find the hollow tree. You go to the world map because you're lazy. Go 2 map tiles to the right, or well, whatever map tile in the cardinal direction they tell you. It's always north, east, south, or west. You have 2 tiles. If it's not the exact tile you go down to, you go a few to the left. You go 1 to the left like this. You really want to cheese it. It's not there. You walk back. Go to the right. If it's not there, you go to this tile and do the same thing. Slightly more dangerous. Obviously, because it's flower fields now. Be the same thing here, same thing there. And it is 100% guaranteed to be in one of these tiles as done so. As the safest way to do it. Because normally what it wants you to do is walk your ass manually through the fucking flower fields. You don't want to do that. It wants you to follow a path that can end up with you in hell. But no, this is how I bullshit this. Never fight them. It literally just makes the quest worse. Okay, so at some point I picked up a new quest, Love and Fear. You talk to them, wrongfully accused, go back to them, wrongfully accused, complete quest step, move on, and then say, I believe this poem is meant for you, complete quest step, complete quest step. That is a much of free experience, and that makes the next thing that you do in this quest very important. There are potentially very bad things that happen to this village if you don't do the right thing next. Now, you go around, you ask the villagers, have they seen anything peculiar? Until you get like 4 or 5 things. You get 4 or 5 of like actual like pieces of information or gossip lore of stuff. Then you look at stuff like that seems out of place. Basically, look at everything that's not nailed down. These other bracelets, not always here. Once you go to Baylaw a few times, you start recognizing these things. It's really just a situation of like, play the game enough, and this quest will make like it'd be like second nature, which it is to me. So you look at whatever's like laying around on the ground. Then you look at Kissahind. You look at Kay, this character, the red one that I bought the force bracelet from. By the way, Be very careful to get that force bracelet before you complete the quest. This character can disappear. You look at Kay. You saw appears to be favoring a leg. That is one of the things that you can find when you look at them. Now I'm gonna auto explore. By the way, if you open a chest in a village, that means that chest is usually open, or at open, safe to open. That's what I meant to say. If you auto explore and a chest is not interacted with, that is a chest you don't interact with unless you want to piss the villagers off. Or it has nothing in it, one of the two. Let me just equal up. One. And this one, yeah, that's another thing out of place. Also, the devs did fix this. The devs, you used to pick up some of the quest items. Like, there's one that's like a water skin, like a full water skin. One of them's like a broken shaft that's like the equivalent of like an arrow or some shit. You used to pick them up as you were going, which is very funny. Because you used to be in a situation where you're like, oh, I haven't found everything yet. What do I do now? And the answer was to look in your inventory for shit that you picked up and you wouldn't even know was the thing that you needed to look at. There'll also be a chest over here that you can look at. If it's there. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, here we go. Gargantuan footprint. I think that's it. Could be more. Oh, yeah. This character, Angahind. You seek to solve the mystery. This character is the actual tutorial for this mission. Probably better for you to talk to them rather than listen to what I'm saying. Because I have reached the point where I've like done this quest so many times, I've grown to despise it. So you just see here, discovered all the evidence, gives you some extra experience. If experience matters to you, that's good. One last thing, they did change this. You need to, I believe, either talk to this character, or these three characters here to learn more about them. They actually changed it, so some of this shit is a little randomly generated, or maybe not. I thought I knew everything about this quest, but then I did something that I'm pretty sure I knew it was safe, and then it cock-blocked me. Because what can happen is you can go, I'm ready to accuse a thief. You know, I found somebody that dropped an item. Oh, well, this character doesn't do that. This character has OCD. They would never leave something out of place. I have OCD. I leave shit out of place all the time. It's not until I go back and realize that I fucked up that my OCD pisses me off. Or causes me to, like, lose my shit. Luckily, I'm not like one of those. I'm not the type of OCD. Well, I kind of am. But not as bad. Like, I do have the obsessions. Like I like to turn lights, not on and off, but I like to have, like, if I'm in a room, I like to have, like, a light on and no other light. Like, I like to have, like, the minimum amount of light. That's also because I'm usually in the dark, but, like, and if I leave a room, I turn the lights off as I go. Like, it would honestly be some Blair Witch shit to watch me walk around my house in the middle of the night, because you would see me walk through halfway through the dark, turn on one light, decide it's time for me to leave, turn off that one light, walk through the dark back to my room. That's just the type of shit that you would see if you had a camera in my fucking house. Just weird shit like that. Or like you would see me go around. I don't know why I'm explaining this. I just feel like it. Or like, I like to check cupboards. Like food cupboards, I'll check them. Like if it's something that I know that there can be different things there. Like, you know, obviously I'm not going to check the fucking forks. Because I know if I check the fork drawer, it's going to be forks. It's either going to be, you know, because I have a dishwasher, and like usually I wash things in the sink. So, you know, if I open it, it's just, have I done the dishes? Like I'm smart enough to know what that's gonna look like. But the fridge, I will check the fridge incessantly. I will check the food cabinets incessantly. Like, just because I will forget what's in the fridge. And sometimes I won't forget what's in the fridge. I'll be like, I just checked the fucking fridge, and I'll check the fucking fridge again. It's mainly because I care what food's in the fridge. I don't care what fucking forks in the fork drawer. It has nothing to do with the how I wash my dishes. It's that I just don't give a shit about cutlery. But no, it's hilarious. Like it's the same thing. Like I won't do like any of that sort of shit with any of my clothes either, because it's like, oh, I know what clothes I've worn the past few days. I know it's kind of funny to like think about how I incessantly check like cabinets and shit for food that I know hasn't moved, because I know I haven't bought any groceries, and I know what people do and don't eat that live in my house. So the fact that I do that is so bizarre to me. Oh yeah. But no, like, but in spite of saying that, I won't, like, because I do have OCD about other things, like leaving shit out of place. But like, even with the lights thing, like, I don't get bothered. Like, if I forget to turn the fucking lights off, I'll usually remember to do it sometimes. But if I come back into the room and the light's still on, I'll be like, okay, I'll just turn it off. But there are actually people, which is what I assume the game is saying about this character, who I believe had OCD last time, might still have OCD now. It's like, oh, they would never make that mistake. Never. I've never met somebody that's never made the same, or I've never met someone that you could actually say that about and have it be true. Uh, Questions for you. It's your bodyguard. Strong for the questions. You don't need to ask questions about the word. Can you tell me about them? I believe. Okay, so hermaphrodite. Okay, it's not useful information. You can't ask him about himself. Questions about you. Actually, there's no real reason to ask any questions about this character, because I never blame this character. Does this help? Okay. I'm sure. Oops, I accidentally clicked that. Maybe I ask questions. What can you tell me about Kay? Hates clutter. Yeah, okay, no, this is the same. I just at some point forgot about the clutter thing. I did have like a several years period where I haven't played the game, which is why I forgot this. Fear of water. So basically anything that's next to the water, like this gigantic footprint right next to the water, probably don't blame the person who's afraid of water. Refuses to touch them. Copper and bronze. Don't bring up anything to do with copper or bronze. Okay. Kessahind, I believe he's afraid of tonics. His weapon's unbreakable, so if you find like a shattered or haft, you can't blame him about it, because that wouldn't happen. If anything about food, yeah. Yeah, he if you see that Yuckweed's shaft over here, so you can't blame him for it. And Eskan, I never blame Eskan. Okay, so let's actually see what clues I have. Ready to accuse a feat. Sign of illness. You can't blame the yellow guy for the yuckweed. He wouldn't have touched it. I can blame, I believe, everybody. I don't know if I can blame the character I never blame anything on because I don't know what she's about. Okay, also can't blame yellow guy for that. Okay, so trade. So also, depending on how you accuse whoever you accuse, changes your reward. It's one of the reasons I fucking hate this quest. It's because I don't like having to have like, because it's like a massive fucking like what is it? I believe there's like 8 variables for each, so like 8 times 8. So like, I'm not gonna I can do the math in my head. I just don't feel like it. But yeah, there's like a whole like spreadsheet where you can find out what reward's gonna be what. I hate having quests that I need to do that for, that aren't like simple, like little things, because this is complex. But usually what I go for is either what I like to do is trade. The one thing I love the most is trade plus blaming this asshole for violence, which is hard to do because one of the things you can't blame him for is one of the violence signs or accusations that involve a broken haft or shaft or whatever. So I go like say this and okay, so I could blame S-Kind, which I don't want to do. I could blame Kessahind for worn out bracer. You know what? I'm actually I've never used precognition for this. Let me give you an example. Okay, so trade and Kessahind. So what you can do is you always have one for each. So I can blame S-Kind for one thing. I can blame Kessahind for one thing. I can blame Kendrin, which are just outsiders. Damn foreigners. And then then K. Now, Kendrin, for like the overall quest, blaming Kendrin's bad, blaming S-Kind's bad. So you always want to blame K, the red one, or Kessahind, the yellow one. You always want to blame one of those two. And you always want to give Nilhind the note. That's how you get the best outcome for the future for the village. Which means part of that spreadsheet's completely redundant because you never do this and you never do that. So let's try the worn out bracer. That's right. By trading craft, it was Kessahind. And then it gives me a level. And then slender carbide plate armor. Now, if you're not using Carapace, why aren't you using Carapace? If you're Truekin, why haven't you gotten Carapace anyways? But no. Like, even if you're not using it, like, carbide, it's good. I'm not gonna sit here and try to tell you it's not good if it's, like, for your level. Sorry, it keeps going. Because I'm blind. But it's just bad. It's just a bad outcome. Like, all it really is money. And the first thing is like the trade doubles it. Okay, let's try something else. Yes, I'm ready to accuse. Okay, that isn't gonna work for him. That's also not gonna work for me. So craft. I blame him of craft. And then I blame him of craft. By doing craft and craft, he did it. So now I've got the same thing, but also scrap. This is the first time I've ever done this. I hate this quest so much that I don't even usually have the patience to do like this just to hate on it. So trade and craft. I've already seen what those do. So let's say let's do yuck wheat. That's actually No, I did not want to do that. Oops. Let's see what it gives me. Oh, I've never done that before. I actually got 2 achievements. It said if you didn't see if the pop-up was on camera. Start laughing. So first it said, doom the village. Complete the quest line in a way that dooms the village, or spells the end of the village. That's what happens when you blame K and you have the warden with the netter. But it also says, it's so I'm just laughing because I've never done it before. That's why I just got that achievement, and then I'm just gonna like wreck what I just did. Laughably, I just got a chain pistol. Probably the best reward you can get from this. One of the best rewards I can get from my current setup. But where I settled the dispute in case. Sorry, I'm laughing. I've never fucking done that. But no, this was pretty good because I did it with disease. You get injectors because I blamed K, or blamed Kessahine rather, not K. K's the one over here. Because I blamed Kessahine, I got a chain pistol. Just gonna go back in time. Sorry, I'm dying laughing. Also, my phone's dead, so there's a limit to what I can see chat. I just can't see any notifications. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but I haven't. I didn't notice any before, anyways. Okay, oh no. The best way to tell if you're in a vision is obviously check to see if this is on cooldown, but also see if you can click in vision. We don't click it, but just see if it's like, because obviously this is dark or blacked out. If I wasn't in a vision, this would also be blacked out. That's mostly me just saying that for moments. Like, ready to accuse the thief. So let's try trade plus. Where's how do I blame K? Okay, so it's craft again. So it's craft again, which gives me. You're beginning to understand? Any of you beginning to understand why I fucking hate this quest? If I blame him, the only way I blame him is through trade. All I can get is scrap and armor for blaming him. The only way to blame that bitch, like I'm pointing at her through the camera, the only way I can blame that bitch, or one of the ways I can blame that bitch, it gives me homeopathic wrist warmers. I could get homeopathic wrist warmers. Let me show. I can get homeopathic wrist warmers and some other trash. I can get homeopathic wrist warmers and sorry, I hate this quest so much that I can't even parse the dialogue. Yeah. I can get it plus bunch of scrap, or I can get it plus a bunch of I can get it plus a bunch of medicine. So I just want to point out, it's illness, craft, illness, trade. Illness gives me illness, by the way. Both illnesses are exactly the same. They're both yuckweed, which means they both can't be used to pin it on the yellow guy. I fucking hate this quest. Like you know what's funny? The first time I played the quest, I really liked it. But then I just realized that I don't like. I just don't. It's just. It's not even poorly designed. It's just it's a randomly generated pain in my fucking ass. I'm gonna go curative yuckweed. Oh no. I gotta make sure it's not. So I gotta be super careful. It can't be discarded. It's this one. It's gotta be the smelly yuckweed. I'm pretty sure because it says discarded. It sounds like something that she wouldn't do. But part of me wants to blame The only reason I don't blame the lady, or the only reason I don't blame S-Kind, it's the one I was actually trying to hover over. Only reason I don't do that, only reason, is because I can ritual with her, and if I ritual with her, I can get multi-weapon fighting. That's the only reason I always do it the same exact way. Uh, but yeah, let me do illness and craft. The main reason I get mad, the main reason I hate this quest, is because there's only ever one result I really get, or like, only one real result that really makes me feel like this quest is worth doing. It's when I get two of this fucker's axes. You can, if you blame him of violence, you get one of his axes. You get one copy of his axe. If you blame him for concealing it through trade and violence, you get two of them. If you murder him, even after you get the quest reward, it's still in his inventory. So you kill him, you now have three of the exact same supposedly unique item. It's the only version of this quest I like. But yeah, one thing, I can proselytize him eventually. I don't know what level are you. You're average to me, which means if I had like probably like 2, 3 more levels, I could probably do this pretty easily. I might not even have a chance right now. I'm actually gonna. I don't think I'm actually set up for it yet. Yeah, I need Carbide Chef. Yeah, Carbide Chef allows you to start cooking recipes. All I'm gonna do is like cognition, just to make sure I don't waste it. Actually, I have 5 minutes of it. What I want, beguiling might work. Beguiling work. Okay, so now all I gotta do is have this guy die. Now I can get his axe. Now, I usually don't waste my time on it because the axe isn't even that good. I just, again, the only reason I like that outcome isn't because his weapon's good. Isn't because I even, it's just that it's funny. It's just hilarious. He does have chain gauntlets. I can actually use those. And now I will, after I've done all of that monologuing, I will now water ritual. I don't actually have any secrets they want. I can get multi-weapon fighting for 150 rep. Now I can walk over to you, also ritual with you. Now if I were to, no, I don't want to name anything. If I were to go here, I believe it's in customs and folklore. I get tactful. If I get tactful, I don't know if you get bonus reputation with all of the factions that like them. It might only be their main faction. I don't remember. But I could do it and then have enough rep, because now I have 100 with Bela. I do need a lot of rep with Bela, by the way. Assuming this quest goes long. What in the fuck is that? What did you say? Furrow? Oh, it's I'm pretty sure that's a farm. I saw Furrow, the icy seed crap, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like literally, like no friggin' idea. Okay, enough dealing with Bela. I did actually pick up the thing that I needed, right? Yeah. But yeah, as you see, Kay is gone. So if you don't buy that thing from her, she dips with it. Okay. I now question what the hell I'm doing, since I spent so long just complaining about the payload quest. And now I don't have to worry as much. So I have a companion that's like fairly decently strong, like actually like properly Like, he has multiple legs. Are you a he? Yeah, you're a he. It's hard in this game because sometimes they don't even have those pronouns. It's like something like fucking Zer or some shit. And it's like, no clue how to pronounce some of that shit. And I sure as shit ain't saying it because that's one of the things that get on my nerves. Is like, I don't know how to say, I don't know how to make a habit to say shit like that. I don't know how to alter my lexicon in that way. This guy has multiple legs. I'm actually gonna see if he wants to wear. I'll eventually need to get all the equipment off him anyway, so there's no real risk to doing this. I'm gonna see if he wants that. I have no idea what he normally has. He just has leather armor, but that's actually an upgrade for him. I shouldn't even. Oh no, I'm lost. I was like, why am I down here? And honestly, that is like the thing that I hate most about watching my own streams back is the amount of times that I end up lost and then questioning what I am doing. It's like, dude, you just got lost 2 fucking seconds ago. But yeah, you just saw that? It might have been a little hard to see with how much I move. He has multiple legs. He is very quick. I'm not sure how. Oh yeah, I need to remember. I have this effect metabolizing. He's not beguiled permanently. He's beguiled for now. I should just. Yeah, he's not gonna turn. He's not ritual, so I can just murder him. Also, you see that in the background? That is almost certainly a law spawning a bunch of seeds. One of the reasons you don't want to, like, the flower fields seem tame, but then or then the moment you learn about feral laws, you're like, oh, this place is fucking horrifying. And I'm not talking about just the enemy feral law. I mean floor feral law. I mean literally. Actually, let me. Do like a little trick I like to do. Or nearby container. I don't have a canteen. Ah, fuck. Not a canteen. What I was planning on doing is making. Put a single dram of acid into it. Make it so it autofills it. I don't need to be doing this because I'm gonna replace the acid battery at some point. But what I would do, take a canteen, put a dram of acid into it, make it an acid flask. Or acid canteen, or whatever you want to call it. So it auto collects, like it says right here, auto collect. Except this one auto collect. I think it won't auto collect when it's slotted into something. But what would happen is that if I ran up to just some random free floating acid, my character would just automatically pick it up, and they're like, hey, am I missing any acid? Like, I'll do the same thing with blood. Like right now, look at, I got this much blood. I haven't been intentionally picking up any fucking blood. I got molten wax. I'm pretty sure I had 8 drams of molten wax when I set this up. I set up this oil skin to have like 1 dram in it. Did the same thing. I almost always, once I get set up and off the ground and have like weight to be doing shit like this, because this is super heavy. Don't do this unless you're willing to inventory manage a lot. Like I'll set up like a water skin of everything, and then I'll end up being like, oh hey, do I have the resources to do X or Y or Z? At least in terms of liquids. I'll look and I'll be like, yes I do. Assuming I set it up. Yeah, time to become unlost. But yeah, between Sug Snouts and Feral Laws, yeah, definitely hate, like vehemently despise the flower fields. Alright, yeah, I do actually. Sorry, I just flashbacked because on the other stream, or not other, well yeah, other stream as well, I had a seed where one of the cults, the historical sites, had Naphtali and Natali. They're legendary, or one of their unique features is that randomly, Naphtali that spawn will be replaced. Several factions do this, where they will be replaced by a legendary. Now, Naphtali don't have naturally. They don't have Naphtali legendaries. Their legendaries are robots, like this godhead. They basically have robot idols for legendaries. So these shitty little like humanoid dudes have no legendaries that ever spawn. I think there is. I actually don't know what would happen if I found one of the items that create legendaries for Naphtali. I think it would give me one of these. I actually genuinely have no idea. But yeah, so if you have a scenario like that, or baboons, you love these like weird scenarios where like every other creature is a legendary, and you'd be like, how is this happening? But it's just because of those specific, like Snapjaws, baboons, and Naphtali have this behavior where they're in a cult, they will be fuck tons. I think crabs do it too. I've seen it happen with crabs. I think it's those four that I've seen it happen with. If there's more, it's because I forgot. Precognition just so I don't fuck this up. But the thing is, for the Naphtali is really bad to have for your relics or your historicals. I keep calling them relic sites, but that's a different thing. Or not different thing, but that's not what I'm supposed to be calling them, because that's confusing. But what'll happen is, see what this is, robots? Yeah, you'll end up in a situation where you make robots fucking hate you perpetually. And robots, absolute single most dangerous thing to have mad at. Like, chrome pyramids. Most dangerous creature outside of shit that I've never seen before. Yeah. Robots, or specifically chrome pyramids, most dangerous. Actually, I'm going to try to proselytize the robot. Oh yeah, proselytize sounds good. Unconvinced. So one thing you gotta be careful with, legendaries have packs, and if they chase you onto another screen, shit. If they chase you, all of their dudes spawn next to them. I've ended up in situations where there's enough legendaries and packs following those legendaries that they will surround me. It's especially bad when there's an area with like a wall, like if you're in hills and shit like that's happening. You'll end up in scenarios where like there is like nothing you can do aside from like it's one of the reasons why getting lost is so dangerous. Is that a Mechanist just fucking past me? Yeah. Wait, you have how much ammo? 142. What's your gun? Strange tubes. Smart man's bet would be grenade launcher for strange tubes. Chain gun? Chain gun? Oh. It is a chain gun. The only reason I said what I said before is because I don't usually see. Well, it should have been strange tubes because the dude doesn't have any rockets for it. But yeah, chain gun. Dude just walked up to me with a fucking chain gun. I mean, I'll take it. That should probably help me clear out these enemies here. I gotta be a little careful because I'm not trying to kill this thing. I'm actually trying to proselytize it. It might be too high level. I think proselytize keys off enemies mental resistance. Mental armor. So he might be too high level because he's a legendary for me to do this, but I'll give it some amount of effort. Or have somebody else kill it. Can I hit that without killing you? Thank you. If I can't proselytize it, I'll probably just murder it, though. He says, being a little bit unsure of himself. Sorry, I was just laughing at myself because I'm like, well, I can try to confuse him or something. And then I was like, wait a second, if he's confused, he's not going to be able to understand a word I'm saying. I'm just gonna... Really shouldn't reload in people's faces like that, but, you know, sometimes man's gonna make mistakes. Faster than me, I'm actually just gonna shoot into your face. Chain gun if you're faster than me. There we go. It'd be funny if immediately afterwards a salamander, like, luckily hit me. Yeah. Robots are likely gonna hate me no matter what. Alright, that might be my Herberg. Yeah, that's my Herberg getting used. I ain't risking it. I'm literally doing the same thing again. I'm doing the same thing, but without precognition, I'm not gonna risk it. That's one of the downsides of sorry, my nose is goddamn itchy. One of the dangers of using of course I've ran out of ammo for it. It's an extreme bullet hog. It's the one danger about using precognition and standing next to people with guns. Said it causes a very, I think it's like pretty steep malice to your accuracy. My ammo is such a, not ammo, my armor class is so low. Right, that's not gonna help. Dude didn't have. I just want to point out. The guy I had 2 sets of feet and no boots. This is the third time in a row I've been lost. I am going to hit up this place, just probably the surface, considering how much shit I have. It's a little late to be coming here for anything other than wire. Luckily, you can get wire on the surface. It's usually not too big a deal. I don't know, I've gone silent. There's like nothing here that can really do any damage. There we go. Well, the only thing that could do damage is a kudzu. Yeah, it's just a farm. I should have just known that. But I wasn't entirely sure. That's the reason I just want to check. Because, I mean, in case you didn't see it, because I was going through so fast, it's called the Furrow of the Icy Sea of Crabs. That's some guy's farm. Let's name that. Okay, I should head up this store before I do anything else. Let's charge through this area. I shouldn't be picking up torches. Actually, I should throw those away. Yeah, torches, the reason I hate them so much is that they're not worth anything, but they weigh a lot. Like, depending on how much, how many of them you decide to pick up. But usually, in my opinion, like, once you know what you're doing, you should really not have to worry about running out of torches. They're really just like a temporary inconvenience. Though there have been situations where I've like been so unlucky that I haven't managed to get any. It's early enough. It's really bad that I still have habits of doing shit like this, where I'll know for a fact that my armor value is garbage, and I'll see I'll see all of this. I'll see all of this. And just completely ignore it. Like, obviously the shoes, I'm already wearing these. But, like, I should at least be somewhat considerate of what I'm lacking. Like, I might want to pick up a shield. Like, that guy only had a shield on his spray. Didn't actually have it equipped. Okay. Your admire. This guy's purely beneficial to ritual with, so what I'm going to do is... I just tried to precognition as if it was proselytized. It'd have been so funny if I just one-shot him. Yeah, that's one problem with trying to proselytize legendaries. Is usually their stats are much higher than yours. Oh, luckily I get to try again because I stupidly proselytized him rather than doing anything else. Oh, that's why I'm so freaking slow. It's because I have this. See, I'm actually gonna treat you as scrap and put you down. And then I did not mean to do that. I did not mean for that to happen the way that it did. I actually have no gun now. I didn't have any ammo. It doesn't matter. There we go. Now he's recruited. And the best part about recruiting a legendary is all of their pack that chase them around. Now join you. Which would you? Okay. I actually saw that and thought my rep was going down. Oh, that went up. Okay, frog's gone up. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can gain from further ritual. I think that's purely due to the fact. Hey, remember how I pointed out that Snapjaws have a certain behavior when they're cults? Yeah, the Snapjaw's a member of a cult. It didn't even register to me until just a second. Yeah, it's bad. Well, I say bad. Oh, because I'm not targeting you. Yeah, target, please. That's a slight problem. Okay. I am inspired now. I should. While I have one skill point. I can't get anything. Okay. What do I want? Okay. This is healing. I think I already... It's a few streams ago I made this explanation, but I'll make it again. So, when you're doing recipes, so make a note of what you're making. Every single one of these has 3 pieces to it. So I need to... Fucking nose is itchy as hell. The first part is passive, so this is HP. This can be just, I think it's healing rate. This is either ego, this actually has 2 passive effects. It has ego plus 4, and it has beguiling 1 or 2. So everything's set up like that with a passive. Then it goes, an effect that can be triggered. So for salve, it can be healing that can be triggered. For love, it's beguiling that can be triggered, etc. And then the third is how, so the second was an effect that can be triggered, and the third is an effect that can trigger the second thing. So salve is trigger on damage, trigger on taking a salve. Bear jerky is trigger on taking damage, etc., etc. Undercane is trigger on teleport. And the list goes on. Fine wafer weave is like when you drink water. And some of these overlap. So if you have an effect that how do I explain it? Like salve. Like, okay, best example is jerky plus jerky won't do shit because they're both the same exact thing. Bear and salve, I think they can work together, but some weird interactions they'll kind of override each other at times. Where like you'll have like situations where it's like, this is take damage and this is healing. Sometimes this will be the trigger and this will be the effect. Sometimes they'll both be their passives. but I can't remember. I think there was something like salve that also does healing. I think it's like um, how do I explain this? If it's the exact same, okay. So a good example is you can't have two times the same passive. So like I could theoretically take jerky and jerky, but they'll completely negate each because everything one does, the other will do. And like salve, there's stuff like luminous horse shrooms. If I were to try to cook them both together, um, they'll be both parts of luminous horn shroom are salve, but it'll only actually trigger, I believe, if you already have salve mixed in, it'll only trigger the effects of the cold because it's cold and healing. All the healing stuff is taken by salve, so it'll just eliminate. It'll just like process of elimination. Only give me the cold shit, from my memory. Uh, but the thing about salve is what you can do is you take salve, jerky, and then Ubernostrum for Sulker is what it'll be called in this menu, and that'll be greater. It basically it's I'll just call it like greater healing, and then this will usually trigger, um, if you're assuming you're not unlucky, it'll trigger taking damage. So you can have, and the goal is to have this make Sulkerd heal on taking damage, and then this is just extra or just something on top. Usually you can go like Sharky, Sulker, and just have those two effects. The reason I bring in Congealed Salve is because it increases the chances, because it's all random, it increases the chances that I get the effect that I want. If Salve can end up being the trigger or triggered, which um, if it's the effect that's triggered, it's worse. But because obviously Soul Curd's effect is going to be stronger. But what matters isn't how strong the effect is, because the effect is already so fucking powerful. Like if your armor or the things that you're fighting deal like tiny bits of damage to you, like if you're getting like shot with like multiple bullets that usually don't do much damage, or if you have high enough HP, and you're taking that many chip damages from like multiple small sources, you just become basically immune to damage. Um, can't have it all. One feature of can't have it all that I really dislike is that whatever you put in, or whatever comes out the other end when you make a recipe, replaces can't have it all with the effect that's triggered. I know why that happens, because if you have can't have it all, like I'll actually cook it, it's a bit of a waste. But it triggered slime. Be very careful using can't have it all, because you can have can't have it all trigger diseases. If you don't have a way to mitigate diseases, actually, slime gland, and whenever you take damage, there's a 8 to 10% chance that you heal 15 to 20. This is the effect. This is the most powerful effect in the game, in my opinion. And honestly, one of my favorites is to have like this effect plus like increased max HP. Like increased max HP plus that, alternatively healing rate and this effect. One of the two. It is perfect. You combine that with a high armor class, and anything that doesn't just flat out kill you or throws grenades at your ass is a non-issue. See, I'll make that. But now I go into recipe. Oh, they changed it. They changed it. All that shit I was just complaining about. So the reason I said that is because you can get broken shit out of the effect. Can't have it all can be something that is hard to come by. I don't know if it's wild rice or can't have it all, but one of the two effects, basically the same thing. Wild rice can just be like fucking any food. Some of it can clone you, but then you get it, and then it needs thing that you don't have. Because of course you don't have it. Because if you had it, why would you be using wild rice? So it could be a little sad. But no, apparently, apparently I should be getting Can't Have It All more. Like, that's the reason. Like, if you actually watch me play, I every time I see Can't Have It All, I just like, it's garbage. It's garbage I don't want. Also, this is one of the most obnoxious things in the game. Ticking vents, which just infinitely spawns clockwork beetles until you break it. But until you over level, and because enemies eventually stop giving experience if you're like 10 or so levels above them, they can be a nice source of experience. But clockwork beetles are actually quite strong, relatively speaking, for when they spawn. But yeah, I can stand back. This is what it's going to look like once I have the model sludges set up. Make sure he's... Yeah, no, that's fine. I just want to get rid of the bookshelf, if nothing else. I don't think... Is it the bookshelf that's blocking my line of sight? No, I just want you to stand in the... Oh, no, he's badly wounded. Okay, that's the problem. Is it, though? Okay, I need to be super careful. Yeah, he died. This doesn't matter. I need to be super careful that I don't wind up dead. These clockwork beetles, they have a pretty good strength, and you actually... It's actually kind of counterintuitive. Because in the early game, you should be mostly afraid of things that have weapons. The farther and farther the game goes on, the only time you're afraid of things with weapons is when they're ranged weapons. But, yeah, late game, things without weapons are terrifying. Because this has two effects. It's a swarmer, so the more around you, the more damage it does. And because it has no weapon, it is perfectly scaling with its strength. Because, like, all these weapons that I have, like, good examples, the axe I'm using, as a bonus, a strength bonus cap of 5. My hand, which I can't look at my own hand for a good example, but if I say had like burrowing claws is a good example. It has an unlimited strength scaling. Yeah, one of the reasons that shit like clockwork spiders are actually persistently, or not persistently, but not things you should underestimate. Especially once they start gathering around you, because yeah, each little one of these bastards get for some reason. I'm just gonna befriend you to have you beat your home. I do want to explore this area without having to be inundated with these assholes. Yeah, I believe it should say... I thought it would say broken. I might have been thinking of something else. But yeah, because I wanted the books. They're probably... If there's one of those, honestly, I would recommend... You see a ticking vet? Sorry, I forgot. But if you see one of those things spawning beetles, you just leave. It's not worth your time unless you're like overpowered and can just like face roll them. At a remote laboratory, Yahim met with a group of scientists and commissioned a hypothesis that evoked the presence of an analog oscilloscope. She named it Oscilloscopicus. Also, it's funny because in Golgotha, it literally has how Golgotha works for anybody who's never been there. You have I think it's 3 or 4. What are they called? Holes you can drop down. I was thinking there was something else, but no, it's holes. So here's 4 holes you can drop down, and each one of them brings you to a different version of what is it called? These conveyor belts. The amount of times I've said the word conveyor belt in a real human context is honestly like next to 0. Like I don't think outside of this game I've ever that in Factorio. Actually, that's a lot. Outside of this in Factorio, I've never had to use conveyor belt in a fucking sentence. So sorry if I'm a little having difficulty speaking Um, but yeah, and one of those paths with the conveyor belts down to the bottom of Golgotha uh, is just shit tons of these vents that spawn shoe crabs, which are basically just weaker, toned down versions of the clockwork beetle that I was just fighting. But it can get to the point where there are more of them that are spawning than you can kill that you can move past. So you get to a point where you can't fucking move. And you starve to death. I've had characters that had enough armor and healing to not die, but not get out of that fucking corridor of shit. So, it's one of the reasons I recommend, until you get a force bracelet, do not go to Golgotha, because Golgotha, you have 8 batteries and a force bracelet. Well, you have 4 chem cells as the standard. You have 8 chem cells worth of charge. You can just run all the way down with like minimum difficulties, as long as you keep in mind that if you would push a creature into a wall, it will still be stood next to you. That's it. That is the long and short of Force Shield. You keep that in mind, and EMPs. But EMPs, well, I mean, you need to be next to an EMP layer for that to be an issue. Like, or an enemy that would have to spawn in Golgotha that can throw an EMP grenade. But yeah. But once you got that down, you can get to the bottom. Yeah. 8's usually my when I feel safe to like be able to get down, get the thing, and then get out, assuming that nothing else goes wrong. So yeah, if you just want to trivialize Golgotha, just get a force bracelet and some fucking batteries and go to town. It's one of the many ways. It's one of the easiest ways because you can guarantee you get the force bracelet. Can't guarantee you'll get enough batteries. But I mean, if you can get to the stilt, you'll eventually, like if you just play around with merchants for long enough, they'll eventually spawn shit with batteries in it already and just buy them off of them. So it's basically inevitable. There's no real skill involved. It's one of the reasons I like that strategy. Sometime in 4855 BR, after several tumultuous years, the Sultan of Kud abdicated the throne because of Yuhim's reputation for wiring scrolls to oscilloscopes. She was chosen as the successor. After conferring with hermits, Yeshid III convinced them to help her found a workshop in the scroll-worshipping quarter of Shamas. For the purpose of making jewelry inspired by rubies, they named it Workshop of the Shining. Okay. Throughout the entirety of 5570 BR, Yershid rampaged through all of Kamas, stealing oil from the heat lamps in the villages of worms and vines. He became known as the Kamas Scourge. That's another Sultan site. Okay. I need to watch out because there's going to be probably more legendaries. Because you can enter situations where you auto combat. Well, if you're stupid like me, you actually use auto combat like for long drawn out periods of time without paying attention to what you're fighting. You can end up in situations where you auto combat, and by the end of your auto combat, like assuming you just keep going, your reputations can be dramatically different. Because I've had situations where I've gone into a room that I didn't know had any legendaries in and killed like 3 or 4 of them. And it was like, oh, I am now hated by everybody. Acting against the prosecution of Battles, Yahim led an army to the gates of Yervava Den. She sacked Yervava Den and persecuted citizens, forcing them to name it Yahim Platz. Okay. I should have set that to auto scrap. Oops. I like how I said I was gonna use the game in this run, and then I just ended up just playing normal. After trying to deal with tortoises, Yahim convinced them to help her found a workshop in Kamas for the purpose of soldering wires to power miniature clocks and in it workshop of the Boundless. But yeah, once I finally get the gate, I'll see if I'm high enough level to do the strategy I've been setting up for this entire time. I say setting up. I've been vaguely remembering that I was supposed to do it. Yeah, see how I said that if you see it, it's probably... I was kind of hoping... Kind of hoping you'd be a bro. And send that to become someone else's problem. There you go. Sorry, there's something like actually stuck in my teeth for like hours now. So gross. Sorry. What was I saying? I don't have spike guns. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, you can teleport walls away with that. At the Battle of Murchena Steeple, Ushid III fought as a mercenary to subjugate oozes. She wielded a radiant rifle with such skill that it became forever known as Radiantica, the Blight of Oozes. So that's probably that's definitely a gun. Assuming it's not an energy weapon that has light manipulation on it. And I've actually seen that in my other run where it implies that the radiant part is an effect, but it just turns out that it's just an energy weapon, and I'm just like, oh, sad, extremely sad. All right, let me try to Bear Salve. Yonder Cane's also a nice effect to have with Salve, assuming you know what you're doing and you use it selectively, very selectively. So Salve, trigger on damage, and then Yonder Cane, teleport on damage. Can be very nice when you are, and I do emphasize this, not trying to fight. When your objective, or when you're not entering combat. How do I explain this? You don't want to... Okay, your desire cannot be to get into melee. You don't use this with melee. It's never going to be in melee. And you don't want to necessarily be trying to purely run away. Use this when you want to be weaving in and out of combat, potentially teleporting to extremely dangerous scenarios. You got to be careful with this, because it can put you in a worse position than when you came out of. So you don't want to do it in large areas where there's multiple enemies. If there's one creature and your objective is to shoot the shit out of that creature, and it can teleport, or it has some, like there's some enclosed space, but obviously there's only one of the thing that you're running away from, then this will constantly be teleporting you around and potentially in and out of the room where you're fighting, giving you a chance to heal and not be like pinned down. With that effect, I've actually had a good time with it against like Chrome Pyramids, where you'll get hit and then it'll fire another rocket at you. But you won't be there anymore for that rocket to land. So it'll just shoot a fucking wall instead of you. It's basically the best use case I've had with it, honestly. Whenever you take avoidable damage, there's a chance you teleport instead. Okay. It's actually by itself. I don't use the effect that much, or I don't cook with that effect that much to have remembered that. So you can actually stack this with when you take avoidable damage and heal on taking damage. I don't know which one would trigger first. I don't know if this would make it impossible for you to take the damage. Well, not impossible, but if it triggered, if that would make it impossible. It doesn't matter. But yeah. Definitely want that in the pocket for very specific enemies. Enemies that, well, especially in enclosed spaces where, again, there's only one enemy. Or, very few enemies. It's very specific. It's hard for me to really get into it. I have too many books. Hmm. Oh, right, I'm actually out of sultans. I didn't even register that. That was what I was doing. I didn't even remember I had you here for that. I was like, wow, this is really convenient that I'm fighting, like, these cultists here. God, sometimes my short-term memory really fucks up. Deep in the wilds of Ekar Kapur, or Ekar Kamur, Ishid discovered New Malep. There she befriended robots and fixed a satisfying meal. Yeah, I'm not too worried about them dying. Usually I gotta be careful because there is a chance that I'm teleporting away loot. Whoa. Additionally, I think I'm far more concerned with teleporting away the thing that's inconveniencing me the most. Also, another thing that you can actually do is basically get an infinite source of oil from those things. As long as you have a source of causing them to bleed, which is, like, sometimes it's just your damage them. Also, the funny thing is, I knew it was dangerous to have that effect. I didn't register that I had it, or I didn't register that I was at the Sultan site, so I didn't even think to not do that for going. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go to the road map and roam around until that effect wears away. Get back to this campfire. But yeah, like, this is a great example. There's a bunch of oil right there. How I can actually do quite a bit of oil farming, if you're interested in oil farming. But oil mostly, to me, turns into fuel for very specific items, like gyrocopters, if that was something that interests me. Rocket skates. Rocket skates is actually a good example because those are fun. I'm really using a gyrocopter by that point. I'm using something else for flight, either wings or anti-grav. That's about it because I don't use them for batteries. No, the other thing is ritualing with robots because they use oil instead of water. One of the reasons I like to collect a bunch of liquids is because some things don't want water. Let's go just Salve and Bear Jerky. Okay, that's good enough. That's a lot better than me randomly teleporting into hell. I need to. There we go. That actually helped. I was about to say I need for this to stop happening. Actually need all these axes because they're actually really useful for the mono sludge that I intend to get. Very important, in fact. This is a trick that I know because I was testing it. Basically, what you can do is every time the mono sludge gets another liquid, it'll grow another limb to then, to inherit that new limb or a new limb type. If it's using all of its hand slots, it will generate. It will do two things. First, it will generate a limb to. How do I explain this? It'll generate two limbs. One limb will be empty, that then needs to have a new piece of equipment put into it to continue the chain, and the other one will be permanent. Trying to think of what it's actually called. It doesn't really matter. It's just a permanent version of the new, like the specific limb that slimes have. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll start there early because once I get my mono sludge, I won't be worried about a lot of this shit. Basically, the plan for the mono sludge is, at least the next phase of the mono sludge thing. Once I do this and then go to Greek 8, is just to get 64 grams of primordial sludge, or primordial soup. That's 64 mono sludges. If I go through even like 3 mono sludges once I get going, like there's some big problems. Like, what the fuck am I fighting? I could get the cult to like me. Where? Sorry, I because I was green, I blended in with this. I was like, holy shit! I turned into a fucking tunic. Unconvinced, yeah, of course you are. But yeah, having snapjaws, etc., the guys that can spawn multiple legendaries per site, very, very good for manipulating your. Sorry, a little distracted by the hell that I just walked into. Very good for manipulating your reputation. I should be able to, like, unless they high rolled their stats, I should still be able to get them on my side. Oh, I don't want to. So let's say I don't want to go into dead ends, because actually, this is one of the reasons, like I was talking about earlier. Enemies with natural weapons are way more dangerous. They do have a bite. They do have physical feature bite. Their bite is as a legendary, is the most dangerous of their attacks. Their mace doesn't do a fucking thing. But their bite, actually dangerous. Now, their mace is almost always going to hit. I just put myself in a fucking corner. Hopefully I'll get out of it at some point. But yeah, like you'll see, the problem with the bite is, it is like, I think it's something like 1d2. So like, it has to penetrate to do a measly 2 damage. Most. And it has to penetrate again to do any more than that, etc., etc. So it's really gotta do a lot to do anything to me. That's not to say that I'm healing fast enough for that not to still be a problem for me. I'm just saying it could be worse. Like, if it was like one of it, like this giant amoeba, aside from the fact that it's relatively like it has a lot lower stats, like its accuracy is like probably fucked, but the amoeba is actually capable of doing more damage because it has 4 attacks? Yeah, it's 4 attacks. That's 4 attacks and like decent strength. It can do way more damage than the poor little Snapjaw. Okay, do I want to withdraw with you? Yeah. Now there's one issue. I can't get attached to this Snapjaw. Purely due to the fact that this Snapjaw is under proselytization. If I had Beguiling, if I could, like, if I say luck into, if I have the best option of my last mutation selection as Beguiling, I'll take it to make him like beguiled. Because the thing is when you make a companion, you either want one of 2 things. You either want extremely strong baseline, so like say spray a brain to create a sentient wall with like thousands of HP. That's a good choice. Or you want a mono sludge, which is, doesn't need levels. Alternatively, if you want to use domination and make like a true monster, you want to start them at the lowest level possible. Alternatively, use even more and turn the first example of the extremely high baseline, and you turn that into a monster by making it, assuming it's considered a mutant. Very important that it's considered a mutant. It's considered a mutant. It can gain mutations, or mutation points, which turn into mutations. I should have read that. Oops. I'm not gonna go back to try to find it. But alternatively, you can take something, you can take a very powerful Trukin, and you can do what's called a Mothkin. Those who don't know what kind of moth I'm referring to, it's a thing called a Gamma Moth. Now, if you have regeneration, Gamma Moth, I can't remember if it's a certain level of regeneration or just regeneration 1 that can do this, but yeah, you can get in this situation where you can't actually have the effect trigger in the first place. But if the effect can trigger, you just have to survive. You just have to create the character to the point that they can survive taking hit after hit after hit. But if you have enough healing, you can make a Trukin character that you have dominated that isn't actually you. You can also dominate it and have it actually be you, but I prefer to not be personally dealing with those certain defects, because I believe that their companion, they don't actually trigger the same way. Like, I think you can get around, what's it called? Evil Twin. I think you can get around Evil Twin by having the version or the character with the Evil Twin not actually be you. Alternatively, like, well, they're trying to hunt down themselves and not you, so usually it's safer that way. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I just want to make a slight complaint. This thing wants 3 phase conjunctive items. Very easy to get. It's just tinkering. Wants to give me a splendid investment. I'm pretty sure that's only a body armor. That's the odds of that being anything that I could ever use in a meaningful fashion. Because the only way it's good, because most of the armors in the game are fucking trash. Honestly, I'm gonna say, or body armors specifically. Body armors, I think they're garbage. That's the reason I take carapace all the time. The only way it would be good if it had bonus effects on it. Also, there is one bonus effect. Yeah, I can't murder them. I need to rely on my... Actually, I need you to... How do I... Sorry, I'm genuinely trying to figure out how I can get them killed. I think they're just gonna win. I mean, it's fine. I'm not desperately trying to get the... You're not even slightly damaged. Yeah, no, just kill them. If you win, you win. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's one bad thing about having them allied to me. So now I need to get them killed. And they're gaining levels. That's one of the reasons it's nice. But yeah, like I was saying, you can have a monster of a Trukin, and then you can give them all the mutations in the world. You just have to figure out how to deal with all their mental defects. So they won't be able to wear a helmet unless you get super lucky, and like that's one of the last things that happens. But usually you'll get all the mental defects. If you have precognition, domination, you could enter a situation where you actually do. If you spend like hours at it and setting up assuming you don't take control of this Mothkin. Well, if you make a super Mothkin that has the ability to be a Trukin, the ability to take cybernetics, then you kind of have to go into their body. You know, at that point, you're just making a body rather than making a sidekick. Which, of course, is obviously not a bad thing. It's definitely not something I would do. it doesn't help because it's kind of like body horror shit, and you know, it's not so bad when it's like a little bit of effort and then I enter a body horror scenario, but it's like when I've spent like hours sort of like contemplating what I'm doing to myself, then I kind of go, should I be doing this? the the longer I have to set it up, the longer I'm gonna be contemplating the horrors of what I'm doing. So that's my excuse. Mag hammer rusting is fine. I think I can. I think you can have rusted stuff. I think you can give rusted stuff to the mechanimists, and they're pretty okay with it. I could be wrong though. So here's the rush red. I could go through the effort of breaking out a wall to see if there's a rust bog nearby. Boo. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, you're hated by bears. You're admired by the denizens of the freehold. I want my ally to die to you, so I can take you instead. So I'm probably looking at this and being like, what the hell is he doing? Oh, my ally's getting rusted. Actually, I haven't given him anything, so that's completely okay. Yeah, at some point, I'm gonna have to like activate my precognition or something just to insulate myself a little. Okay, you won't die. By the way, if you are running allies, you want to give them a water skin with water in it just for thirst thistles. I'm actually glad they showed up because I was talking about the subject. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back. Get around you assholes. That was a tree in the way. I'm taking damage. Boo. Should be okay as long as I. You know what? I have a better idea. Yeah, this is super dangerous. Boo. Should be fine. Oh, I'm at a village. I'm at a village. Do you have anything interesting? I got excited when I saw the small stones. Okay, so my plan is to dismiss him and have him go himself killed. I should have went up to the warden and then dismissed him. Okay, let's see. Huh. You're not gonna. Oh my god. I was kind of hoping. All right, it's fine. It's fine. He's not even that strong, and he also doesn't have anything I care about. No, I didn't give anything. I didn't give him anything useful. Find what I say, Wonder. I have a secret stratagem setting into motion. I want you to go to Snapjaw Ford and drink from a hollowed vase there. Okay. You summon I can rot over truth. Yeah, I probably do want to. Okay, let me quickly do this quest, because all I'm trying to do is make it so I never come back to this village. Which? What do you mean, a Snapjaw for brother in Christ? You know how little that narrows it down? Oh. I'm so stupid. I went through all that effort to get rid of that guy, and I could have just done that. Yeah, little. I'm just gonna sidetrack myself a little bit just to get that Snapjaw for it, because if I don't do that quest now, I'm gonna forget that I'm gonna forget I was doing one. You know, I am gonna scrap it. I know it's valuable to just throw down the well, but yeah, I gotta get rid of the kudzu stem. definitely take a side track to fix that. Or fix my, fix the fact that I have way too many books. I just remembered something. I actually had, Kindred, the thing that the entire Bela quest was over. I actually found it. And, okay, the item gave like a +3 to your lowest stat, I think. And the second, second thing relevant about it said if you hand it back into Bela, they give you like a bunch of experience and or not experience, not they give you experience over it, I'm pretty sure, but they give you a bunch of reputation over it. And then I can't remember which item it was. I think it was like a structural scanning bracelet or some shit, or piece of armor. I can't remember what it was. But it was by the time you find that item, the quest reward is completely fucking worthless. That was so funny. I got so mad. One starry evening in the Sultan worshipping quarter of Knip, a healthy child was born to the Sultan at Shershish Cave. At the moment of her birth, a famous jeweler completed her work on a legendary gate, and in celebration, the people drank themselves into stupors. The babe was named Yeshid II, but the people called her a gateborn. Okay, I actually want to stop auto-traveling. Collect the liquid. The fucking books. There is an argument to be made that I might want to... Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to get the rainbow wood. That's what I'm going to do. Because I want to get my guy out before I throw in all these books, because he's going to be an absolute bitch and a half to get any levels into. I just asked myself the question of why the hell do I need to level him up? The only reason I need to level him up is if I was going to become him. That's not happening. The reason I don't want to become one, very simple. I explained it before. You step on lava, it goes from being a mild inconvenience to I'm dead. So I actually don't need to worry about that. I'm actually gonna do it now. Yeah, I don't need the slime to level up. But yeah, it's one of the downsides of becoming the slime is that you need to gain a few levels just to do certain things that unfuck your character when you change your character. Rapid advancement. Game, you must really love giving me these psychic abilities. It's fine. I've had way worse characters get glimmer. I'm used to it. It is not a real issue. Not throw anything down here to touch a bow. Oh, that's not what I mean. Every time I press 0, the same thing. It's if I was trading. Not supposed to do that. I will check you, the jeweler. You know what? I am very interested to see what that item is. Sorry, I just remembered that I just sent that Snapshot to oblivion. I fucking yeeted him into the space-time vortex. And it took me that long to realize that that was a valid option. You know, I am going to do a love recipe. I love Yonder Cane. What I normally do for the recipe that I give myself ego is that I also try to give myself 2 mental mutations just so I can, like, manipulate my... I can use Beguiling as well. There is a trick to using Beguiling, but yeah, I want to set up this so I can control when my glimmer goes up. It should be. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what they changed, but I remember merchants getting a little bit more pissy with you when you try to mind control them against their will. I ain't complaining though. But there's one thing I need to do. I need to go to the map and lose that effect. Now they are no longer allied to me. This is important for one reason. Allies their inventories don't act like merchants. They act like companions. I want the NPC's inventory to act like... I want the merchant who I want to buy shit from to act like a merchant. Because otherwise, I don't get shit from them. Like, it's kind of very important. Is there a ship and a kipper? Yeah, there is. Loads of chances to roll really good shit. I might want to check. I think mirror gives a chance to give like light reflection and damage reflection, which is similar to spine for jam. I could experiment, but by the time those spawn naturally, it's kind of like a lost cause to really be like you can just use items for the same effect. So I could go through the effort of collecting a bunch of liquid for the slime. But from what I noticed, honestly, everything past like 6 fluids, like, what the fuck was beating me anyways? Like, nothing. Okay, I'm gonna take servants of wild rice. That is... Now that they've changed it, the fact that wild rice can substitute actually valuable shit. Actually, I'm gonna buy all of them. Fuck it. Okay. Allergen's one of those things I don't want to give them. Salt just appears naturally. Slime's okay. Honey's really good. And cider I already have. Okay. I will set this up to auto-collect. I already had honey. Whoopsie daisy. Me being a little forgetful. Also, gunsmith, I will buy some bullets from you. I'm gonna try to... Yeah, of course it's not gonna fucking work. No, I don't want to waste more love. Yeah. Like I said, lava, not giving that to the slime. That just... again, unless you have the right... unless you are the slime, is what you need to do. I don't know if it works if you're the slime or not. Or if you're not the slime. But what you need to do is you need to have telekinetic cuffs, which try to force your temperature to be a certain temperature. Slight problem with that. Very important to remember is that just because it's trying to set your temperature, just because it tries, doesn't mean your temperature will always be that. So if there's anything like, say, you step in water, stepping in water could be bad. Putrescence makes them vomit. Brown sludge rots the equipment. Oh, that's really good. Green goo poisons ink. Oh, I can't remember what ink does. Oil, I already have. Oil, I also can't remember what it does. Wine force feeds them alcohol, which makes them drunk. Oh, that's new. While traveling, or while visiting an obscure workshop, you should the third forge a bracelet that evoked, the presence of a glittering paradox named it Paradoctica. Also, one thing to point out for people who don't know, the reason these glass bottles are both good and bad is because they weigh more by default. Like a empty water skin is only 1, while these are like 5 or 3 or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, this actually saves me from having to go out of my way. Yeah. Very important that I'm careful when I do this, because this can get a whole load of people killed. Like, whole shit ton. I don't have blood yet. Oh no, I do. Okay. Question is, where are... There they are. Okay, not what I wanted, but it's fine. I'm already back to collecting books. Okay, should the untitled died of natural causes. She was 82 years old. I've never seen that before. I've never seen a Sultan without titles. What were you doing? Like, unironically, what the fuck were you up to? While wandering around the Sultan worshipping quarter of Knip, Yashid II stumbled upon a clan of fish performing a secret ritual. Because of her reputation for murdering somebody with a dagger made of crystal. My brain wanted to truncate that to crystal dagger. They purposely rebuked her and declared her a villain to the clan. It's kind of funny. I love when my brain tries to shorten a sentence, but I'm trying to read it as written. So I just trip over myself. Okay, flaming tarpet. So the trick is, you need 500 grams of liquid. Or already for this. You need 500 grams. You need one bit, just 1 dram of primordial soup. I should have. It doesn't matter. I can fix it. The worst comes to worst. Should. I might require more. I might be. Organ. Actually, surprised it hasn't happened yet. It might be 3. Oh no. The liquid has to be primarily primordial soup. I think is the. Right, it's supposed to be... Huh, this is funny, because I actually did this off screen and it worked. I just poured 1 gram into 500 grams of something and it worked. It's kind of weird that it's not. Is there a spot where I can... Is that also 500 grams? It was. Weird. Huh. Much to pour into here. I'm just gonna get like 5 grams and shit. I don't want to over myself. It's actually funny because I've actually done that before. Like, very recently. It actually worked. Huh. How did that not work? What did I do wrong? That doesn't matter. I will do this now, though. And of course, I get lost. Please let me regain my bearings. Who's hostile? Oh, right. Unchilled reptiles hate my guts. Who? I hate knowing that there's enemies there, but I can't see them. I will stop at QQ at it, not explore. That's just, I think that's like... I mean, I've never seen the QQ. Here to set off. Gather goods of passage for Ape Sad. Oboru Koru. Yeah, I think that's predetermined. I don't know if it changes. It's funny because you can actually have situations where this place is filled with merchants. I've actually had like a situation where like 3 of them were merchants. Like one of the just random citizens, not like, you know, the people that are actually here normally. Korsong is actually one of the ways you can become another creature. Like outside of like domination shenanigans, they're how you become like a well, not robots. They're how you become things that have mental shielding that stop you from just like casting mental mutations on them. Not too interested in them right now, though. They're for later, assuming I get that far. This person, though, person sells 2 very useful books. I say books. One's not really a book. One's basically a secret you can buy. It's an advertisement for a workshop. This can help you find late game, very powerful merchants. I didn't need that. I could have kept those batteries for their value. Oh well. Hey, remember how I said rocket skates? Because they're fun. Or that I like them because they're fun? Yeah, that's them. I don't normally use them though, because they do make a habit of making a mess. They set shit on fire. And setting shit on fire is not always what you want to have behind you. Right, I want to read 2 of the books. So, this teaches you about all the diseases across the game and how to treat fungal infection. So, it's gel. It's always 1 part gel, 1 part something else. So, desalinated slime is basically you find an Icar merchant, they'll sell a odd trinket that's a desalination pill. And you pull that into gel, or you use that to turn slime into gel. Preferably, you want to find a shit ton of slime, like about 500 grams worth, and you turn that all into gel all at once if you want to have like a surplus of it. But usually, like 10 grams of gel, which you can just buy from the Icar merchant as gel, is usually all you need. Because if you're really getting hit by funguses, like, because 10 gel, assuming you know what you're doing, is 20 hits of this effect. Like, genuinely, if you have the source of nullworm corpses that you would need, because you need to eat a nullworm corpse right now. This is always I believe a mollusk. Or a yeah. So it's either a leech, nullworm, or snails. I've had this be snail, and I think it was electric snail or something. Those are not easy to come by. I think I've heard some horror stories of people saying that they can be enigma snails. But usually it's leech. Honestly, part of me thinks that like new players should probably spawn this in, check to see if this is enigmas, see if this is leech or not. If it's not leech, just throw the seed away. But obviously, you'd spoil what the cure is. But honestly, but yeah, don't really need this, but I do like to pick it up and then put it in the library, because you can actually read. And it's still the buddy I keep giving all my books to. It's actually a library. You can actually read the books inside of it. But yeah, that'll give me the secret location of. Where are you? It said it was somewhere. Said it was somewhere. I immediately forgot. This will actually be looking for later. I'm actually going to highlight these on my map. So the one I just found is here, of all fucking places. It's in hell. I say hell. It's not absolute hell. It's just inconvenient to reach. It's literally on the farthest side of the map. It's not the most inconvenient place. If it was like here or here, like, and this part of the map is the hardest part of the world to be in. I won't explain. It doesn't need to be said. Yeah, that's gonna be annoying to reach. But yeah, what I'm really looking for is merchants that are deep jungle, Lake Hyman or Palladium Reef is basically the same area, or Moon Stairs. Very specific merchants, because those merchants can spawn ridiculously good equipment, and they always spawn with the very controlled equipment. They're not like dromads, because eventually I'm gonna find like super powerful dromads, hopefully. in the reef, and those will basically sell like every meaningful thing in the game, at least from my experience. But yeah, I will check this merchant because he can sell some halfway decent stuff. Ooh, actually, I'm like pretty overloaded. Shit. Oh yeah. Also, I need to make sure that I am picking up. Oh, this is what I'm looking for, but it might be. Oh, it is the QQ recoiler. Okay. It just didn't have a battery in it. That's why I didn't think the price was right. Excuse me. Yeah, I do want to sell a bit of my garbage equipment just to make sure I have enough water for this. Oh, I mentioned this last stream, but one of my friends who's been playing Caves of Cud a lot. I haven't spoken to him but I every time I explain to them because they've never seen Oboru Koru Eighth God ever, and I'm like, it's so easy. Like literally, while explaining to them while streaming, I found it just like that. Like literally, I got lost, and it was just there. But I was explaining to them a few ways to find it. Like, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I know it's not always at the center, but the main way you find it is you just you take the basically you just wander around, and every now and again you'll see an ape wandering in a random direction. Whatever direction they're traveling in is almost like there's like a 50-50 chance that whichever way they're going is where you need to go. If villagers are Ezra, I'm not gonna let my reputation with them decay, so I'm gonna kill this guy. That wasn't really 90 in either way is not really important. But yeah, it was so funny. They got mad. Like not like really mad, but like they were so sad because I really did make it out to seem like it was just the only reason I knew how to find it was that it was just getting lucky. It really doesn't validate me making a point that it's really easy to find if you know what you're doing, and then I find it by chance. I'm gonna keep that highlighted. That's so funny. By the way, Oboru Koru Eighth God does have a really good item that I make you sad of, unfortunately. Oh, let's finally reach where I was going this entire time. That's super dangerous. I'm stupid for doing that. You can't do that on the world map. Fair enough. I was walking on the Hey, remember how I mentioned crabs? David Krabs. I think I should. Oh, they actually saw me. Oh, fuck. That normally doesn't happen. It's actually a first. Usually when you just step. Oh, it's because I. Oh no, I didn't. I have no idea why that happened the way that it did. Oh, they're still chasing me. But normally when you just step onto a mat, they don't react. It's actually a little bit surprising. But what I was trying to do was enter the map like this, and then find that place. Well, I was actually because you can step onto the mushroom wood, but you can't step off. Yeah, now the problem is I gotta be very careful because I don't know. Because basically, if any of these tiles are contaminated, they'll start spawning mono sludges. But what I want is to start with think I just step into it and I'll contaminate it with salt. Yeah, salt. Brackish, that's exactly what I want. I will precognition just to make this easier on myself. Oh. I did it? No, it's still going. I'm just... There you go. Little worried that this is gonna be... on a sludge, obviously. Get me a little dangerous. They could set my thirst to -1,000 or something ridiculous. I don't know if I'm average. There'd be high enough level for this. Unconvinced. Very dangerous. This could definitely kill me. And this could also like spawn like a bunch more of them. I'm hoping to get them to chase me off screen. They're very slow, by the way, because they only have one liquid inside of them. They're very, I do mean very slow. Yeah, I will take the axe. That is definitely useful. You gotta be very careful with the blood I'm running around with. Definitely wanna get them off beaten path. Because what's happening right now is that contaminated spot that I created is spawning more and more and more. It's the danger of the rainbow wood isn't the mono sludge. It's the dye sludge and the tri sludge and the penta sludge. It's like as the number grows, the danger. Like even with like 5, they haven't reached peak danger yet. There we go. Okay, we've started. Okay, the run has actually begun. Everything before now is set up. Okay. They should now have in each of their hands. Do not actually... I don't know how many hands they should have right now. It's hasn't been since yesterday since I did this. So I need... What I want is to find another enemy. Yeah. Oh, please, can you not search and destroy? Yeah, engage defensively only. Okay, so you with a gun, probably the more dangerous one. So what I want to be careful of is I don't want them to gain... They can gain one weapon. One weapon. They can become a dye sludge before I have to mess around with them. Sorry, I just want to point out I have 100 HP and I'm scared shitless of these two. Okay. Okay, you are still a Sultan Mono Sludge. Okay. Very important. You can talk to your Ellis. You want to press use. Do not do the thing that will get me killed. Though I suppose shoveling salt around is probably pretty tame. Okay. So I want to talk to you. I want to give to you... Well, no, it's not necessary yet. Okay, now you're bloody. The Mono Sludge is hilarious. It will actually... once they're allied to you, will actually be quite scared of liquids. Like, it's actually funny. Okay, so now I will give them a second weapon. Actually, take this. This I don't like that they just equip 2 weapons. They do have a bloody pseudopod though. No, they equipped 1 weapon and then they re-equipped a second one. I'm a fucking idiot. Got very scared for no reason. So yeah. But see the fact that they have a pseudopod and a salty pseudopod and then all these weapons. So They gained a new hand slot. Or, okay, so what happens first is that they create this. Is that what happens? No, no, no. Okay. Sorry, it's very confusing because I, I, I understand it intrinsically what's going on. I just don't know how to word it. So, and what order of operations I'm even supposed to say shit in. Um, but basically, first they look to see if they have an equipment slot open. Like, say, this is covering an equipment slot that this could go into. Okay, so that doesn't exist. So they create a new pseudopod. And then they create a new pseudopod. So it's persistently. And the thing is, that pseudopod, I can't actually show it. Can I? No, no, no. I'd have to become them somehow. Um, and I don't really want to cheat, even if I'm just going to swap back anyways. So yeah, basically, every time they get a new liquid put on them, observe. Yellow. Come on. Oh, right. But see how it was avoiding the water until I now commanded to step onto it. Now it is wait for a few turns. It turns into a dye sludge. Give it this weapon. I'm actually gonna take you back. But it now has a water pseudopod, and it has yet another hand to put another item into. Very convenient. Sorry, I was just about to say something, and I was like, oh, that's very weird for me to. What I was about to say. Now, several problems. Doesn't have feet. This is what I was about to say. So it can't wear boots to increase its movement speed. And its speed is quite low, actually. Unless the climb suit isn't too bad for it, I suppose. Though, I can't actually see what your stats are. Now, it is gaining levels as this happens. Slight downside. Those levels are kind of like empty, for lack of a better term. Like when I level up, I benefit from it. Like I get certain, like, I get skill points, I get more HP. But it mostly gets its HP from consuming liquids rather than just by default. Oh yeah, there's another thing I can grant it. I believe it's not actually considered part soupy yet, or primordial soupy yet. I don't know. Very strange. Yeah, okay, now. Okay, so there's one thing I need to get is putrescence onto it. The reason I need putrescence onto it, let me make sure it's actually... It's still dry sludge, I shouldn't need to worry about that. But the thing you want to do first is get all the liquids into it that are the easiest for it to end up giving itself. Putrescence, the moment you give it water, it can, you need to give it putrescence if you're trying to min-max. But genuinely speaking, if you've ever fought these fucking things, you know this is overkill. It's like, what? Oh, because I gave you a bunch of shit. I was like, why the hell? Okay. Then just exit this, give it one back. That's how you manipulate their inventory. Just to make sure they have everything. Okay, but they're now to the point that they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weapons. And 1, 2, 3, 4 just default generic ass pseudopods. Now, I do want to point out, if I wanted to really min-max, I'd make sure I only give this thing hammers, because it does actually have the cudgel skill. If I really, really wanted to min-max, I'd make sure to get this thing as high as I can get it safely without giving it anything I don't want it to have. Find a magnet and take all of these weapons off of it, because these pseudopods scale perfectly with its strength. But these weapons are kind of trash. The base damage on the weapons might be a bit higher, though. That's about all the weapons really have for it, though. Have going for them, though. I don't know if these are relevant. What you gotta be very careful of is that the AI has some sort of idea of what it likes or what it thinks is good equipment. So you might give it something and then never be able to get it off. I actually had that problem. Actually, a piece of armor I really wanted to give my sludge. It gave it teleport. And see, now my problem with it was when I was fighting a bunch of saltbacks for obvious, killing Dromad reasons, is that it would always end up behind me. I wanted my mono sludge to have like some sort of like I basically wanted to give it interpolators. What I was intending to do was give it interpolators so it could see through walls, and then teleport so it would be teleporting to the things that it can see on the other side of walls, and just watch it go apeshit. Which I had access to. I had access to giving that fucker teleport, and he wouldn't. He wouldn't take off the loom I gave him, the Zetachrome loom, which is like the best armor, the best non-modified armor that I could give it. Outside of like specialized like stuff that has I wouldn't say side effects, but like passives rather than just raw armor value. Yeah, that Fort helmet might actually be impossible to get off of it. That elastine skin suit. I always call elastine elasticline or some shit. But it might actually never want to take those off. It might literally always not want to. Can you give a mechanical advice such as something that makes it fly? Only weapons. Oh, the mono sludge. It has a back. It has a head. It doesn't have shoe. The only thing I cannot give this fucker is anti-grav shoes. One issue is though, is once you equip it, you have no way to get the shit back. So you've got to give it so you got to give it something that doesn't use charge, or something that is jacked and it has electrical generation. You can. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you can do this with boots specifically, but you can. You can if you have a source of finding a magnet out there in the world that's hostile to you, that you kept alive. You can peel off its equipment to get it back. This is very inconvenient. Honestly, I've just found if you have a problem with one mono sludge, or if you have a problem with your sludge, just start over. Like, just don't give it anything too important. That's honestly my opinion. It's just if it dies, it has siblings. I ain't naming this thing. It's a lot of effort, but I'm genuine when I say don't get invested. Just give it trash to incline it to equip the right stuff. Because, especially, okay, my opinion, never let it go to the Palladium Reef. Everything's algal. You want to know what happens when it gets algal limbs? It starts burgeoning. And at that point, by the time you bring it to Lake Hymen, you're probably to the point where it has almost every meaningful liquid. It has every, basic liquid. It is running around faster than you can damage control what the fuck it is doing. So you don't let it do that. You obviously can't let it get lava. You don't want it to have acid. Not necessarily. You can let it have acid. It just damages all the equipment that it attacks into. You don't want to have brown sludge. Those are the four liquids that are reasonable for you to give it that you don't want it to have. So you avoid those. If it gets any of those, honestly, if it gets acid, I've had it have acid. It just breaks things. It just breaks things that people have equipped. That's okay. Brown sludge, same thing. It just breaks things. Whoop de doo. I have things of my own. I don't need everybody else's. Do you try to avoid any level single gothic? You mean with it? Um, I mean honestly, yeah, with the mono sludge. Yeah, no. Yeah, I knew that part. I was about to say, uh, obviously, if you know of Golgotha, you know what pathways you avoid. Uh, you avoid the fucking shoot crabs. The shoot crabs. Oh my god, they've killed me so many times. Like they've killed like level 20 or level 30 characters. Just, not even they killed them. They just made it so I couldn't do anything anymore. But yeah, the brown sludge is there, and acid. You can get both of those there. But so asphalt mines. Asphalt mines eventually. You don't want to take it to asphalt mines because you will eventually lose it to lava. You don't take it to the rainbow wood because you can walk into lava. You can screen. You can screen give yourself there. Like Himin. Like I said, Algal is a. If I get Algal on my dude, he is. I am just owning him. Uh, I am dropping him off in the jungle to play with the goats. And not sorry. I was about to say and not LeBron. uh but yeah, one more. Moonstairs. So there's this thing. Uh so they take warm static. And the thing is that warm static can allow them to trigger random effects, which can include neutron flux. There's no normal way to give it neutron flux unless it spawns in the world as a neutronic mono sludge. Like they don't spawn here. Like I mean, they could spawn as like random villagers. I've seen random mono sludges exist in like in Freehold. It's literally where I got the idea of like, hey, I can, you know, proselytize this for shits and giggles. Um, but yeah, warm static can have it trigger the neutronic effect, which can cause something that attacks potentially thrice for every turn you take to neutron to to cause multiple sun collapses. Usually just kills itself. In my test play of having a mono sludge with warm static, it just blew itself up a few times. But usually though, it, it I mean, you basically just play like a helicopter mom. And then like once you reach the moon stairs and it picks up something you don't want it to have, you just sort of like just watch it fuck up. It, like a helicopter mom. You just at some point you're just like, well, my kid's deciding to be a fucking dumbass. I'm just gonna spectate until it's time to pick him up. Tell him just like a good helicopter mom, you know when to get a good I told you so ready. And then you just get a new kid, you're just like, I can always start again, make another kid. What's another 18 years? But yeah. My mono sludge is clearly invincible. Sorry. That's probably the dumbest joke. But it's true though. Actually isn't too dangerous for me to bring them to this. Oh yeah, one more thing you want to be very careful of is having it get dismembered. Actually, despite the fact that it has dozens of limbs, It doesn't regenerate them. It makes new ones, sure. You can just, you know. But I've actually had it in a position where it started fighting Madpoles. It has no fucking armor value. It has no dodge value. It doesn't play well with Sultan Crocs, Madpoles, Jotun. It doesn't play well with them. It technically has a head equivalent. I don't know if it can be decapitated, but it does have a head equivalent because it is currently wearing a helmet. Last time I checked, it's wearing a horned helmet as a head. Um. Oh yeah, I want to set E2 engage aggressively now. We're past the point. To worried about you. Okay, you have enough weapons. Basically, I'll like constantly like put more gear on them. Also, I believe they have many hand slots, which isn't useful for giving them real armor. It's useful for giving them stuff with stats on it. Like, say, Elastine gloves. Elastine gloves are actually like up there for things to give it. Because it actually has a really low agility from what I remember. I think it's like intelligence is like 0. Ego is 0. Willpower is 0. Agility's like like sub 10 or something. These might actually be good for me. I have Croxons on. Croxons, yeah. I didn't actually read what they said. I'd still pick up 2 hammers. The one issue you also gotta worry about is overburdening them. They have surprisingly, like, they have good strength. Surprisingly, despite the fact that they are literally capable of killing Jesus, nailing him up on the cross, and hammering each of his hands 20 times in a row. Not very good at holding anything. Not very good at carrying shit. I don't know why. I don't know why I decided to. Something's wrong. I keep using whenever I want to make examples. Just use Jesus for some reason. I don't know. Yeah. Ooh, two-handed. Like, I mean, this thing is gonna have like a dozen hands. My main concern is getting it to have as many of these as possible, while having as many like extra attacks. Because each of these, by the way, the reason that these are more important than all of these weapons is because each of these are, assuming I haven't read the Mono Sludge wiki wrong, all of these have 100% chance to attack. That is the power of the pseudopod. So I don't know if that happens if I take all those weapons off. I might at some point take the weapons off. If I can find a way. Because yeah, as is evident by the fact that if I were to. Sorry, I was just contemplating somehow trying to find a way to get that onto him, but like, the problem is that shield's not going to do anything on him. I should probably check to see what I have on my character. Compass bracelet, that's trash. Wrist fan, scrap. By the time I care about wrist fans for any possible use, I'm gonna not be. I'm not gonna be in a situation where I care enough. Okay, can you please stop distracting me? This is gonna give you oil, probably. That is if you actually punched it. If you actually fought it long enough for that to work. But one thing you gotta be careful of is it's weird. I've been able to in the past pour a single dram of primordial soup onto something and cause it to start spawning mono sludges, and then it didn't work, which I'm very thankful for. But definitely make sure to set spit liquid to not do that. Don't let it do that, because it can spit on water. It's especially dangerous when you're screwing around, like if you're really like reckless. Like, I would recommend, if you want to get into the rainbow wood, try to find all the rare liquids or rarer liquids. Well, just go to Bethesda Sousa. Though I wouldn't bring it to Bethesda Sousa because acid. Just because I don't like having equipment say it's damaged. That's the only reason. I don't mind things being rusted. And I don't mind things being rusted into non-existence. I do mind things saying that they're damaged. Okay. Nearby, black ooze. It's funny because it's actually quite careful about not stepping on things. It's just sometimes it doesn't have a choice, and I prefer to like control that as much as possible. Every time I give it a new weapon, it shuffles its entire inventory. Yeah, yep, ink yet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I should be careful not to waste. Like, I wasted all of the not putrescence. I wasted all of the black ooze, but it's fine. Golgotha's going to hit, it's going to fix me up for that. That is auto collecting. I will have that replaced. Green goo. Green goo is poison, I believe. It's brown sludge I want to be careful of. It is funny because it can cause, it can give diseases to things you might want to recruit for whatever reason. Oh yeah, speaking of things you might want to recruit, I shouldn't have to explain this. Don't proselytize anything. Like, once you have a sludge going on, your proselytization, if you ever accidentally use it on anything, you're so fucked. You can't kill this thing. Like, it's a hexa sludge. I can't kill a hexa sludge. I can't proselytize it a second time. It has very low. It has very low mental armor, but its level is multiple times higher than mine at this point. It's like level like 50 or some shit at this point. Slime. Cider. I need to be careful and not forget to give it more equipment. I've actually, last one I had, I actually gave it Sunslag. Sunslag actually gives it even more speed, which is actually like fucking crazy. Like, once it gets like a reasonable amount of speed, it actually starts going crazy. Like, let me get you to move on to this. Okay. You should probably take some of these out to make it easy to tell whether or not it's equipping stuff properly. Let's give one back. There we go. Triple check that it's doing what I want. Okay, spiced up. I believe cider makes it give things alcoholism. Or not alcoholism. It makes things drunk. that's next time somebody gets drunk in my family, I should tell them somebody's giving you the alcoholism. I should say that to them. God, it's so dumb. I know I might be doing it multiple times, but like, you gotta remember, like, every single hand is an entire weapon. Or an entire 2 weapons, if I do this right. It's only 1 extra weapon. That's valuable. Like, look at this shit. It has 1, 2... Well, it has... Hendeca Sludge. I'm not entirely sure what that means. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, this is 11. It is 11. It's 11 limbs. Ripple check. That I gave it another. Okay. Overkill, but... Yeah, why yet? You lush? Yeah, you lush. Okay, Bolt and Wax I definitely haven't given. Takes a bit of setup, and yes, this, if I ever lose this one, it's going to be hell to reset it up, but I'm okay with that. Are you sugary yet? No, you're not. Make sure to give you an extra weapon. That was necessary. It's good. Yeah, blood, right? Yes, that one's usually... Blood is definitely one of the ones that you need to be watchful for, to make sure you're in control of when it gets blood. Molten Wax is the one I just gave you. Have you gotten oily yet? No, you have not gotten oily yet. And, like, by the time I'm done giving it the liquids I currently have, like, we're kind of past the point where I need to worry about it getting extra shit. Like, at this point, it doesn't need more hands. But I'll still try to make sure that I'm watchful. I think it has everything I currently have on me. Okay, so it needs sap. It needs slime, or it needs, not slime. It needs gel. I only have 1 unit of slime. But yeah, the moment this thing, like, the only issue that it has that I would want to solve is its movement speed issue. Because right now it's using a lot of its turns to close the gap. Like, it has quickness, sure, but it's usually using most of its extra speed just to cover ground. If it was faster, it would multiply that quickness, the speed at which it covers ground on its turns exponentially, honestly. Which is what I'd like to do now. It's very hard to do when they can't give it fucking shoes or mutations, though. As she rode through the mirror-worshipping quarter of Uttara, Ushid II... I should be checking to see if... Oops. I wanted to finish reading that. I just alt-tapped. I actually checked. Apparently there was some bots. It looked like it got auto-modded because I can't see. It never popped up on my end. It might say, it doesn't matter. It's funny. The bots don't even know that links are allowed. I don't need 2 of these. The problem with mechanical wings is that they break, and I can't get them off, and I don't know how it feels about having the wings. Especially with the fact that it's melee, it's gonna have to swoop constantly. It's gonna break the wings. As she rode through the mirror-worshipping quarter of Uttara, Ushid II lost control of her chariot and drove it off a cliff. Luckily, a group of nearby scribes came to her rescue. Moved by her kindness, Ushid II enrolled at a local scriptorium as an underscribe. Yeah, no way to swap. Gyrocopter is it uses the same slot and it's more reliable though. But that's not really movement. The problem is that's not movement speed; it's flight. Part of me wants to get wishes I could get fucking rocket skates. I mean, the easiest way, like I was explaining earlier, the best way to do it, give it teleport. Um, if I get to the Tomb of the Eaters, I can get a teleportation. Like, there's a guaranteed item that gives your followers teleport, so it does come at the cost, or the opportunity cost of the other things you could also get. One lets you sprint, um, while doing things you normally can't do while sprinting. One gives you the ability to tinker items in ways, or random chance that you. I believe, first of all, it gives you an extra chance that when you tinker something, it has a random effect, and it makes it so that random effect can be any mod in the game. Like, you can engrave things by accident. That's like playing Dwarf Fortress, and like it's spontaneously like generating engravements all over the place. Like, it's like, how? Or like, uh, like, how do you know the parts you weren't there for? Sort of shit. Uh, and then the fourth one's, I believe, a shield that has the effects of the wristband, basically, from what I remember. So only really one real missed opportunity, and I don't use it that often. So yeah, I'll probably just take that. I would go here. I would go here right now if I had armor, if I had better armor. Right now, I'm like, I do have Carapace. It's best armor in the game, basically. Well, best single piece of body armor in the game, obviously. But rest of my equipment kinda sucks. I'm kind of. So I just remember there was a point where I was at the stilt trying to aggro a merchant, so I equipped I equipped bear jerky and threw it at his fucking head. I just remembered that because it was still equipped to my throwing slot, because it usually fetches once you throw something, it just fetches similar, which is why you'll end up just like throwing, like, if you just keep pressing throw, you'll just keep fetching more grenades. It's also why when your clones start throwing grenades, it's usually the type of grenade you had slotted in. So one of the safest things to give your clones is grenades that can't damage you. Like, for example, I don't have any in my inventory, but you can have like EMPs. EMPs, if you have everything electromagnetically shielded, and you're in like a place with robots, clone yourself away. And if you're in an area with fungus, put a fungal grenade. They'll chuck them until they run out. Then they'll chuck whatever else you have, and then start shooting your guns. That's the funny thing. Best way to play it, if you have temporal fugue, is to not have anything but melee. Yeah, I've had them with uh resonance grenades, and they blow me up with them. Or like force fields. And immediately they decide that the best course of action is to make it so nobody can fucking move anymore. They really do love doing that. That is the single least favorite thing I had them do. Or, well, I'm trying to think. Like, honestly, I died. Like, when I first started playing this game, I died more to temporal fugue because I used to love temporal fugue. Like, mechanically speaking, it is one of the strongest mutations in the game. Because, again, your clones can do everything you can do with abandon. Oh, so we are saying the point where the oozes. Have you picked up something while I wasn't paying attention? I mean, oh no, it's because they're dirty. Yeah, it is a little easy to get confused when they get dirty, what their actual setup is. Oh no, you actually did pick up something when I wasn't paying attention. What's the... Oh no, I gave it oil and then forgot to give it a weapon. Okay. Because I definitely did have oil on me. 5572 BR. After several tumultuous years, Yershid's counselors suggested he abdicate the throne. Instead, he murdered each one by trapping him in an icicle. I love this. Like, specifically, he murdered his counselors because they asked him to abdicate. Or honestly, even better than that, like, forget the murder, because the murder is funny, but my favorite is when he just fucks around, or whenever the Sultan just fucks around and then just comes back like nothing ever happened. It's so funny. Zigzag fangs. They do. A pair of calcified pokers were wetted by a lineage to puncture the layer cake of skin. They're slick with a film of condensed dream gas. Offhand attack chance 100%. Not 100%. That's not how that is read. 100 reputation with the Gersh. 15% chance to confuse on hit. Does I have any in that? Yeah. I'm not currently using my night vision goggles. I'll probably use them for Bethesda Susan, assuming I don't get anything better. Yeah. Also, one more problem with the slime. I explained it before, but it doesn't have armor. Like, you have to give it armor. Like, it doesn't have any baseline. But it doesn't heal very fast. The best way to get it to heal is by giving it blood, like the bloody limb. This bloody pseudopod is its source of healing. So it can actually get fragged to death, just like you can. It's honestly the easiest way to kill it. It's actually also the best way to deal with them is to, never let them melee you. Like, honestly, force shield, assuming there's not too many of them, assuming you actually want to fight them for whatever reason. Like, if you're just dealing with them, honestly, one of the two best ways is just to change your rep with them, just get like a shitload of unspecified pages, and just do it that way. Alternatively, just fly. They literally, aside from spitting, like, outside of maybe spitting lava at you, I don't know if it actually hits you in the air, but outside of that, they have no range. And they have no way to pick shit up. Beyond the Gulf of Time, on the first day of spring, Nerutep founded Mamu with a love injector in each hand. This, like, not the love injector part, but everything around it, if you see that, that means whatever is in the place of love injector, every villager should have it. In each hand. For the rest of Memu's life, the villagers of Memu were known as the people of love injector. I know I've mentioned this several times just this stream. I've had the black opal trace cathedra. In case you don't know what that is, if you know what 40k is, that is a fucking, like a war throne. It flies. Everybody and their mother had one. Some had two, some had three. And they were carrying them. The foulness of the mate of... Oh my god, I forgot that there's somebody... Oh, his name is pronounced like this. I think it's... Thysisosis. I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce this. Because that's like an F with a TA, so it's fifth. This. I challenge you to pronounce that anyway that doesn't have you just going. Folk was revealed to the people of Mamu through profaning Zeophagy. That's eating aliens? Not like... Sorry, there's so many ways I could say that in the most evil way possible. That's eating extraterrestrials. That's the way I should say that without being just an ass. At the Battle of New Ekabush, Ushid II fought to subjugate fish. She wielded a shining hammer. I think this is the third or fourth in the seed of sultans using shining weapons. So, very likely that I'm going to get like a full set of... Actually, this might all be the same sultan. They might all have light manipulation on them. If I'm lucky, I say lucky. Honestly, at the point that I'm going to get them, probably light manipulation is going to be like kind of... But it's fine. Such a skill that became forever known as Shaninka the Blight of Fish. It all depends. Like, light manipulation can become the best gun in the game, effectively. Except it can't be used against every target. Yeah, you can see. Love Injector. Walk over here. Love Injector. Hey. Love Injector. Love Injector. I don't need to tell you. If this was something of extreme value, like Love Injector's pretty good. Not gonna lie. Very powerful. In fact, what you could do in this village, buy one of these, or kill one villager. You do that, then you take the Love Injector and you stick it in literally every other villager, and every time you do that, you get more Love Injectors. And also, you know, a few SCDs along the way, but you know, who's counting? They probably get put on a few lists for sticking that many people with their Love Injectors. You know. So stupid. I didn't need to say that. The moment it came out of my mouth, I was already like, I didn't need to say this. I knew not to say this. Not knew not to say it, but I knew it was a silly thing to say. East. Actually, very important question. Did I ever do that quest I got? The village quest. I think I did. Oh, thank God. There was a village quest that asked me to go to a Snapjaw fort. Never angelic Love Injector. I mean, you don't need me to say another euphemism. That's just funny. By the High Shrine, Wanderer. Mind what I say. My folk used to spend our days rummaging through dung, but after learning the purity of Love Injector, we changed our ways and imagined doom rites. Sadly, chance has separated us from our angelic Love Injector. We need somebody to recover it, Nomad. Will you do it? We heard it had been taken to Baba, Goatfolk Village. Oh, I cancel it out. I want to see what this guy says when he thanks me for this. I do hate that it's hard to find what they're... Baba. The worst part is there could be like 5 different places with like Baba in their name. Yeah. It's definitely the right one, but it's light manipulation. Yeah, light manipulation is actually really bad for this guy because he barely has any armor on him. But as you see, slime is currently capable of disarming, making people vomit confused. What else can he do? Vomit confused. I can't remember what slime does. I think it trips them, maybe? Poison them. Makes them sick. I think at least one of these makes them stuck. Oh yeah, the tar makes them stuck as if they stepped in asphalt. Heals the target. I already said vomit. This one makes them thirsty. This one makes them not thirsty. This one makes them thirsty. It's very funny. Also, I am too heavy to move. I'm not trying to give too much stuff to my pal. Actually, this is also true of like every companion. Never give your companions things to equip that you don't want them to permanently own. Like, if you give them a gun, that's not your gun anymore. That's their gun. That is... I am, though, going to give a backpack. I don't know what I need to give them. Like, I don't know. I assume just increase the armor. Actually, no. Yeah, I thought about it. There's a chance I might give them something that they might see as equal to the nylon backpack, and I don't want them to see something equal to it and then just not give it back. Or not give it back is to basically lose that item forever. I don't want to deal with that shit. I'll keep the axe to give to myself. I'm just gonna give you all the weapons I'm never equipping. I already have perfectly good serviceable axe myself. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's one reason I don't want to bring them too. But this is because they will just freeze to death. I have no way to increase their cold resistance, so they will just freeze to death. I did pick up the love injector, right? I assume. I did walk past it. Oh no, you never picked it up. Okay. Okay, go back. Let me get this off my. I currently think it's on. It's on Oborokoro Edgar, who I can go murder whenever I feel like it. And the rest are on legendary merchants. Which one of you clowns is the one I was talking to? You. Okay. Our thanks, traveler. Our village owes you a great debt. Okay, no, he didn't say anything interesting. What do you give me for your love injector? A gateborn? Okay, so grenades I don't care about. Yeah, I mean, the Schrodinger's page is better than anything else. Slap it in. On the 3rd of Ubu Ut, I became admired by the Agateborn family for sharing fresh water. Okay. It's kind of funny, because if you make them neutral to you, you have situations where they're neutral to you on the surface, and then you go in to a relic, because this is, I'm pretty sure, a cult. But if you make a cult neutral to you, they'll be neutral to you on the surface. But then it's everything below the surface is a the historical site is considered holy ground. So you need to get them up to like 250 or up, or they start allowing you to just wander around. And then the problem is, I'm pretty sure it's considered stealing to take the artifact at that point. I mean, but honestly, like, the fun of the historical sites is fighting. So it's like, ugh. But if you really don't want to play the game, you can just Schrodinger's page everything. If you just have, no care for the actual gameplay of the game, you can really just put in like the maximum amount of effort to what's it called? I can't remember game mode. Let me save and quit for 2 seconds to see. You can basically turn on roleplay and wander, or whatever it's called. You can basically manually engage one. Sorry, I just want to point out my set. It was just green. It was just a green block. That's probably not a good thing. But yeah, so offense. That's so there have been times where I've accidentally killed people while they were grappled by somebody else. I'm so glad that didn't happen to me for my companion. So main dangers right now, genuinely, like unironically, them going around and killing people I don't want them to kill. I am going to leave them on engage aggressively just because it's better than the alternative of me getting murdered by somebody at random. But that and just me getting hit by explosives, like genuinely, like just explosives killing me. Press the N. What the hell did N do? N, no, us. Definitely not what I wanted. Yeah, I'm trying to look around at what I can get rid of. Okay, I don't need this spare backpack. Night vision goggles are obviously something I'm gonna come back for. This can be looked at and then turned into bits. Silver seeds can go to the floor. This can be treated as scrap and then getting rid of. I don't need the steel buckler yet. By the time I start looking for shields, actually, this is the best buckler. You know, let me actually look that up. I'm not actually familiar with bucklers. I know there's 2 bucklers above it. Okay, so there's... Yeah. Stuff Surveillance is the only better one. Yeah, so that's what I thought. I actually haven't found Stuff Surveillance in a long time. I know how to find it. The Mechanist can tell me where it is. I believe Snapjaws can tell me where it is as well. Oh, the game's freaking out because he was on fire. I love how it's them getting caught on fire every time because I have Carapace on. Oh no, I just shot nothing out of that actually. That's Chef. Deep in the wilds of Kamas. I keep putting a P in that for some reason. Yahim discovered the shrine of at Turuk. There she befriended cats and penned a historical account. I don't need that. I'm just leaving. Fuck that. Stop. So stupid. Yeah, I think as soon as I stop getting ruins to get distracted by, I'm going to run to the stilt to offload my books. And then I'm going to fight Oboru Koru Eighth God. God, it's such a... His name's such a friggin' mouthful. It's even hostile. There we go. Let me stop by here. I think I already have the recoiler. I just want to get the quest. Okay. I've had this quest actually give helping hands, by the way, so if you ever sleep on this quest, just know that it's another chance to roll into something that could be really useful. Also, wardens can tell you have villages if you're so inclined, but most villages are goat folk villages, which is obviously not very useful to you. I don't think I want here. Okay, just sprint to the still. God damn it. And near. That can go to hell. Yeah, we'll do a round of the still just to, because I have so many chefs. I throw it down here while I'm at it. Oh yeah, bullies. Throw it down. Nothing else important. Okay, can you give me the level? Yes, you can. Okay, mutation. Horns. I mean, it's a toss up between horns and stinger. That version of stinger I don't like. Oh, my dog's freaking out. Confusing venom, I really don't. I don't like confusing venom because it causes enemies to start wandering around randomly. Yeah, I'll take horns, multiple, and then put 10th level into Carapace. I'm actually I have 800 skill points I've just been sat on. Swimming is essential. Poison tolerance, in my opinion, is essential for Bethesda Susa because it. It's also essential for Golgotha. You get poisoned in both those locations, and the poison can actually really hazardous to your health. Catalyst is kind of. I'd prefer just getting Armor Valley from Neutron Flux. Flower Field. Let me just get all these for my. Oh, I don't need Marshes. Marshes is redundant. So is Ruins, as I've elaborated on. Finally get Dismember. I should have had Cleave way sooner. I just wasn't paying attention. I mean, it's fine. It's not like I've gotten into any bad combats. Tinkering. Tinkering's probably something I need to get into. Actually, customs. Oh, I don't have enough. Yeah, I'll wait to level up again. He says he just throws another point in. So I do want to start. Oh, right. Yeah, that was a waste of an intelligence point. I'm just gonna. Because what I'm gonna do instead of getting tactful, I'm just going to find trash defining from randomly spawned pariah. I forgot the word pariah. Goddamn. It's definitely unfortunate. Oh yeah, you don't have convalescence yet. Let me grab a file of it. Right, I already did that. Oops. Okay, Tinkering 1. I always, whenever I take Tinkering, I always mash through it. I already have a high capacity. I'll take Sharp. Okay, and now I should be able to go around and actually use these. There we go. High capacity Sharp. I usually don't use Sharp, assuming Sharp's what I think it is. Oh no, I use Sharp. Sharp is the chance to dismember. Of course I use Sharp. I use fucking axes like a crack addict. I'm just gonna do that and see how much I can actually buy. Rocket skates are probably more valuable in terms of the weight. I might have less trade goods than I thought I did. Oh yeah, I was supposed to kill all those villagers for their love injectors. Whoops. Yeah, I'm just gonna trade. I like to trade rough over smooth because with rough you can buy it lower and then sell, or not sell. Brain, please. Oh, this is why it's more expensive. But you can smooth them later and get the extra money yourself. I'm not stupid enough to give a lava to my dude, even though my brain was like, do it. Waste several more hours, just, well, not hours, but waste like 30 minutes setting this back up again. Oh, I want to give you an extra weapon. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's actually a cute little thing, like assuming that you. It's dumb. But what you can do is you can actually have if you ever wanted to like steal stuff that's like laying out in the open, like this bronze ingot, you could proselytize a beetle bomb, and it'll just walk over shit and pick it up. It's not exactly a very powerful thing to be doing, but if you'd ever had the intrusive thought that you'd like to pick up every random piece of literal trash on the ground, especially trash for later. But the only problem is once the beetle bum's your friend, it'll start being affected by over encumbrance. Because I've actually befriended one and then saw like it immediately became over encumbered. Again, the intrusive thoughts almost won. I was like, oh, I need to proselytize this guy to get the nighttime interpolator blueprint. But no. That can wait again. I can buy it. I can trade the rocket shoots for it, but it's not the character I wanted to run up to. Okay, nope. Oh, buy bullets from me. So, I like how there was a point where I was going to Dirt Gate, and then I realized that I was very underpowered for running into Dirt Gate. And now I'm over here, like, very much, like, several times more powerful. Not through my own power, though. But, it's definitely power under my control, though. So probably make sure I do that. Don't want acid. I could turn this into gel, but nah. Well, max already used. I'll buy that. You haven't got anything new that I'm not aware of, right? Last thing was convalescence, and yeah, I've accounted for that. And then this final shift here. Yeah, nothing. Oh, it's wild rice, yeah. I should have been looking out for wild rice. I haven't been. Yeah, I'll sell these. Okay, Hatter. Tar pits. Yeah, okay. Let's do the Hatter while I'm in town because I want to make sure I knock these all off my list. If they can give me the location of other more powerful merchants, that's why I'm interested in the first place. Because I mean, this Hatter is not going to sell anything useful. It doesn't help that I have horns now that I think about it. I'm not going to be able to make use out of helmets until I get a second head, let alone this. You know, they don't even have anything tempting. It's kind of... Have I seen this happen before? You know, I'm actually going to kill this guy, and it's going to be in the funniest way possible. Not funniest. One of the funniest things I've ever done. Okay, they're just like by the Fellowship of the Wardens, but I'm pretty sure that's okay. Okay, that's absolutely fine. Share secret, share secret, share secret to me. Dromad. They can give pretty interesting Dromad locations, like Dromads in Dromads in the Moonstairs are awesome, assuming that you can get to the Moonstairs safely without getting murdered. So assuming they're not deep. Them in the deep jungle aren't too bad, but like Himmin is usually pretty strong. One of my favorites is actually the still. Using your buddy as a shield other than give. If you give them a shield within a... okay, no, you already said that. If you could mind control them somehow, the only issue is you can disable their mental shield. I don't think... No, mental mirror. They have mental mirror, but they also have just pure immunity, so it doesn't matter. It's kind of funny that they also have mental mirror. It kind of gives you the inclination they can take it off. But no, shields only work unless you're trying to get them hit more. If you gave them something for whatever strange reason that had damage reflection on them, and you always wanted them to get hit, because all shields can do is give them reduced toxicity. No benefits can possibly be had, unfortunately. Now, precognition. Where'd it go? There it is. Shit. Yeah, I'd like to go back purely due to the fact that I'm 15 shred deep. Let's try that again. This time with a little bit more, a little more sanity to the outcome. Okay. All I want to do is get this guy sucked up and not have the Hatter sucked up. I was hoping that was going to be a one and done scenario, but yeah, no. Okay, well, I don't need to undo that outcome. I am a little bit afraid, though. This is, you can actually get Space on Vortex to a really low cooldown. Which makes it actually, like, usable for the sort of shit that I'm doing right now. As far as I have no idea where the shit's going. Also, did you see the set coin? The set coin kind of came out of it. This might actually suck up the Hatter instead. It's just doing its own thing. Okay, can you stop making that noise? Yeah, that got old real fast. Okay, perfect. Really hoping it doesn't suck up the Hatter. That's the only thing I'm worried about. No, this is just the hills. This is fine. A little tedious to get back. For a second there, I thought I had killed something else. Yeah, that wasn't what I was aiming at, but I'll take it. Okay. Even the scroll worshipping quarter of. Oh, what happened is the wall must have broken and then it moved in front. Yeah, that's why you got to be worried about things that you ritual with. Because I had ritual with that thing, and that happened, I would have fucked. You should stumbled upon a clan of bears performing a secret ritual because of her brawny eyes that purpose rebuked her, declared her a victim of their kind, villain. The word he was looking for was a villain. Scrap that one. Going to the wrong part of my inventory. And teleport back. And now to check to see if that worked how I wanted it to. Yeah, no, you're hostile to me? Stay there. How are you hostile to me? What did I do? What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, dude, let's come along. Engage defensively only. I don't need to worry about that anyways, but still, it's kind of funny. I was like, did this work the way that I wanted to? I separated the guard, and no, they're fucking hostile somehow. Yeah, I don't know why I came back to this tilt. I kind of just muscle memoried. Usually when I recoil, I immediately go to the tilt. Okay, so I could, not do this, but just for an example. These things have 900 HP, roughly about 18 to 20 armor value. Assault backs, that is. I took like 4 steps by the time it targeted that assault back. Okay, that one took a little longer. That one died instantly. That is basically what I spent like 7 levels doing in a historical site over here. Is that the first time you've ever seen a Tetra Chi Deca sludge do that? The best part is, this can happen to you. This is only one. Now obviously, it's an extreme amount of fluids it's gotten. But now, this is like... wasn't in your YouTube tutorials, I think. Oh yeah, I think I did. Did I actually do that? Did I do a series when I got to the Tomb of the Eaters and like showed off that? Yeah. This is back before I learned how to really deal with this area. This was my least favorite part of the entire game. Rainbow Wood is definitely that long or that old. I think. But yeah, no, definitely those tutorials are like good. It doesn't help that I don't edit, so it is literally just unedited me doing. Though there is something to be said, like you can just speed through it. It's just. Honestly, personally, for me, like definitely learning a game by watching somebody like actively play it rather than just having it like explained in like cut up segments. But no, I definitely would not recommend those videos. Wait, is that just an electromagnetically shielded dagger that does nothing? All this is designed for is to stop it from being magnetized. That's it. Which is what it does do. If you've ever had problems with those magnets that peel off your metal items, make everything electromagnetically shielded. What you gotta be careful is... What you gotta be careful of is that you cannot electromagnetically shield everything. So all you're gonna be really doing is stopping it from tearing off the things that you can modify to be electromagnetically shielded. Pretty sure you cannot electromagnetically shield your grenades, so it'll seal your grenades. What else is metal you can't electromagnetically shield that it can peel off of you? I think certain parts of armor are metal but can't be shielded, which is just hilarious. Let me make sure I dump out some of these. Okay, I don't need all of these. Okay, and then reseal them, just because if you don't seal them, they'll just get filled up with water at some point. Okay, I don't. There we go. It's a little more reasonable. But no, like I was saying, I had an entire historical site that was Dromats. That was like probably like 100 saltbacks with like 50 Dromat merchants. At least no, way more. It was like 100 Dromats with like a total of like 2 saltbacks per. Very, very long time it took for this the one that I had to kill all those, but yeah, it eventually. I mean, they eventually ran out of. Actually ran out of saltbacks. I should be reading that, not just running past it. 6199 BR. You should pillage all the mirror worshipping quarter of Utara, sowing with salt the fields of beetles and worms. She became known as the Utara Woe. Sorry, I am flashing back to when I used to legitimately make oozes friendly to me. or get multi-legged before I went to the rainbow. At this point, I I can do the rainbow wood right now. If I had the quest ready, I could do the rainbow wood right now. Obviously, I'd had to get my pal to stay behind, or let him die and then start over with him. But that seems a little counterproductive. Considering he's probably, I'm just gonna be running. Legendary Glover. Okay. So I was just thinking, like, there's probably people with because what you do is you give a creature, you drop a recoiler. No, you don't even need to. Actually, how would that work? If you use Dominate and you had enough levels in Dominate that you had enough turns to get to Pax Clanks, I'm pretty sure you could have the dominated creature finish the quest, get Pax Clanks to put his mushroom infection on you, and then lose the infection because obviously, it's not you. Which would be so funny. I never got a gun back. Yeah, I've had Sundermine this entire time. Yeah. Definitely game changer. I have the ability to Sundermind. Don't I have Clairvoyance as well? Yeah, Clairvoyance Sundermind is one of the meanest builds in the game. I think it's Sundermind, Clairvoyance, and the Teleport. You combine those three, you just find like a little alcove to stand in, or to stand on one side of the map. They run up to you while you're summoning in their mind. You just teleport away again. It's very, very mean to do to people. You can't identify your own wares now. I mean, some of these are precision nano fingers. Well, no, they're not precision nano fingers. Who am I kidding? This is a low level merchant. Yeah, no, I don't need any of those. I just want to check. Asper's gonna not be too pleased with me. That's fine. Okay, Gossip of Lore. The Shomer Rainwater claims that Bright Shoal is the dream of a seraph who lives atop the spindle. It never tires that can be discovered by random people when the only way to fucking know that is to have died and to have recome. Literally the only way. In actual terms. There's only one person in the entire game world that actually knows that. For real. Or supposed to know that, I should say. I'm trying to figure out who the heck your cards are. You're just not important enough to have them. Joel. Newly sentient beings don't like that. Newly sentient beings, the only newly sentient beings basically in the entire game are ones created by you that I know of. This is one of the reasons that you want to have a way to get generate random secrets, is just start exhausting the pool, because you don't want to walk up to somebody and ask them what secrets they know, and they don't have anything meaningful. Did I already do this area? Yeah, I did. I'm like 90% sure. What did I get out of it, though? Did I actually finish it? Why not? You know what? I'm gonna go back to just to... That's not what I wanted to do. Well, let's make sure. Because I feel like I haven't gotten anything from this place. No, I didn't finish it. Oh, because I wanted to get rid of the snapshot that was chasing me around, but now it's obviously too late to go back. And Ritual with a Snapjaw. In 6192 BR, after a bout of brain mites, Yushid's counselors suggested she take a extended sabbatical. Instead, she reassured her counselors by calmly explaining why she disagreed. Basically just said no. Hilarious. Okay. Yeah, Yid's... Ugh. That's why I left, is because I didn't want to lose rep with Freehold. It's very important not to have that, excuse me. Not to have that, so it's called a society, that village, be pissed with me. I don't want them to close the doors to me. A strange plant, that's just a thistle picture. Yeah, you're gonna see that, where it's basically using, the disarm skill over and over again. I'm gonna end up in situations where, it picks up a lot of random shit. I'm gonna have you give me back a few of these so I can give one back to you and see if the reshuffles are coming. No, okay, good. I didn't think it would, I just wanted to. There is a slight chance that they might be losing weapons occasionally. Just random enemy skills. Though I highly doubt anything with the disarm is running around. But I am paranoid. Right, I can't wear that anymore. I have a replacement for those. Okay, there we go. Fix my armor situation. Or not armor, of course, my brain decided to pick the least relative or least correct way to say what I was trying to say. While traveling through the miniature worshipping quarter of Kinapur, Shid III stopped at a tavern in Bazor. There she lost her prized periodica. In a foolhardy bet, she cursed the tavern and left. Yeah, I just realized I can't see any. Oh, no. Didn't matter. Never mind. Here is my slime. Yeah, see, it's still a little slow. Like, sometimes it takes a while to, it's mostly a pathing issue, but, that was just fast. Like, it having more speed would cause its, like, what few pathing issues it has to not be very relevant. That's the main reason I want to fix it. Yeah, I'm at the point where copper nuggets are kind of worthless. Also, I don't need this much fresh water. Ew. Okay, what is your... Let's make sure this is close. I feel like you're staying too far away from me. So I want to clean you. Oh no, you're still not clean. I didn't use fresh water. Oops. I also clean myself while I'm at it. Everything's good. Boundlessicus Ushid's friend. From my experience, the ooze won't usually use temporal fugue, but I don't want temporal fugue, so I'm gonna give it to remove the temptation, because there's literally no way I'm getting this fucking back. What? Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know what popped up. Doesn't have this. Oh, I tried to press I instead. Yeah, you should be able to. Huh? Oh, you don't count as having arms, do you? No, you don't. I gave it a piece of equipment before that had a similar effect. It wasn't something to go on the arms, but it still didn't want to use it ever, which is kind of funny. Kind of funny, except I was kind of looking forward to equipping it. But yeah, it's an arm piece. I can give it... I'm not going to give it the pistol picture. See, this is the one problem, is that I'll keep picking this up because I can't set it to scrap. Actually, speaking of... I don't know if that'll work. I mean, worst comes to worst, I'll just find another one. Okay, you started reacting to the sap. It became bigger. Quick reminder, every time it gets bigger, and this is very important for you to think about, it gets quickness. Like, the most important thing it gets every time it gets another limb is that it actually gets more quickness. It actually gets faster. I think it gets 10. I think it starts at something like measly like 40 or something, give or take. Do I start sharing? Burden with you. Oh, I should have you with at least one of these water skins. Just because whenever it fights a thistle, there's a chance that it will end up getting hit by one of its attacks and have its thirst lowered. And the only way to fix that is to give it water. If you have it with water, it'll automatically shrink its thirst. Which will, of course, only happen when it's attacked by a thistle. Solving the problem, obviously. I just wanted to point out, imagine this, but every enemy is an entire merchant. That is what I was dealing with in my off-stream run. Okay. It's literally just the DJ Khaled. I think it's DJ Khaled of suffering success. Yeah. These are the worst ones because you automatically pick these up and you can't get rid of them without just dropping them manually. Fine, I can leave. Okay. I think it's all the legendary merchants that are currently known to me, so I will take them off. None interesting. None interesting that I found for Jormats. Oh, right. I said I was going to fight Oborokore. I think it's actually like quite far down. I should be careful because I can get like slammed by a monkey and not be too thrilled by the outcome. I forgot how crazy this area is. Still gonna treat them as scrap though. I know I can make good use out of them, but I don't have the resources to be using energy weapons just yet. And by the time I have the resources to be using energy weapons, I'll be able to make my own. Or myself. There we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna scrap that. Oh yeah, I want to drop that. Definitely don't want to. You gotta be careful not to auto scrap anything that has like acid in it or lava in it, because then it'll just pour it onto you. Which is, as funny as it is, definitely not what you want to do. Okay. I'm just waiting for the big boys to start spawning. So I think it's like... I can't remember how deep down Borokoro is. It's a bit of a journey, though. Not that much. After I do this, I believe the villagers of Kakuka are going to hate my guts. Which is fine, honestly. You. Can you stop picking up these? I don't want 8 pelts either. That's as much as I love the money. Can't. I can't carry anymore. I think it's when I start seeing the hulking apes. That's when I'm getting really close. Keep it down. Alright, that's regular ogre ape. Or hulking ape. Obviously, you gotta be a little careful to give time for, like, if I did wait until party heal, let's see how many days it's gonna pass. Oh, I can't. Oh no, that actually took relatively short time. Spiked ape, ogre ape fur. So that does 3-3. It's actually an improvement over what I'm wearing, huh? Is it heavier? Oh, it's actually lighter. That's actually perfect. As I said, you gotta be a little bit careful with the ogre apes. They can drop. They can actually fight these things because they don't rely on weapons. They can stun. Do things the slime actually really doesn't like. Obviously, the power difference is enormous, so the apes would have to do a little. Well, they would have to have more strategy than the AI is really capable of. Funny thing is, we're not even likely to see a Borukoru ape god. It's more likely he's just gonna die off screen when I'm just auto exploring with this. Okay, is it 9 or 10 respawns? Like oh no, there we go, 9. Loved by apes. Oh, surprising. I thought the QQ loved them. Hated by farmers, loved by apes. Alright, bye. Oh! Holy shit! How much damage you just do to him? Oh, he just did. I forgot how much damage a Borukoru did. Oh. Alright, what of this can I bring with... none of this is valuable enough to stay here. None of that is valuable enough for me to risk it. Okay. I'm actually... Oh! It's because he has, like, 1 armor value. I like how that even partially surprised me. Alright. Time to, fix my mistake. I can actually equip you. Actually, I should read what you, have written on you. Yeah, that is new. I unequipped it. I thought I was gonna dismantle it like I did everything else. We're traveling through the mirror-worshipping quarter of Utara. Ushid II stopped at a tavern in Mushur. There she lost her prize, Shinika, the Blight of Fish. Another shining blight weapon. To a local pickpocket, she cursed the tavern and left Mushur. That's not a screen I want to exist on. I just want to point out, those can spit lava, or they can spit whatever was used to create them. Which is not limited. Obviously. Oh, make sure I get Or another liquid, or another painter. Oh, no, I need to unseal one of these. God, both the scrolling up and scrolling down is basically just sucking my soul out. I should probably close some of these menus. He says, refusing to do so. The only problem is I don't have enough weapons. I genuinely need to go find a bunch of weapons. Okay, acid obviously be stupid for me to mess with that. Alright, let me find myself where I want. And I am aware that I might accidentally like mix liquids here. That's fine. If it happens, it happens. Okay. Start by giving it a right. Bloody monosludge. Now, I am going to precognition just because I'm a lube. Okay. He's still a monosludge. Let me give... Actually, it's a good thing. Oh no, I ditched them all. Okay. That's fine. How do I... Actually, there's something to be said for starting open with this, because, do that. Run. Never going back there. Never gonna do that. Luckily, liquids on them aren't what triggers their effect. It's actually whatchamacallit. Are you not chasing me? What the hell's wrong with you? Oh, your speed's like ridiculously low still, right? I don't have new secrets. I do need to be careful of it walking over things that are already on the ground, but should be okay. Okay, I'm actually going to try to get you a level. No, I'm gonna level up from that. You're obviously not gonna level up. Also, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, it's just if you give it to them. Yeah, if you give somebody, like if I were to say, I control them, give all of the books to the monosludge. The monosludge technically counts as reading every single book. Basically for the purpose of like checking to see if it's like a legendary. I actually think I'll have you stay here for now until I'm ready to fix everything. I'll give you the lead cell. Actually, what the? This does a lead. Oh no, it doesn't. These items says a lead cell on it. There we go. Okay, let me throw these both down. Go. Make him his favorite, so I don't have to worry about the beds de Sousa. Okay, I am going to quickly do the Great Gate quest because I do have enough stats for that. It is very much an issue that things are, or my equipment's still pretty sad. Also gonna remove this. Make sure I don't have any grenades. Let me see what happens when I temporal fugue. Fucking hate. There's such a level of hatred right now. By the way, I can actually fix what just happened. All you have to do, and this is why I still, like, even with the amount of micro I can do, what I can do is I can temporal fugue, tell them not to do that anymore. But obviously, it's not really going to solve the problem. Hey, where is the fucking I just saw? Or did I not actually see a legendary? Are these all just generic assholes? No idea. Oh, it's just a Gershwin legendary because they color coded. Let's pick that up. I think that was just fresh water I just ran through, but it's fine. Locked in psychic battle. Let me precognition real quick. You hated by fish, admired by cats. That's fine. Fish are more important than there's very few dangerous cats in the game. Like, the only really scary cats in all of CUD are ones that literally can't hit you unless you do something stupid. Genuinely. Handling. Okay, please stop giving me ruins. Stop tempting me with them constantly. So I'm sort of just pick that up for the sludge. I need you to treat this scrap. Weapons, galore. I wonder if I gave it a close sphere, if it actually equip it or not. I actually have no idea. I mean, almost every enemy in the game, every creature aside from the player, usually has the ability to see in the dark. Just a little bit, though. Oh, I suppose. Yeah, I think about it. There is one use case for giving them bucklers. Is if there is a chance that if you have something that has no armor on their arms and you give them a buckler, they might think that the buckler is worth more armor, despite the fact that it does nothing for them mechanically. So, you know, abuse the AI, basically. That's about it. They're giving me speed, aren't they? Oh, that's not what I want. Speed, right? Yeah, 10 minute speed is not great. No, I'm equipping these. Yeah, fucking. Treat a scrap, please. Figure out how to go down safely from here. Oh, it's because it didn't know where things hooked up. Yeah, I'm going to go upstairs. Right from the stairs. Get myself back. That should be able to handle this fight. I wish unprepared food didn't weigh, because like all it does is create this tedious need to like, especially when you fight merchants, this tedious need to constantly have to prepare food so it actually doesn't weigh anything again. So it stops clogging up your inventory for no good reason. About the remites, I have 2 data discs. Does that mean I can have 2 of every? It'd be funny if you somehow had a bug where as long as you had a different data disk, you could just keep going. Okay. Pickaxe. As long as that's in my... As long as that's in a hand, it'll allow me to mine, which... makes things very convenient. Trinket should be... whatchamacallit? The recoiler. It's funny. I've actually seen somebody stream and say, "Oh, now I'll never have to go through that again." Like after getting the recoiler and being like, "Oh, I no longer have to, you know, go through everything I just did." It's like, well, yeah, because you just murdered everything. You were never gonna have to do that again anyway. So you're just gonna have to walk. It's very funny. But at least for Grit Gate, like, it's one thing to say that about, like, going to Yid, but saying that in reference to Grit Gate when you cleared out literally every hindrance, it's like, kind of missing the point. Okay, let me go back down here, because clearly I can get some of these glow strips back. I should have had him identify this was. Okay. It's kind of funny. Like, one of these is the reward for completing the quest. It's either a chain pistol or this. You get to choose. But it's kind of funny. It's like, no difference. I believe I want to switch back for Golgotha just so I don't have it rusting everything or risk of it getting acid. Any modifications to my current setup? Probably would like more of a lot of stuff, but should be fine. Like, I've definitely done it with less. Like, less batteries, less everything. You know, I'll just take it. Spend the skill points for it. Now, this is one convenience of having... Oops, you're pissed at me. Oh, well. That won't matter until way later. I will... Like I was saying, definitely am going to precognition to see which one of these is which. Fuming vent. Okay, that's safe enough. But yeah. What is it called? Black gel? Yeah, black gels, in case you didn't know, inflict disease on you. Oh yeah, I suppose I should. Point. You know. Yeah, see, this would have caused the thing to get acid. I just want to murder all of these so I can have, like, a chance to stand. Just... Come on. Right, I should have been paying attention. Of course, my character was going to hold on by the conveyor belt. Gotta be a little bit more careful, because I'm waiting. Okay, I'm going to heal with one of my items that I should have. There we go. Yeah, the drill bot, because the drill bot actually doesn't have, I think it's considered having natural weapons. That's a little bit of a inconvenience. I picked this up, whatever it is. I don't think it's anything too interesting. I just know that it's... Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. It's losing weird artifact. Yeah, it's a Gemso, which is definitely worthwhile. But if I could have a second to stand... There we go. I can show how I would normally deal with this area. So, honey, salve, and then your choice of whatever jerky you have the most of. Mix them all together. Whenever you take damage, there's a 8 to 10% chance one of your minor negative status effects is removed at random. Okay. See if I can do this before. Shit. Did that just... Oh, no, it didn't remove the effect. Okay, the only issue is I'm assuming my regeneration's gonna get to it first. I could also stand an assassin. But effectively... It's like a 1 in 10 chance, and I'm taking, like, many good instances of damage. I don't know. And if you wouldn't mind... Excuse... Also, these might be getting damaged. I'm actually going to remove them just... Because acid can damage your footwear if it gets on them. Super. Because I know for a fact that Sorcerer Throat can be cured by this. Actually, the fact hasn't triggered yet. That's actually hilarious. But that's basically a recipe like this. Either one that says negative or major. Either or can remove stuff like Sore Throat. Unless I've lost my mind. That or Regeneration 1 or Regeneration 5. If minor physical debuffs isn't Sore Throat, it's fine. I mean, I can fix it. Wouldn't be the first time I've had that. But yeah, if minor isn't enough, like assuming this doesn't just go away because of regeneration, you just need the effect to say major instead of minor. It's should be fine either way. And if you don't have, you're not a good cook, all you need is... Oh shit. All you need is oh shit. All you need is to go... Where's it? Drink honey. And then if you have one, you eat a yuckweed stem. You combine those two effects and you get a pretty sizable increase to your roll against losing this disease. Yeah, I think it might actually be major. I might have actually misremembered that. Oh well. You neutral to me? They're neutral to me. I've been scared to death of these sludges, or not sludges, eels this entire time. They're currently neutral because I made fish like me. Or the willing spirit. Now I just need the Brigade Recoiler. Activate first. Can't. Oh yeah, there's one thing that I regret not having when I came down here. Is Trash Divining. Trash Divining can give me a bunch of secrets from all these. Oh, there's Slog. Oh no, you're just a spinning slug. I gotta be very careful I don't accidentally step into the open air. Actually, an interesting thing. I wonder what would happen if somehow all these got destroyed. Like, just die. Also, in case you're wondering how these spawn, because they always seem to like appear infinitely, literally all it is every time you step on any liquid down here in Golgotha, like any Golgotha liquid you step in has a chance to spawn one. I don't know if it's just the player or if it's other NPCs as well, but I know you're the player. I must have fought something that like, or that was liked by fish. Damn it. Okay, there's Slog. Should be strong, but just 1v1. There we go. Spies by mollusks. That's fine. Trees are indifferent. And then with butchering, I get the Unculus. It gives resistance. Actually, replace. Please remember how to press the keys. Sorry, my brain keeps pressing the fun to switch menus. I don't know where that over thing that's giving me temporal view, because I don't want to get temporal view and have the temptation to use it. Alright. I mean, at some point I'll come back for all this trash, just inevitably. Prepare this. Oh yeah, one real danger is if you get tripped up by one of the eels, there's a chance you are forced to drink the liquid below you, which can result in very hazardous effects, including rusting like half your gear. I did not mean to open everything. I hate that there's a button to like open all of these. I keep pressing it, making me have to close them all again. Is it little just the... I don't even know what I keep pressing. Oh yeah, I can get those now. Yeah, I need to close these. No, not that. I want Brigade Recoiler. Okay. Oh, right. I didn't actually. What? Oh, I'm so stupid. I thought it said the mid. I thought they didn't accept it. I forgot that it doesn't actually get taken from your inventory. Okay, this is Nanon. Assuming that's the gun mod that makes it so my laser pistols can dismember, and I like to do that. I mean, it's kind of overkill, if I'm gonna be honest with myself. Because what pistols are already capable of? Oh, let me show. Pistols do disarming shot. So in actuality, this is not to remove weapons, or not disarming shot. Disarming shot removes the weapons, but Nanon is really just there to remove everything else. All the other pieces of equipment, or potential limbs that could hold equipment, or to remove the hands themselves. Which, I'm gonna be honest, considering how many enemies don't actually hold weapons in the first place, I kind of feel like disarming shot doesn't completely invalidate dismember, or making things Nanon, I should say. So, there's that. Complete step. Oh, so if you do it early, you can get chain pistol or the carbine. I fucked that up. Well, it doesn't matter. I wasn't looking. I already had a carbine. I just fucked up saying it. Okay, can you please stop sleeping? You... Hated by the sea. I'm actually not gonna ritual with her this time. Okay, let me make sure I buy a bunch of bullets off you. Oh, you... I must have already did it. Or I was here too recently that you haven't reset. Okay, I want to go to Jacopo. Set that. Lantern of Visage. Nothing. Nothing. Flawless Crystal Mail. This would basically prevent what just happened to the last ooze if I could somehow get it off of you. Honestly, the worst that could happen. You know, I could just buy it. Like, yeah, I have enough money. It's just everything I own. No, I don't want to trade it. No, I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade any of this. I did not actually want to press that. This, as funny as it is to give myself temporal fugue, give an ally temporal fugue. No. Join us to the boots. I did say I didn't want to give the thing anything I would be afraid to lose. Honestly, I'm not afraid to lose it. If it gets lost, it gets lost. Like, it's not like I'm giving it something irreplaceable. I'm just giving it, you know, all my life savings. Which is replaceable. Now the question is, how do I push myself over the edge? Yeah, I'll come back later, because from remember, his inventory never changes. So he'll have that forever. I've never seen him spawn with something that valuable. I say that, I think I've seen one of the people here spawn with metamorphic polygel in the permanent inventories, which is pretty impressive. Leyline puppeteers. That also gives temporal fugue. I already somehow give it to my... Well, somehow make one. At this stage of the game, that's not happened. Box of crayons I'll steal off of you. This I can actually afford. I think one of these is just a dart gun. Which you can use to hit people with love injectors from range, which can be useful. I've just personally never done it, because it doesn't... I mean, I really don't want to equip something else. And then go back to shooting my gun. Yeah, this is the dart gun. Which can be loaded with a love injector, which I will demonstrate. Just because I can. Which one of you... Surfer Seal gives the... Yeah, data discs. It was Hortensa. Everybody's hostile to me now. I can now but obviously I'm gonna go back in time to before I did that for obvious reasons, because I don't want to piss off everybody here. Or this is probably gonna overburden me. Oh no, I already have it. Oh right, of course I do. But after I give it, oh, I contracted Glot Rush. That's the first time since it became an achievement. I think. No, I don't care, game. I think I can easily remove it by getting Regeneration 5. I think Regeneration 5 cures Glot Rod. I can't honestly remember. This is, again, first time I've ever gotten it since it became an achievement. It was actually an achievement while I was playing previously. Like, it's, like, there wasn't, like, an entire gap where it, like, the gap that I wasn't playing did not occur. Oh my god, I don't even know why I'm trying to phrase it. Or trying to word it all. But yeah, no. It's actually that rare for me to have it to end up like this. Get books, have no books. I'm not the... as funny as it would be to get them a few levels to get their HP a little bit higher, I'm just gonna start the... Oh, it's gonna keep happening where I keep regenerating and keep losing the same tongue. Or different tongues, I suppose. Your tongue against the rod. That's one reason you want to make sure that if you have regeneration, you make sure you have a high enough level of generation that gets rid of Glot Rot, so you don't just stay with it forever. So now you're gonna say, man's got no tongue. Right. Move here, please. Huh? Oh, did I just... No, I just did something stupid. I think it evaporated. Okay. I should just going. And try sludge. Let me check my water containers for things that are likely to end up in it. Yeah, okay. Essence is obviously number one on the things that it's likely to give to itself. Because I don't have enough weapons to go crazy with this. Okay, molten wax, fresh waters. Of course, also something it's likely to end up with. Oh, I meant to actually pour that not onto myself. It would have been funny if I was trying to give a lava and that happened to me. Obviously, that was what I was doing. I'd pay a little bit more attention than what just happened with the water. Obviously. Okay. Should genuinely not end up with like any of these by accident, so I'm just gonna just leave it as a pentasludge until I get more weapons, just so I don't run out of them just by accident. Something Regeneration 5 doesn't solve the issue. I'll just go figure out the cure and go do it. May as well get the achievement. So funny. I'm not an achievement hunter for stuff that's literally like, hey, get your ass beat. Like, there's so many things that are just get yourself killed that I'm like not extremely interested in having. I still go through the effort just to have the achievements to die. Aside from the funny ones. Aside from the ways to die that are like actually hard to accomplish. Because those are interesting. Like getting turned into a gem. I mean, I can turn other people into a gem. But like, stuff like the Fermi Paradox, or not the Fermi Paradox, oh my god, I can't remember. It's the exclusion principle. Or basically, like, if you're standing, like, let's say, there's a wall here, here, and you're here, so in the center, surrounded, inside a wall, surrounded by walls, you die. That is one of those ways to die that is inevitable, and I like getting that achievement. What? Not the things that I gotta go out of my way to do myself. It's definitely not cup of tea. A little worried about how my sludge is doing. Should probably get them to the strength that they're not gonna find out dead. Oh, they're actually members of the cult. I was legitimately wondering what the hell was going on. I think they're all human. Or cult members of a cult centered around humanoids, because obviously they're all seemingly humanoid. Okay. There you are. You're too slow. I think you might actually pick something up. Did not. So maybe in paranoid. Let me or drum cider nearby. Let me move to it. I should definitely take the weapons back. So obviously it's not going to automatically re-equip them. How did I accidentally give you a cybernetic cryo pitch? That is very interesting to have seen happen. I'm gonna give you honey yet. Nope. It's very unfortunate that my dude couldn't solo a motor recorder 8 god. It was really a question of who acted, like who could stun the other one. But I don't have my dude with like full access. If I had like a dozen by the time I get them Crysteel, it's only gonna be Crysteel. I say battle axes. It's gonna be just Crysteel cudgels that I give to them just to maximize their cudgel or the chance to actually use the cudgel abilities. Okay, I do want to give you a green goo and a wine. Did that not? Oh, it might have evaporated on me. I think the green goo evaporated. It's usually like whenever you have trouble with something evaporating, just put more out. So that'll make it harder for it to evaporate faster than you can do whatever you needed to with it. In my experience. You should have blood already. Let's make sure you have slime on you. You already have slime. Okay, let me apply. Okay, react strangely, converts it into gel. Okay, make it show it's auto-collecting the actual thing that's in it. And then I will recollect the slime. Except obviously it's salty, so it's usable. Pour this slime into... Where's my open otter skin? Oh, I need to unseal. There we go. You obviously already have this, so let's have you step in it anyways, just for my sake of mind. Molten wax should be the next one. Let's cancel out. Okay. I'm gonna give you black ooze. Do not believe so. Alright, I just forget to give it an extra weapon. So I was gonna think I did. Oops. I mean at this point, like I've given it that many weapons. It doesn't need to be nearly need as much as I've given it. Now this should cause it to shuffle its inventory. And then re-equip it. Alright, so it's missing like maybe one limb, assuming it. I'm not just paranoid. Have I given you oil yet? No, I have not given you oil yet. That'll probably be the last one I give it for now. And then just take back what I gave it and give it. And I'll just give it to spares as well. Okay, as we're taking some volumes. That was an actual site. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Ishikari traps neutral to me. Water barons, ooh, that's really beneficial. Paradotica is literally just a tiny boost. Radiant. It isn't even. It's rating. It doesn't have anything. It's not light at all. Why are you called an Utica? Like, literally, why? You're not actually. Yeah, no. This one toughness plus one ego is just so unbelievably uninteresting. Fresh water over myself. Did I do something? Okay, let me use these crayons and I use the crayons properly. Yeah, no. That's what I assumed was gonna. I'm just gonna drop them so I don't get confused next time I pick one up. It's basically just trade good at this point, which is pretty probably not worth it. Gonna be honest. Yeah, no, it beheads oozes that don't really come with heads. Like, if we're being completely honest with ourselves, it's kind of redundant. There's the wings. I'm not gonna pick them up because they break all the time. Get you to make sure you're following closely with me. There we go. Okay. What can I give you to? I don't know. Well, let me give you the spare weapons first. Yeah, no, I don't. I know you don't have the identify skill. That's me just continuing to make that same mistake. I'm actually gonna get rid of that. Oops. I'm actually gonna get rid of that. I didn't mean to pour little liquids all over myself. I get rid of the droid. The dark gun. Yeah, I know. I already used it just to show that I could. Unload. I'm gonna murder this guy as close as I can. What? Have? No, nothing too interesting. Rebecca, that's just a chef, so I don't need to worry about that. I should think of how I'm going to equip them in the future. This is a spirit weapon I'm gonna grab for them. Lose a little bit careful because they can wind up from all this acid. I did give you bloody, yes I did. Yeah, with the Oboru Kotoru Ape God, we did prove that they're not invincible. They're just... Well, I mean, it depends what... Such a stupid joke. There we go. Have it do the, Wait, so I don't have to. I'm actually starting to collect tier 3 grenades, though it is obviously like if I ever have the unfortunate scenario of God damn it. Right, I keep picking shit up. What was I saying? Oh yeah, if I do have the unfortunate scenario of ending up cloned, I'm definitely going to be not happy. Oh, I'm just carrying around these as what should I get at this point? Yeah, I can drop them. Drop you. Now I can move again. Okay, let me repair this because that's actually what's causing me to be overburdened. I'm gonna redo the recipe to not. Actually, never mind. I am going to precognition and cook with wild rice. Let's see what happens. It's like so bad. That's like unbelievably shitty. Even the wilds of mirror-worshipping quarter of Uttara, Ushid II discovered Turkukish. There she befriended hermits, and she set a jeweled jasper stone into a newly forged ring. Interesting here. Yeah, my pal right next to me has way too many sets of arms for that to matter. Which I think each 2 arms counts as him having a whole new set of hands. So yeah, I would need such a ridiculous amount that it's not even relevant. Prison Starter is interesting, but I'm the only person I'd equip it to is not gonna be able to figure out how to get those power cells to work. Oh hey, cats no longer despise me. Temporal fugue and a cudgel. Yeah. This is funny. It'd be so funny if he's already past the point where he'd equip it. Okay, I think he unequipped. I think it was two-handed. So yeah. Can I tell you not to use Temporal Fugue? Okay, so if I want to, I can tell him not to use it until I'm ready for him to use it. I'm just gonna let him use it. Really. His ego's gonna be low, so it's always gonna be the tier 1. It is very interesting to think how that's gonna be used. If ever used. It's gonna be hard to notice. Really due to the fact that it's gonna be used so little. And it's not going to last very long, obviously. I think what would be interesting is if I could get there go up like several points. Like if I could really, really hammer some grinding and have them with like a bunch of eater nectar syringes until their ego was actually like halfway decent. It would be funny to see them use it. But yeah, for now, it's just going to be a novelty that occasionally gets seen. If ever. Worst comes to worst, I wasn't going to freaking equip it. It's assuming that actually is two-handed, like... Okay, you want to keep switching your equipment out? I'll keep giving you shit. I think everything I have on my person is inside of them. I did get the Bethesda Susa quest line. What don't I want them to get of Bethesda? You know, I'm willing to risk going to Bethesda Susa with them just to speed it along a little. I should be favored, so it should be okay. Yeah, the literal only reason I'm doing this is purely so I don't have to deal with the Cragmensch, because, yeah, this thing is going to be powerful enough to deal with all that. I'm going to put 5 points in regeneration just to try to see if it cures Glot Rot, because I've never had Glot Rot in a long time. Okay, I'm going to get Customs and Folklore because next level, then I can get Trash Divining. Yep. Oh my god, I am really scared that he's going to get himself killed. Or, he's going to get dismembered, not killed, dismembered. Do I want to handle the trolls myself? How do I want to handle the trolls? I'm just going to kill him. They are a very good source of certain secrets. But, okay. You have got to stay there. I just remembered why I told myself not to bring the clone, or not to, sorry, not to bring the slime, because yeah, clone of a cyberneticist. Yeah, that would have been super dangerous. So you have laser pistols. I want to take that. I did not need the hat. The hat was unnecessary. Excuse me. Here. It's one wet laser pistol. I'm actually going to not equip that yet. Jack laser rifle. Alright. Here. I'll take that scrap. Painted scoped laser pistol. Obviously, I'm still not going to equip it because I don't have a charger. I'm going to leave the boots back at the still. Which is an excuse. Also an excuse to offload some of the books I have. Another question is, if I'm doing the stilt, or not stilt, god damn it. If I'm doing the Bethesda Susa normally, what do I do about how I'm going to need AoE? That is truly something I need to answer for myself. Okay, you stay here. Hopefully I don't accidentally proselytize anybody to ruin everything. Oh, I need my clone to regenerate. Oh, it's not actually gonna... Oh, right. I guess... I thought it persistently just kept regenerating. I guess not. I'm not gonna try to buy anything, because that would just be stupid. I can't talk to you. That's the problem with Clot Rot. You can actually end up in a situation where you can't solve any of your problems. Yeah, I think regeneration 5 cures it out. You know what, actually, just thought I should probably deal with Bot Rot before I deal with it. I did not mean to pick up that buckler. Okay, first of all, I should drop the buckler. I just picked that for no reason. And give you just... all the books, I guess. Okay, I will pick up. On the anniversary of a great battle, a cook found a babe with salt on its eyes outside his tavern. He and his fellow cooks adopted the baby and named it Ushid. Yeah, what I want to do right now is literally just get a Eater Nectar syringe. Or injector, I should say. Same thing. Any of these something new? Not really. Cinder Weep. Yeah, spiced already. So outside the 250 pounds of liquids, what else am I carrying that I can get rid of? Hey, laser pistol. I'm just gonna skip laser pistols, honestly. I already have a carbine, so I'm gonna scrap this carbine. Let's scrap the carbine thing. it does extend. Oh, I can just shoot Dawn Glider. Oh, I just. Right, I forgot the Dawn Glider is grounded because obviously it's grounded. Why wouldn't it be? There's some teeth. Yeah, I'm just gonna focus on the shuriken. It's actually funny. I'm pretty sure that has happened before. I've just like accidentally cured myself of a disease that I was intending to cure, like legit way. Where is the? Alright, you're not. Oh, okay, it's already maxed up. That's good. Okay. Very important thing to near. Another inkling. Lava Weep is definitely not what I want to give you. Oh. Sorry to stop it. Having them contract or body covered in fungus wouldn't necessarily be too bad. I mean, it'd be bad, it just wouldn't be end of the world bad. Should actually be exactly what I'm looking for. Don't want to just. Actually, the hit to Mechanist is going to be unfortunate, but I actually do want to kill that because it is such a. It's so easy to fix the rep with the Mechanists. Not so easy for the rest. Okay, so this one of these should be Uber Nostrum, and the other one should be Eater Nectar. Nostrum, Eater Nectar. I know it's not very surprising. I just love that guessing game. I just love knowing that I can somehow guess all of that. No, I still want these. I never know what I might lose off of what lose of what I've currently given them. It's really just the one item that's hard to replace. Okay. Yeah, still need to level up. Okay, let me make sure I'm doing this properly. Rustbog. Another reason this is a good thing. The only problem is I only have one of these. Yeah, I only have one. Usually the oh my god, I forgot what they're called. The Pujas Templars usually have two, if I'm not mistaken. Overloaded laser pistol. Yeah, I don't like overloaded principle. Gate recoilers are one of those things that I picked up so many of. Simply due to all of the legendary... legendary, not legendary. I like how I said I was right. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. No, but all the Dromans I was fighting. Only... when I was playing by myself. Oh my god, it was so bad. I'm careful I don't overburden them. I have no way to know what any of these are. Bounding boots. Sprint. Yeah, it's not. Over carbide. New. In fact, I should just dismantle them if I can, otherwise drop them. I don't know. I said it like that. Scrap you. There's a higher tech version of the grapple gun that I prefer. Angler and a teleprojector is something I like to have. And of course, that's one of the few well, not few things, but one of the many things that I cannot give my companion, because he might equip it and keep it forever. Okay, I want love plus sun-dried banana plus something that gives him interpretation. I suppose the Armed Arcane is the easiest one from what I see. Psychometry. Yeah, just give me psychometry right now. Okay, let's slugs. Make that's not gonna work. I can't learn how to make that. Night vision goggles. I won't learn how to make. This is the only setup that I'm not gonna ever build. I don't need any checkers. Okay, that was not much more than that. The fucking trumpet. I just want to point out this is usually the loudest song in the entire game. And I've turned way down. Like, in fact, this is one of the few songs that I can actually hear myself. Most of the songs are too quiet because I have the stream audio low for me. Or I have my computer audio low for me. I don't know how it's coming up on the stream. I know this song's coming up. I know you can hear it. It's a factual statement. You can hear this goddamn song. I can mute that game, you still hear that fucking trumpet. I want to prepare 2 pieces of yuck wheat. Not doing it again. There's a troll man. Hopefully I can trade some stuff. I say trade, I could just kill it, but I'm not in a killing mood. Probably not that. So Puritica, something that just gives toughness and ego. Yeah, no, that's don't need it. And I just think I can just use psychometry. Bronze Day. I can get popped. Acid grenade. That's not. Oh yeah, the 3 grenades that I picked up there are tier 3. Those are the ones that I want to psychometry. There you go. Unfortunate psychometry can't teach you. At least I don't think it can teach you mods. It'd probably be broken if it did not broken, but like way too overtuned. Yeah, see you around. I probably won't be streaming for too much longer anyways. Probably just fix up my current situation and then probably just grind merchants off stream. Thanks for showing up. That's probably a waste of time. Oh, what you do? Probably even less sure of what he's doing than I am. What's this not do? That's definitely the best way to search for legendaries. Well, search for anything. You can find a lot in the desert. It does waste potential assassins I could fight later, but it's not like it's not like I'll die if I don't fight 100 psychers. Another throw my caravan. Watch me get overburdened by fucking giant hands. Just cry. Second. The game was like, I heard you're like giant hands. I mean, I can actually There's actually like a usability for that. I'm actually gonna find a second one of these anyway, so I may as well just inject it into myself. I was hoping they'd give me a +1 strength just by a miracle. I could have precognition to see what it would do, but that is not what I'm too concerned about. I could drop the Witchwood part at this point. I'm almost to the point where I'm past it anyways. Where's the... I was about to say, you're not coming. There's one type of legendary I'm not too hopeful I find, at least not right this second. Ooh, I gotta be careful that they don't get murdered. Because like I've said before, they have no ability to fight things in the air, so if I don't pay attention, they could get murdered. Oh, I could get murdered still by them. If I'm not actually paying attention. Part of me just wants to put a pickaxe in my offhand, so if I... Or no, wait, what did you say? Great renown. That's rep with one random faction. It's usually not worth it. Usually, anyways. Oh yeah, I should probably do that before I should probably cure myself with a lot rod. I smack you out. Fight fire. I more so just wanted to check to see if I could, rather than worrying too much about him. Oh, I was actually offside. Oops. And there's some news. Yeah, ritual with them. I think I want to anyways. Back up and then start shooting into them. Get an aggroed. And have my slime being restored. I don't think antelopes are at all a threat later in the game. Could be wrong though. It's not like they're gonna equip cybernetics, so I may as well toss them on the pile that I've given them. I'm gonna have the bronze dropped. Give them one of these water skins. There we go. Where's the bronze? There we go. Is this something I haven't read yet? No, it's not. Oh, she's a merchant. You know what? Yeah, I'll go. Blizzard. Blizzard just gives, yeah, one dodge value. It's not relevant. Not worry too much about it. Yeah, that's fine. So I'll crack and not too interested in fighting that. The bear. Am I interested in ritualing with you? Yeah, I think I'll get you gone. So much of honey and cider. Don't really need that desperately. There's more flaming tarpets. Nice. Oh no, that's actually a Mark III. It should be, yeah, modded version. I'll get rid of it. Protector. It's like Chris. It's like Shaw. Yeah, definitely worth a lot of money if I were to actually put this stuff with me, but I don't need money. Yeah, no, I'm not too worried about siphon batons. Okay, you want a teleprojector? Already have one. That should just be. Oh, right. I just need to pick it up and then I'll scrap it. Should be. There we go. There we go. Just making sure I cover all my bases so I don't. He contemplates why he spent his money on merchandise and kill him. Just, I mean, it was mostly just so I didn't have to inventory management. Do any inventory management after the fact. Gotta definitely be careful I don't accidentally give him anything that'll get him to not want to wield that weapon I gave him. But there's something to be said. I can just give him more limbs to fix that problem. But then it would just push the problem back, where I still have to worry about giving him too much. Okay, what do I not need? I have like an excessive amount of everything. I definitely picked something up just now that is making me overburdened. Oh, of course, it's the fucking bear meat. Get that. This is most of the problem settled. All these are scrap. Oh, and these. That can be scrap. That can be scrap. That's a hyper tractor. Yeah, no, good. Combustion cell. I can scrap those. Let's go. One night under the beetle moon, a jeweler found a babe with its mouth full of jasper under her workshop, or outside her, under her workshop. That's funny. She and her fellow jewelers adopted the babe and named her Ushid. I get unlucky for a while and does not find anything. I like how I eated some congealed ether nectar. Ejector. This is a settlement. That's not too bad. In 648 AR, the villagers of Habal deposed the mayor and entrusted power to an elected senate. Senators promised to forever uphold the sanctity of defending grains of the earth. Okay. Cherish the memory of Queen Shwumbus I. Founded the monarchy of Hubble for those who scorn the Senate. Okay. Villagers in the encourage. Oh, right. I can't communicate with anybody for obvious reasons. Water read. Not super relevant. Max sweep, which I'm pretty sure. Do I have? Yeah, you're waxing already. And of course, you're slimy. Oops. Try not to shoot your ally. The funny thing is, I can't actually get the corpus callosum for the fact that I have no tongue, which is kind of the thing that I need to fix my tongue. And I don't have a spare version, do I? Yeah, it's one of those things that really shouldn't have given up. Ooh, here's what I've been looking for. I look pretty cognition just to be completely safe. Yeah, I didn't even do that. didn't even slightly need to do that. Yeah, see, 2 Eater Nectar syringes. Now I can. Yeah, I'll prepare. I didn't mean to prepare. Now I need to find another. So I like to keep 1 Eater Nectar on my person at all times, and 1 injector at all times. But I suppose I can always just, see what would happen if I cook with both of it, and then make a decision based off that. Okay, so the next one I would take is good. You know what? I'm gonna go back in time, only cook 1 of them, and just not worry. Though I will see what happens. No, I'm not gonna see what happens if I cook both of it. Or I could keep. Yeah, no, I don't. So I keep jabbering because I keep changing my mind. Okay, exotic 1. I think I'm not gonna cook with it until I get a second, just to make sure. Because no, I changed my mind. Changed my mind again. Pray I don't change it again. It'll mainly fix the fact that I'm constantly overburdened. Though, actually, the reason I'm overburdened is because I hold it to a hyper set. Yeah, I'll equip it and then just talk about it later. Integrate boots, I'll just keep on with them. Wall, scrap. I never make good use of those. In 5974 BR, you shoot the second, a gateborn died which causes 90. Just check before I suppose I'll just go away. Fucking trumpet player. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I'm doing this properly. One of you nerds is legendary. I did not mean to run up to you like that. Select by the Merchant's Guild. That is a murdering I'm gonna do to you over that. Also, by the way, I just need to point out that all these donglers I'm gonna have to murder myself. Obvious reasons. I'm gonna pick the Sphinx Salt up just so I don't lose it. Since I does want. Okay, that was a lot less of a problem than I thought it'd be. I got all those dongler tails. Mitchell token, and then wait. Cast the bottom of the map. Why did you not need to do that? Okay, you really gotta think before you do shit like that. Here, you. Yeah, you're fine. Wait until party's healed. Yeah, it can take. This is what I tried to show off earlier. It can take multiple days for them to heal. Did I already? I'll check. Did I already eat with the Eater Nectar? No, I haven't. I'm just paranoid. I'm pretty sure the RNG for this is set, but I'll check. Okay, good. That wouldn't have really proved anything if I didn't accidentally fail. That's in my opinion. I need to go like so. There we go. I should just absolutely. I am getting tired, so I'm gonna mumble even more than I usually do. of Yonder Cane. Sun-dried banana. Ego teleportation psychometry is interesting. Someone with the vast mind is near. Yeah, I'm just gonna let the slime do it. I'll take the canteen, even though I really shouldn't be doing that. I'll get to the top of the salt dunes and then stop grinding like this. Acting as the enfranchisement of unshelled reptiles, Yershid led an army to the gates of Arsawan Dune. He rescued its citizens and they proclaimed him Sultan of Qud. Dowering him with the Earth Base in his honor, they changed the name of Arsawan Dune to Yershid City. I actually had it where the same Sultan has renamed the same city multiple times, which is hilarious. Imagine having a city named after you. Like, and then you take it over again. It's like, how do you manage that? How do you manage to conquer a place, have them rename it after you, and then manage to piss them off again to the point that they need to be retaken? That's what basically I assume is going on, unless it's just a psycho. Which, I mean, these are Sultans of Qud, I can only imagine. I should start thinking of wearing night vision goggles. Yeah, sure. Or we need something. Oh, I'm gonna kill him. See, I go kill him again. I moved. Yeah, I can. Okay, thanks. Where is the merch? I have no idea which body is the merchant. I think I got everything off of him though. Okay, Scarab. I should have. Still wants to get trash divining. Trash divining. And 25 intelligence. So it's +1 more. Yeah, I'll save. Well, no. If I get +1 intelligence, I'll have whatever I need. I'll get scavenger just to go with trash divining. And then find out what's in my inventory. Yeah, I can psychometry that. Psychometry this. Like I'm not psychometrying all this because it'd be way easier to do that. I was gonna drop the whole thing. I don't need the tiny amount of bits I'm gonna get from a single chem cell. This wind turbine. I mean, it was pretty obvious that's what that was. I just wanted to see what it said. Let me refresh. Recognition. You can actually, with wild rice and can't have it all, you can actually give yourself diseases, all things. Would it be different if I waited? Precognition. Try to get. It might be different. It might be based on the map. Let's do our value. Okay, so it's based on that. Okay. Yeah, this can't have it all. Apparently, can replace, but yeah, wild rice doesn't do that. Okay, fair enough. I'll keep rolling it. I'll do something else in between though. Otherwise, I'll lose my mind. I'm gonna keep rolling this recipe to get it perfected. so garbage. Incredibly bad. Can't even deactivate these until I go underground. I don't need to be wasting charge in a place where I just wait until daytime all the time anyways. Regardless of whether I have a source, unless it's a light source that can see the whole map. Being able to see the whole map, don't I have fearful hints already? Yeah, I do. Obviously, I'm powerful enough to see the whole map. It's just something I really should be making note of that I have. Okay. By moth. Step off screen and then wait for warning. Yeah, I can see the salt back from a mile away. Okay, let me check what your inventory is. Radio powered. Okay, let's. I don't know, I was gonna kill him, I just didn't mean to be so brutal about it. Steel coronet. I can give that to you, can you only have one head, except aren't you wearing? What are you wearing? I don't know, it was the previous one I gave something to wear on his head. That does mean that's probably the permanent thing he's gonna be wearing on his head, but meh. Meh is truly my opinion on this. Yeah, let me focus, that's probably what's really causing the problem. Oh, block area, pick the whole thing up. Find it again to get rid of it. No, I don't want to look at anything. Oh, that's what the recipe's doing. Whoops. A mistake on my part. Trade scrap, get rid of it. Trade scrap, get rid of it. Trade S, scrap. Let's scroll back up to see armor. I need to close several things. Where'd armor go? Oh, there it is. 4939 BR. Yhim ravaged all of the vessel-worshipping quarter of Shilshire, soldering together the children of the villages of Ezra and Arachnids. She became known as Shilshire Bane. And then a bunch of shit gets disassembled with it. God, I really dropped where? Yeah, east. Okay, so it should be. There we go. Start it here. And let's see, friend of fungi. Yeah. I should not be walking into that. Not because I'll get affected by it, because it's just gonna get cured. But just because the slime might get affected by it. That would be the game really wants to give me mechanical things. It's funny. Okay, you're the legendary. You're hated by the 3 different things. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, becoming Nook at Gil. That's actually really good. I actually did it off screen. I really did want to find the becoming Nook just to prove to myself that I was right earlier. Is that if you get to it early, actually has stuff in it. I think that NPC actually just stole my kill, maybe. It's fine if it did. Yeah, I think it did. That's hilarious. think I might be at the. Okay, now. I was slightly off. Oops. This is not solid. Yeah, I was about to say it should be Bothramites. If you see a bunch of scrap on a map, and it's not rusty, it's probably because Bothramites. Are you? Yeah, you get the ritual with, except I can't ritual with you. Let me add this to the map. There we go. I was pressing the wrong button. Rathamite. This person's inventory is not going to change, so I'll just come back for what I'm interested in. My offset again. Oh, good. Keep psyching myself out. I really don't want to cure Glot stream. It's just gonna be inconvenient where I'm trying to, or not go to sleep, but in stream because I'm starting to get really freaking tired. I think I'll just add this note and then I'll end the stream, and then because the main reason I'm tired is because I keep talking. And it's oxygen depriving me. Alright. I will end the stream here and I will get the resources to cure Glot off stream.